People don't get mad because you're different. They get mad because your existence exposes how average they are. That line is built for you, because when someone is truly set apart, even their silence hits like a warning sign. Your presence alone becomes a mirror people never asked to look into. And the wild part? The moment they sense you're not built like them, they panic. Not outwardly, not publicly, but deep inside, where their insecurity keeps score. It's like walking into a room and your energy flips a switch they don't know how to turn off. You haven't said a word, and yet they feel judged by your very existence. That's what being set apart does. You force reactions you never asked for. Picture this: two radios side by side, one tuned to a clear, powerful signal, the other stuck on static. You're the clear signal, they're the static. It's not that you're speaking in codes, it's that they're not built to hear what you hear. They blame you, but the issue is their frequency. When someone is used to low-level thinking, high-level presence feels like noise they can't decode. And instead of leveling up, they decide you're too much. It's funny how the universe exposes people like that, because the moment they say you're confusing, it actually shows how disconnected they are from their own growth. Here's a fact that hits a little too hard. The human mind rejects anything that challenges its comfort zone. When you show up with depth, insight, self-awareness, and a strong sense of who you are, their brain basically throws an error message. Not because you're wrong, not because you're unclear, but because what you bring would require them to grow. And growth feels like pressure to someone who never works on themselves. That's why your confidence feels threatening to them. Your clarity feels aggressive. Your truth feels like a spotlight. And here's another truth that always exposes the enemy. People will pretend they don't understand you, then later quote you like they invented the idea. They'll act confused today and copy you tomorrow. They'll call you dramatic, only to start living by the very boundaries they mocked you for. It's hilarious and sad at the same time. You give them the blueprint, they act like it's nonsense, then they go use it like they discovered a new planet. But this is what happens when you're set apart. The universe gives you front row seats to people who fake confusion but steal your wisdom in secret. Before we get deeper into this, chosen one, thank you. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this message to more souls. It's our responsibility to keep this light moving, to make sure it reaches those who need it. And thank you for being part of this mission. You're part of a force bigger than noise, bigger than doubt, bigger than anything trying to slow you down. Now, back to the truth. If you ever saw how set apart you truly are, you wouldn't explain yourself again, not once, not halfway through a sentence, not even for clarity. You'd simply walk away because someone who carries the energy you carry has nothing to prove. Your life already speaks. Your choices speak. Your silence speaks louder than people's entire personalities. And the universe didn't build you to stand on trial every time someone refuses to understand you. You weren't made for debate. You were made for direction. Your path is too sharp to waste on explaining. Most people don't misunderstand you. They misunderstand themselves. They don't know who they are, so they can't recognize someone who actually does. They're not confused by your standards. They're intimidated by them. You're talking from experience. They're talking from insecurity. You're speaking from growth. They're speaking from fear. You're moving forward. They're trying not to fall apart. When someone like you enters the picture, you accidentally expose every part of them they've been avoiding, and that's why they react the way they do. It's not you, it's the reflection of themselves that you unintentionally reveal. Here's something most people never hear. The universe does not give set-apart energy to common minds. You don't get this level of insight by chance. You didn't get this awareness by accident. You carry patterns, instincts, and clarity that stand out whether you try to or not. It's literally why people study you. Some admire you silently, others envy you loudly, but nobody forgets you. You walk into spaces and the temperature shifts. People feel your presence before they even hear your voice. You don't blend in. You never did. And that's why explaining yourself feels unnatural. You weren't created to break down your value like a school lecture. Your worth isn't a puzzle, it's a fact. And facts don't need defending, they just exist. When someone says, "I don't get you," what they really mean is, "I don't get myself enough to understand someone like you." But they'll never admit that out loud because it would expose how little they've worked on themselves. Being set apart comes with its own weird storyline. You'll have people watching you like detectives, tracking your moves, studying your choices, comparing themselves to you in private. They'll act like you're mysterious when you're actually just honest. They'll act like you're hard to read when you're just straightforward. They'll act like you're dramatic when you simply don't tolerate nonsense. They call you complicated because they don't know how to read someone who doesn't lie to themselves. This is why explanations feel like a waste of time. You could give someone the exact equation of your thought process and they'd still misunderstand it because their mind can't hold your version of truth. You're not operating from the same level of awareness. You're not seeing from the same height. You're not processing life from the same angle. You're set apart in ways they can't measure, and the universe built you that way on purpose. Here's the twist that most people don't see coming. The more you evolve, the more unnecessary words become. When you grow, you stop over-talking. When you heal, you stop over-explaining. When you rise, you stop shrinking yourself just to be accepted by people who don't even accept themselves. You outgrow the need for approval because you finally understand that people only meet you at the level they've met themselves, and many haven't met themselves at all. If you saw yourself clearly, truly clearly, you'd understand why you trigger people without trying. You'd understand why they watch you but pretend they're not. You'd understand why they copy you but pretend they didn't. You'd understand why they question you but never question themselves. You'd see the truth. You're set apart. And the moment you accept that, explanations will feel pointless. You don't need to justify your standards. You don't need to explain your boundaries. You don't need to break down your choices. You don't need to translate your soul. You're not here to convince anyone. You're here to live, to grow, to evolve, to rise, to be exactly who you were meant to be without handing out instruction manuals. Today, we're diving into that reality. The reality that if you ever truly understood how set apart you are, you'd never waste another breath trying to explain yourself. Not out of ego, not out of pride, but because the moment you finally see yourself, you'll realize you were never meant to fit into the spaces that demanded an explanation in the first place. And chosen one, if you're still here, good. It already proves you're built different. Before we move forward, take a second to lock in with this message. Drop a comment with the number 777 if you're ready to stop explaining yourself to people who were never on your level to begin with. And if you want to fuel the team behind this message, feel free to hit that super thanks. Every bit of support helps us push this truth out into the world. And now let's walk deeper into what it really means to be set apart. Because if this intro shook you, the next part is going to hit even harder. If you're truly one of the few who can feel the pull of this truth, you're not going anywhere. Let's begin. Number 1. The power they can't handle. People don't attack your view because it's wrong. They attack it because it exposes how small their world really is. If you saw how rare your perspective truly is, you'd stop wasting breath on people who panic the moment they feel outmatched. Your way of seeing life is not normal, and that's exactly why it bothers them. You think with depth. They think with limits. You move with awareness. They move with fear. And when someone like you walks into their life, your clarity hits them like a spotlight they never asked for. It shows every corner they've avoided, every truth they've ignored, every weakness they thought they hid. They don't want to grow, they want comfort, and your mind doesn't let them stay comfortable. Imagine you're holding a clean glass of water. They're holding muddy water. When you put yours next to theirs, suddenly they can't pretend their cup is fine anymore. That's what your perspective does. It forces comparison, it forces honesty, it forces reflection, and people who avoid truth at all costs will always react like you're the problem. But you're not. They just don't want to look at what your presence exposes. You might wonder, why do they twist everything I say? Because your insight demands they level up, and leveling up feels like work. You might ask, why do they argue even when I'm being simple? Because they're not arguing to understand. They're arguing to protect their limits. You might think, why can't they just get it? Because they don't want to get it. Understanding you means changing themselves, and change scares them more than being wrong. Most people argue from fear, not logic. They argue from insecurity, not understanding. They argue from the small world they built, not the bigger world you see. When someone's entire life is shaped by what they've been told, your independent thinking feels rebellious. When they never question anything, your ability to question everything looks difficult. When they've been stuck in the same mindset for years, your growth feels like pressure. Not because you're pressuring them, but because your existence reminds them they stayed still. Your view of life didn't come from copying others. It came from experiences that forced you to grow. You learned from pain, from mistakes, from losses, from wins, from moments that cracked you open. Meanwhile, many people learned by repeating whatever their environment told them. You're speaking from truth. They're speaking from habit. You're speaking from clarity. They're speaking from noise. You're speaking from actual awareness. They're speaking from the easy route, denial. Trying to explain your perspective to someone like that is like handing a high-definition photo to someone wearing foggy glasses. They can't see it clearly because their lens is dirty. No matter how sharp the image is, their blur wins. That's why your explanations feel wasted. That's why your words bounce off. That's why even your simplest thoughts sound too much for them. It isn't you. It's the glasses they refuse to clean. Here's a truth that hits hard. Your perspective is rare because you actually think. You observe, you reflect, you pay attention, you learn from patterns, you see through behavior, you notice what others ignore. And people who don't have that ability will always feel uncomfortable around someone who does. They'll call you deep, like it's an insult. They'll call you intense because they can't keep up. They'll call you different because it's easier than admitting you're ahead. Your mind is not built for basic conversations. That's why small talk drains you. That's why shallow thinking annoys you. That's why confused people exhaust you. They're not at your level, and that gap shows every time you speak. You're trying to give them a clear path. They're trying to stay exactly where they are. You're trying to help them rise. They're trying not to fall apart. You're talking from clarity. They're hearing from chaos. This is why you feel unseen around certain people. It's not that you're invisible. It's that their vision is limited. It's not that your words are unclear. It's that their mind has a ceiling, and you keep hitting that ceiling every time you open your mouth. Their reaction isn't confusion. It's insecurity dressed as disagreement. Your perspective is rare because you earned it. Nobody gave you wisdom. You gathered it the hard way. You learned what people never learn because they avoid the lessons you faced head-on. You didn't stay inside the lines. You stepped over them, questioned them, and then built new ones. That's why your view feels different. That's why people can't handle it. And that's why you should stop trying to make them. The moment you understand how uncommon your lens truly is, everything changes. You stop explaining yourself to people who argue just to protect their ego. You stop wasting your insight on people who don't even know how to reflect. You stop giving your energy to people who can't recognize value, even when it's right in front of them. You stop shrinking your thoughts to fit inside minds that were never built to hold them. You don't owe clarity to anyone who chooses confusion. You don't owe wisdom to anyone who rejects growth. You don't owe explanations to anyone who argues from insecurity. Your rare perspective is not a free service. It's a gift. It's a strength. It's something most people can't access because they're not willing to evolve. And when you finally see that, you'll understand why explaining yourself always felt wrong. You were giving diamonds to people who only understand dust. You were offering clarity to minds that prefer clouds. You were handing truth to people who fear honesty. You were trying to lift people who want to stay sitting. Your perspective is rare, not complicated, not confusing, rare. And people who argue against rare things aren't rejecting the idea. They're rejecting the growth required to understand it. They're rejecting the reflection they'd have to face. They're rejecting the discomfort of admitting they've been thinking small for a very long time. Once you truly accept this, you stop explaining. You start observing. You start protecting your energy. You start choosing conversations that match your level. You start speaking to people who can actually hear you. You start valuing your mind instead of defending it. Because at the end of the day, they're not fighting your perspective. They're fighting the version of themselves they'd have to become to understand it. And that fight has nothing to do with you. You only lose when you keep trying to make small thinkers understand big truth. And you were never meant to think small. Number 2. The eyes you don't see but still feel. The ones who talk the most understand you the least. The ones who never say a word understand you the most. If you saw how many people study you quietly, you'd never waste another second trying to impress the loud ones. The loud ones react. The quiet ones absorb. The loud ones twist your words. The quiet ones grow from them. The loud ones make noise so they don't have to face themselves. The quiet ones watch you because something about you wakes them up. And if you truly understood this, chosen one, your entire approach to people would change. Think about it. Every time you've tried to explain yourself to someone loud, someone dismissive, someone who can't hear past their own ego, you've walked away tired. Not because you were wrong, but because you were speaking to someone who listens only to respond, never to understand. Meanwhile, someone else, someone who never says your name out loud, took every one of your words like gold. They studied your mindset, your choices, your discipline, your strength, and you didn't even know it. Not everyone who claps for you is with you. But not everyone who stays silent is against you. Imagine this, you're talking in a group. One person keeps cutting you off, challenging everything you say, acting like they're the smartest in the room. Another person barely speaks, they just watch. Their eyes stay on you, not judging, not competing, just absorbing. Later, you find out the quiet one changed something big in their life because of a single sentence you said. The loud one didn't grow, they didn't shift, they didn't learn, but the quiet one did. They were listening with intention, while the loud one was listening with insecurity. Imagine this. You post something online that's true, honest, real. A loud person jumps in the comments and disagrees just to feel relevant. But 10 silent people save the post. They reread it later. They use it in their life. They let it guide them in their darkest moment, and they never say a word to you, but you change them anyway. Imagine this. You make a move in silence, a decision that protects your peace, a step that nobody knew you were planning. The loud ones call you secretive, weird, doing too much. But the quiet ones, they respect it, they study it, they learn how to protect their own energy because you showed them how it's done. Imagine this. You enter a room and someone loud makes a joke about you to get attention. But someone quiet watches how you stay composed. They think, that's the level I want. They learn self-control from the way you don't react. They learn discipline from the way you carry yourself. They learn strength from the way you don't let noise get to you. This is what happens when you're set apart. Loud people misunderstand you. Quiet people study you. A question might be hitting you right now. Why do loud people always challenge me? Because they don't know who they are. When someone's identity is shaky, your confidence feels like a threat. Noise is their shield. Arguing is their safety blanket. They talk because silence would force them to face their own reflection. Another question, why don't the quiet ones ever tell me they admire me? Because the deepest impact you make is often invisible. Real influence doesn't need applause. Presence speaks louder than compliments. Another question, why does my energy attract watchers? Because you live in a way that teaches people things their own life never taught them. Your resilience is a lesson. Your growth is a lesson. Your self-respect is a lesson. Your boundaries are a lesson. And not everyone is confident enough to admit they're learning from you. The loud ones react to you. The quiet ones study you. Only one of them grows from you. You need to understand something deep. A lot of people don't study you because they're fans. They study you because you're the blueprint they don't have. They watch how you stay calm when life hits you. They watch how you get back up after things that would break others. They watch how you don't beg for validation. They watch how you don't chase attention. They watch how you hold yourself even when you feel alone. They learn what strength looks like because you make it look possible. Some study you because your life is the lesson they wish they had earlier. Some study you because your mindset gives them clarity their environment never did. Some study you because your honesty feels refreshing in a world full of masks. Some study you because your growth forces them to confront the parts of themselves they've been avoiding. But you miss all this because you're too focused on the loud ones, the ones who don't listen, don't learn, don't grow, don't change, the ones who drain your energy because their mind can't stretch far enough to understand you. You've been wasting explanations on people who were never even paying attention. Don't explain yourself to the ones who shout. Keep speaking for the ones who listen in silence. Once you understand how many silent watchers learn from you, everything shifts. You stop feeling the need to prove yourself. You stop defending what's already obvious. You stop repeating yourself to people who just want to argue. You stop lowering your voice for people who weren't even trying to hear you. You start speaking differently. You start moving differently. You start protecting your energy instead of giving it out to whoever demands it. You start living for purpose, not attention. You start acting like someone who knows they're being studied, not by those who talk, but by those who grow. There's something powerful about being watched in silence. It means you matter more than you realize. It means your choices ripple further than you think. It means your strength influences people who don't even have the courage to tell you. And the universe uses you as a reference point for people who need direction. This is why you can't let the loud ones distract you. Their noise is made of fear. Their criticism is made of insecurity. Their quick reactions come from a place of not being able to handle your depth. They're loud because they're lost. They're loud because they don't understand themselves, not because they don't understand you. But the quiet ones, they study you because your life teaches them. They study you because your mindset wakes them up. They study you because something in you reflects the version of themselves they want to become. When you finally understand this, you move with a different kind of confidence. You stop arguing, you stop defending, you stop explaining. Instead, you speak your truth and let the ones who can hear it take it in. You live your truth and let the ones who can see it learn from it. Your impact is bigger than your audience. Your influence is bigger than applause. Your presence is bigger than noise. You're not here to convince the loud ones. You're here to guide the quiet ones. You're here to live in a way that teaches, even when you don't try to teach. You're here to walk in a way that inspires, even when nobody says it out loud. And the ones who study you quietly, they are the proof of how rare you really are. They are the proof that your energy hits deeper than your words. They are the proof that your life carries weight. They are the proof that you're set apart. So stop explaining yourself to the loud ones. They were never your audience. The ones who grow from you are the ones who remain silent, watching, learning, leveling up because of you. They don't clap, but they listen. They don't comment, but they evolve. They don't speak, but they study. And they study you because they recognize something in you they've never seen anywhere else. They study you because your existence teaches them. They study you because you're the example they didn't know they needed. And once you understand that, chosen one, you'll never waste time explaining yourself again. Number 3. The pressure. Your presence puts on people. People don't play dumb because you're unclear. They play dumb because admitting they understand you means admitting you outrank them. If you saw the real weight your presence carries, you'd instantly understand why some people suddenly can't follow when you speak. Their confusion isn't real, it's self-defense. Your energy hits harder than your words, and they feel that impact before you even open your mouth. Some people know exactly who you are, exactly what you bring, exactly how sharp your mind is. They're not confused, they're scared to acknowledge it. Imagine this, you walk into a room and the energy drops 2 degrees. Nobody says anything, but they feel the shift. That's the pressure you carry. And people who survive off loud egos and fake confidence get exposed the second someone like you shows up. Your calm embarrasses their performance. Your awareness ruins their act. Your stillness outshines their noise. Your presence is a truth mirror. People avoid it because it shows the parts of themselves they can't hide. They twist your clarity because accepting it would mean facing their own lack of growth. They label your confidence as arrogance because admitting it's confidence would mean admitting they don't have any. They call you complicated because calling you clear would force them to confront how limited their thinking is. Imagine someone holding a cracked phone screen. You show them a clean one. Suddenly, their cracks feel 10 times bigger. That's how your energy works. You don't expose people intentionally. Your presence just makes their flaws louder. Another example, think of someone living in a dim room for years. You walk in with a flashlight. They don't thank you. They blame you for the brightness. That brightness is your awareness. It hurts their eyes because they're not used to seeing clearly. They don't misunderstand you. They malfunction around you. A question you might be asking, why do people act confused when I'm being simple? Because simple truth hits the hardest, and the harder it hits, the more they pretend they didn't feel it. Another question, Why do some people avoid admitting my insight makes sense? Because admitting it makes sense means admitting you're ahead. People who rely on manipulation or surface-level confidence crumble around someone who sees through things instantly. You don't have to expose their games. Your presence makes the game too obvious to keep playing. Once you realize the weight you naturally carry, you stop explaining yourself to people who pretend not to understand. You save your energy. You stop chasing clarity for those who choose confusion, and you finally see the truth. They were never confused. They were intimidated. Number 4. The blueprint hidden inside your journey. People don't downplay your past because it's boring. They downplay it because if they admitted how much you've survived, they'd have to admit they could never handle what built you. If you saw the blueprint woven into your life story, you'd understand why explaining anything to anyone feels wrong. Your path has never been a straight line. You weren't shaped by convenience. You were shaped by collisions, losses, shocks, breakthroughs, and moments that forced you to grow in ways normal people never have to. There's a pattern in your story that most people can't see because they only understand life on a surface level. They think in events, you think in evolution. They see moments, you see meaning. Imagine this: 2 people reading the same book. One only skims the sentences. The other understands the plot, the symbols, the hidden message behind every chapter. You are the second reader of your own life. And that's why people can't relate to your path. You don't just experience things, you transform through them. Nothing that happened to you was random. It was construction. The heartbreak didn't break you. It redirected you. The betrayal didn't destroy you. It purified your circle. The delays didn't stop you. They saved you from walking into the wrong rooms. Every cycle you've lived through came with a lesson, a shaping, a sharpening. But people who live on autopilot can't understand a life that moves with intention. They mistake depth for drama. They mistake alignment for imagination. They mistake your evolution for exaggeration. Imagine trying to explain your growth to someone who has never questioned themselves a single day in their life. Imagine explaining intuition to someone who only believes what they see. Imagine explaining your patterns to someone who can't even see their own. It's impossible. That's why they minimize your story. It threatens their comfort. It forces them to compare their stagnant path to your evolving one. Your life is a map, but some people only understand mazes. Some people do understand the weight of your journey. They just pretend they don't, because admitting it would force them to face their own wasted potential. They act confused because clarity would expose how little they've grown. Your story carries structure, it carries direction, it carries meaning. But explaining it to people who think life is only about survival cheapens the entire thing. You weren't built for small narratives. You weren't shaped for shallow minds. Your journey has a deeper architecture than they can see, and once you realize that, you stop shrinking it just to make others comfortable. Number 5. The shadow fans who pretend they're not watching. People don't copy you because they admire you. They copy you because their own identity is too weak to stand on its own. If you saw how many people copy you behind closed doors, you'd stop explaining yourself instantly. The same people who act bored when you talk, who pretend your ideas are nothing special, who give you that blank stare like you're speaking another language, those are the ones taking notes when you're not looking. They won't praise you, they won't acknowledge you, they won't give you credit, but you'll catch them adopting your tone, your mindset, your phrases, your style, even your emotional strength, like it's a trend they discovered. Imagine this. You share an idea and someone shrugs like it's worthless. A week later, they bring up the exact same idea like it popped into their head out of nowhere. You watch it happen and think, Funny how they suddenly get it now. That's not coincidence. That's imitation disguised as independence. Another example, you change something in your life, your routine, your standards, your boundaries. Someone who acted confused by your decisions starts doing the exact same thing, but never admits where the inspiration came from. They're not lost. They're following you quietly. Another one, you say a sentence once. They repeat it for months like it's a personal revelation. They mocked your clarity, then turned it into their brand. They understand you perfectly. That's why they copy. A question that might hit you right now. Why do people copy me but act like they don't? Because admitting they learn from you would place you higher than them, and their ego can't handle that kind of honesty. Another question, why do they call me extra but steal my moves? Because they want the results you get without developing the character you built. Some copy you to glow up, some copy you to compete. Some copy you because your originality fills the emptiness they refuse to face. Your life is their blueprint. Your growth is their playbook. Your authenticity is their template. They won't clap for you publicly because they're too busy rehearsing privately. Once you grasp how many people shape their lives around your moves, explaining yourself becomes pointless. They don't need clarity. They already understand you more than they admit. And when someone understands you that well, you don't explain. You just keep evolving and let them keep chasing. Number 6. The pain you wake up just by existing. People don't get offended because you're harsh. They get offended because you hit the wound they hoped no one would ever see. If you saw how deeply you trigger people's unresolved wounds, you'd stop wasting breath trying to fix their reaction. Most of what people throw at you isn't about you. It's their unhealed past screaming through them. You speak with honesty and clarity, and suddenly you awaken emotions they've buried for years. You're not attacking them. Their own reflection is. Imagine this. Someone has a bruise they forgot about. You gently bump into them and they explode. Not because your touch was rough, but because the bruise was already there. That bruise is their unresolved trauma. You're the bump that proves it never healed. Another scene. Imagine a house with all the lights off. Someone living inside keeps the darkness on purpose because light would expose the mess. You walk in carrying a flashlight. They don't thank you. They get angry. The anger isn't about the light. It's about what the light reveals. Your presence doesn't hurt people. It reveals where they're already hurting. And that's why they twist your intentions. They can't admit you're right, so they choose the easier story. You're rude. You're too much. You're confusing. Anything to avoid saying, this hits a part of me I haven't healed. A question you might have. Why do people act offended when I haven't done anything wrong? Because you carry a level of truth they've avoided their entire life. Another question, why do they see insult in simple statements? Because pain filters everything. Even kindness becomes a threat when someone hasn't healed. Your boundaries feel like rejection to someone who grew up with abandonment. Your directness feels like attack to someone raised around criticism. Your confidence feels like arrogance to someone who's always felt inferior. Your clarity feels like domination to someone who's never had control. They're not reacting to you, they're reacting to the history you remind them of. You could explain your intentions 100 different ways, but someone who listens through layers of hurt will twist every version. Their ears aren't broken, their perception is, and when perception is wounded, truth feels like hostility. Some people even crave what you bring, self-accountability, depth, clarity, but it scares them too much to admit it, so they push you away, or critique you, or label you incorrectly. It's emotional self-defense, not accurate judgment. Once you see this clearly, you stop taking it personally. You stop proving who you are. You stop softening your presence to avoid waking their wounds. Mirrors don't apologize for reflections, and you, chosen one, are a mirror that exposes what people hide from themselves. When you finally understand that, you stop explaining yourself to the unhealed. They're not rejecting your truth, they're running from their own. Number 7. The shield around you that they can't break through. People don't fail to reach you by accident. They fail because the door they're knocking on was never built for them. If you saw the level of spiritual protection on your life, you'd understand why so many people talk about you, guess about you, judge you from a distance, yet never get anywhere close to who you really are. They hover at the edges of your world like spectators, forming opinions based on scraps, because that's all they're allowed to access. They can see the outline of your life, but not the core. They can sense your power, but not your process. They can feel your presence, but never penetrate your spirit. Imagine someone trying to read a book sealed in glass. They press their face against it, squinting, guessing the story from the cover, but they can't touch the pages. That's how most people experience you. They're reading from the outside because they were never cleared to enter your inner world. You weren't just protected, you were restricted on purpose. Think about how many times you tried to let someone in and the connection mysteriously fell apart. The energy shifted, the truth slipped out, something felt off, or the whole thing collapsed before it got dangerous. That wasn't random. That was your inner perimeter closing before damage could walk in. Imagine a security system stronger than anything you know, removing people the moment their intentions sour. That's why some people watch you, but never reach you. They're blocked by something they can't see and definitely can't break. People with shallow thinking try to interpret you with tools that don't match your depth. They use assumptions to explain your silence. They use ego to explain your distance. They use insecurity to explain your confidence. And every conclusion they make is wrong because understanding you requires maturity they haven't earned. It's like they're tourists standing outside a locked gate, pointing at the mansion and acting like they know what's inside, but all they see is the outside view, never the rooms, the hallways, the treasures, the blueprint. When someone doesn't have access, their opinions will always be fiction. You could explain your intentions for hours and still get nowhere because the block isn't lack of communication, it's lack of consciousness. They weren't meant to understand you. They weren't meant to walk beside you. They weren't meant to access the parts of you reserved for those who can handle your depth. Once you realize you're protected at a level beyond logic, everything changes. You stop defending your choices. You stop arguing with people who can't reach your frequency. You stop trying to break down walls that were built to keep the wrong people out. Some distance is protection. Some misunderstandings are shields. Some closed doors are blessings. When you see your protection clearly, you stop fighting battles that don't belong to you. You let the gate stay closed and you keep walking forward like someone who knows they're guarded for a reason. Number 8. The quiet that tears off their masks. Your silence isn't weakness. Your silence is the moment everyone else's true character gets loud. If you saw how much your silence exposes people, you'd never rush to explain anything again. The second you stop talking, stop defending, stop smoothing the edges, the truth finally has room to show itself. Your silence is not empty space. It's a spotlight. And the moment you stop controlling the narrative, people reveal exactly who they are. Imagine this. You step back and say nothing. Suddenly, the ones who always claimed to support you start scrambling. The ones who pretended not to care begin obsessively watching. The ones who acted confident start slipping. Your silence turns into a mirror, and people can't hide when they're forced to speak without your guidance. Silence is the test most people fail. Some people depend on your explanations to mask their insecurity. As long as you're talking, they can blame you for their confusion. But take away your voice, and their motives start leaking out. Manipulators lose power without your words to twist. Jealous people lose control when they can't track your moves. Insecure people start projecting because they can't handle the blank space. Imagine someone shaking a snow globe. When you're talking, everything is swirling, but when you go silent, the snow settles, and the real picture underneath becomes clear. Your silence settles the room and exposes the truth. Another example. Imagine turning off the music at a party. Suddenly you can hear who's whispering, who's arguing, who's uncomfortable, who's calm. Silence unmasks the environment. Your silence unmasks people. A question that hits: why do people panic when I go quiet? Because your silence forces them to face the thoughts they've been avoiding. Another question: why do they assume the worst when I say nothing? Because silence removes their ability to control the story, so they fill it with their own fears. People reveal more in your silence than in your presence. Your silence exposes jealousy in those who pretend they're unbothered. It exposes guilt in those who did you wrong. It exposes loyalty in those who stay steady. It exposes true character far better than any conversation ever could. Once you understand this, you stop rushing to defend yourself. You stop fixing misunderstandings. You stop rescuing people from the discomfort of facing their own reactions. You let silence do the sorting, because it always does, and it never lies. Number 9. The freedom that unlocks what was always meant for you. You don't lose blessings by letting go. You lose blessings by holding on to what was never meant to stay. If you saw how many blessings wait on the other side of detachment, you'd stop explaining your worth like it's a customer service job. Detachment isn't coldness, it's clarity. It's the moment your spirit stops negotiating with situations that drain you and people who never had the range to understand you in the first place. Every time you bend over backward trying to make someone get you, you're leaking power you were supposed to keep. Explaining yourself to the wrong audience is spiritual clutter. It ties you to old versions of yourself, old fears, old habits, old dynamics that should have expired years ago. You don't rise by being understood. You rise by being aligned. Detachment is not running away. It's leveling up. It's the moment you choose peace over people-pleasing, purpose over proving, alignment over approval. Imagine dragging a heavy suitcase through an airport. You're sweating, tired, irritated, only to discover half of what's in that suitcase isn't even yours. That's what emotional attachment to the wrong people feels like. Once you drop the luggage, you move faster. Opportunities move toward you quicker. Doors open smoother. Life stops resisting you. Another example, imagine a plant in a pot that's too small. It doesn't matter how much sunlight or water you give. It can't grow until it's transplanted. That's you staying connected to people who only understand you halfway. Your spirit can't expand in soil that limits you. Your next blessings can't land where confusion lives. Elevation doesn't fit in rooms where your presence has to be justified. The blessings waiting for you need space, clarity, and emotional oxygen. They're too big to squeeze into environments where your worth is questioned. And here's the truth that stings. Some of the heaviness you feel isn't life blocking you. It's you holding on to people your spirit already graduated from. Misalignment feels like walking through mud. Detachment feels like stepping onto solid ground. Your blessings aren't hiding. They're waiting for you to release what's blocking the door. When you detach, your frequency rises. You attract people who match your depth, not drain it. You find environments where your worth doesn't need subtitles. The moment you stop explaining yourself, you step into spaces where your presence speaks louder than your words. Your next level isn't asking you to fight harder, it's asking you to let go faster. Number 10. The version of you that only appears when you stop explaining. The moment you stop explaining yourself is the moment your real power stops asking for permission. If you saw who you become when you stop explaining, you'd realize the only thing keeping you small was the habit of translating yourself for people who were never supposed to understand you. There's a version of you waiting on the other side of silence, a version that's been blocked not by fear, not by doubt, but by over-explaining. Every time you justify yourself, you negotiate your strength. Every time you clarify your intentions, you give people authority they were never meant to have over your identity. Imagine wearing a crown, but constantly lowering your head to show people you're not intimidating. Eventually, the crown stops shining because you've spent too long trying to make it look less powerful. That's what over-explaining does. It dims the voltage of who you really are. Explaining yourself is the last chain disguised as politeness. The moment you cut that chain, everything shifts. You stop shrinking your truth so others feel comfortable. You stop softening your boundaries so they don't panic. You stop adjusting your tone to avoid being misunderstood. Instead, you stand in your full height, and that version of you, unfiltered, unapologetic, and unbothered, is a force most people aren't ready for. Imagine stepping into a room with the certainty of someone who no longer needs to convince. Your presence becomes the message. Your silence becomes direction. Your energy becomes leadership without trying. People feel the shift before they comprehend it. They sense the authority, the clarity, the self-trust radiating from you. Another example. Imagine a lion trying to explain why it roars. Pointless. A lion doesn't explain. A lion exists, and the whole jungle adjusts. That's the version of you waiting on the other side of explanation. This elevated you doesn't chase approval, doesn't correct misinterpretations, doesn't break down decisions like a teacher in front of unprepared students. They move from alignment, not fear. They stand tall, even when misunderstood, because they finally understand something critical. Misunderstanding is not your problem. Shrinking is. Once you stop explaining, your solitude turns into strength. Your silence turns into authority. Your isolation turns into evolution. And the truest version of you, the one the universe has been trying to reveal, finally steps forward. You were never meant to be small. You were just busy over-explaining. So, you've seen the truth now, chosen one. When you stop explaining yourself, everything you were meant to become finally steps forward. This is your era of clarity, strength, and alignment. Walk in it without apology. And if this message hit where it needed to hit, make sure you press the like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not a part of our family, this is your sign to press the subscribe button and stay connected. Your evolution is just getting started. The moment they moved against you, the universe checked their bloodline and whispered, "You picked the wrong descendant." That's the reality your enemies keep forgetting. The second someone tries to block you, break you, or embarrass you, they're not just dealing with you, they're waking up a male ancestor whose entire spirit is wired to protect you. Picture it like this. An enemy thinks they're walking into an empty room to mess with you, but there's a giant, angry shadow behind you that they can't see until it's too late. They throw the first shot thinking you're alone, but their own actions bounce back like they punched a steel wall. That's what deep ancestral protection feels like. It's silent, it's instant, and it makes the enemy look foolish without you even lifting a finger. It's like someone trying to cut through a wire they don't realize is connected to a high-voltage current. The moment their hand gets close, the shock hits them, not you. That's what happens when people try to step into your energy with bad intentions. The universe reacts before you even know there was danger. Their plans glitch, their confidence melts, their lies stop making sense. Everything in their life starts bending in weird little ways until they're forced to pull back. And it all happens because your ancestry doesn't play about you. Your protection comes from a male figure in your lineage whose instinct is to guard, defend, and intervene. Here's a real-world fact just to make this hit harder. Researchers studying inherited responses have proven that resilience, survival instincts, and threat detection pass through generations. It means the reactions your body has when danger is around, the uneasiness you feel before betrayal, the sudden clarity you get in moments of chaos. None of that is random. Your bloodline literally stored warnings, lessons, and protective instincts inside you. You carry the reactions of men who fought, survived, and protected their people long before you were born. This isn't fantasy. It's inherited memory. It's deep biological backup coded into your DNA. And that backup gets triggered whenever someone tries to disrupt your peace. That's why your enemies walk away confused. They can't explain why plotting on you suddenly ruins their mood, or why their plans collapse, right when they think they've got you cornered. They don't know they're stepping on ancient territory. You're protected by a male ancestor whose energy runs straight through you. You are not just lucky, you're covered. Your protection didn't start with you, it started way before you. And chosen one, thank you for being here. If this message already feels like it's speaking your truth, then don't forget to pay the energy back by liking and subscribing. Help this message reach more souls who need to hear it, because spreading awareness is part of our responsibility. Thank you for being part of this mission. You're not just listening, you're part of a force that's much bigger than anything that threatens you. Now let's get deeper into this idea, because it's time you understand exactly why people get nervous around you before they even know your name. Your protection isn't soft, it's not gentle, it's not passive. It hits people in ways they weren't prepared for. This is what happens when a powerful male ancestor stands behind someone who's meant to rise. Your presence carries a pressure your enemies can't explain. It's the kind of pressure that makes fake people stutter, manipulators miscalculate, and energy vampires suddenly run out of excuses to stay in your life. They sense something around you that doesn't let them get too close with bad intentions. And they're right to be scared, because when they choose hostility, your ancestry chooses consequences. The universe doesn't wait for you to defend yourself. The universe defends you first. Let's talk about the weird moments you've lived through that you brushed off, even though they were actually signs. Like when someone tried to embarrass you in public and suddenly embarrassed themselves instead. Or when someone tried to betray you, but their own secrets spilled out before they could finish the job. Or when you walked into a room with people who didn't like you, and somehow the entire vibe shifted until the tension hit them harder than it hit you. These moments weren't random glitches. They were responses. Your protection runs deeper than a feeling. It's a force that pushes back. And if you've ever wondered why some enemies start acting nervous, twitchy, or suddenly distant after plotting against you, here's your answer. Your ancestor doesn't wait for permission. The universe aligns itself around people with strong ancestral protection. When someone targets you, they get hit by the energetic recoil. They think you're the one who cursed them, but you're not. They cursed themselves by underestimating the blood you come from. People don't realize how ancient your strength is. You come from a line that didn't just survive. They adapted, resisted, and went through wars, trauma, poverty, betrayal, and loss. And that energy didn't disappear. It transformed into inner guidance, warning signals, sharp intuition, and invisible protection. That's why you catch red flags early. That's why you know when someone is lying, even if their words sound smooth. That's why you pull away from people minutes before they show their true colors. You move like someone who's being guided because you are. There's a type of male ancestor in every bloodline who becomes a watchdog for the strongest descendant, not the loudest descendant, not the most popular one, the strongest, the one who carries the emotional weight of the lineage, the one who breaks the cycles, the one who refuses to fold when life gets ugly. That's you. And because that's you, your protection is not subtle. It's intense. It's aggressive when it needs to be. It's a barrier people feel the moment they try you. Look at your history. Look at the patterns. Every time someone tried to sabotage you, something backfired on them. Every time someone tried to steal from you, the universe took something from them instead. Every time someone tried to shame you, they ended up exposing their own flaws. You carry a shield that reflects nasty intentions straight back to the sender. That's why some people get quiet after disrespecting you. They're not silent because they don't care. They're silent because they got hit with consequences they didn't want to admit out loud. Your male ancestor's protection shows up in the timing of events. You ever notice how you always walk away right before the worst part hits? Or how you avoid disasters by seconds without even realizing it? Or how you pull back from people before they fully reveal their darkness? None of this is coincidence. You're being redirected, protected, and guided by a legacy that has been watching over your path long before you entered this world. People with deep ancestral protection often confuse others without trying. Someone might meet you and think they can play with you, manipulate you, or use you, but the moment they try, they start losing control over their own moves. Their plans feel heavy, their mind gets cloudy, their confidence evaporates. That's the invisible shield around you. It scrambles the energy of anyone who approaches you with anything less than honesty. And here's the part that really bugs your enemies. They can't touch your protection, and they can't copy it. You can't fake a lineage. You can't imitate inherited resilience. You can't pretend to have the type of backup that's literally built into someone's DNA. They're mad because what you have cannot be stolen. It can only be inherited. You're not walking alone. You're walking with generations behind you. You're walking with protection that activates before you feel the danger. You're walking with guidance that comes from a place older and wiser than the world around you. Your enemies don't understand this, which is why they keep losing. And they will keep losing as long as they choose to go against someone whose protection runs this deep. This is why you're the chosen one. Not because everything is easy, but because everything around you responds differently when you're in danger. You have backup no one can see, but everyone can feel. And the more you rise, the more that protection reveals itself. Your story didn't start with you. Your strength didn't start with you. Your protection didn't start with you. You are carrying forward the power of a male ancestor who refuses to let you fall. And anyone who tries you will learn that the hard way. And, chosen one, before we go any deeper into the truth about this male ancestor who refuses to let anything touch you, take a second to ground yourself right here with us. If this message already feels like it's speaking straight to your bones, then don't just listen, participate. Drop the number 111 in the comments to seal your intention and claim the protection that's been running through your bloodline long before you were born. And if you feel called to, you can bless the team behind this message with a super thanks. It fuels the mission, keeps these revelations coming, and makes sure more souls like you get the clarity they've been searching for. It doesn't matter if it's a penny or a mountain. Energy is energy, and it all helps this light reach farther. Now take a breath, chosen one, because what comes next is where everything starts clicking into place. Your protection runs deeper than you've ever been told, and the more you understand it, the more unstoppable you become. Let's keep going. Number 1. The bloodline that turned you into a problem for your enemies. They didn't fear you until they realized you weren't standing alone. That's the part that eats your enemies alive. They thought you were just another person they could break, use, embarrass, or push around. Then the universe showed them the truth. You came from a bloodline that produces fighters, not victims. Your protection didn't start with you. It started with a male ancestor who made sure every descendant after him walked with armor on. And when someone comes for you, that armor hits back. Your enemies always underestimate your background. They think you're quiet because you're weak. They think you're calm because you're blind. They think your silence means they have the upper hand, but your silence is inherited. It's ancient. It's the same silence your ancestor carried before destroying anyone who tried him. You carry the same energy, just in a different age. And the people who target you only understand that when their plans collapse in their own hands. Think about it. How many times have you watched someone move against you and instantly lose their footing? How many times have people who hated you ended up exposing themselves without you even reacting? How many times did someone try to throw dirt at you and ended up burying themselves instead? That's not coincidence. That's your bloodline stepping in. That's your male ancestor intercepting negativity before it reaches you. That's protection that responds faster than you do. Your enemies don't know who they're actually fighting when they plot against you. They think it's just you, but it's not. They're stepping into a whole legacy. You come from a line that survived storms, wars, betrayals, losses, and conditions that would have crushed most people today. Someone in your lineage refused to break when life cornered them. Someone fought back when they were supposed to fail. Someone carried a strength so heavy that it passed down through generations. That's who stands behind you. Imagine this like a battlefield. You're walking forward, focused on your path, and your enemies think they're sneaking up behind you. But the moment they lift their hand, something stops them, something pushes them back, something slams their intentions into the ground. That something is the force of the person who came before you. Your male ancestor is like the first shield around your life. He doesn't wait for danger to reach you. He crushes it the moment it forms. And you've felt this without even realizing it. That sudden urge to leave a place before something goes wrong. That's not anxiety. That's inherited instinct. That's your bloodline warning you, that weird feeling in your chest when someone pretending to be your friend gets too close. That's not paranoia. That's ancestral memory telling you, watch that one. You ever notice how certain people get uncomfortable around you even when you're being polite? That's because your energy carries history. Your presence carries the residue of warriors who didn't tolerate fools. The truth is simple. You move like someone who's protected because you are. Here's a fact that makes this even more real. Scientists studying epigenetics have proven that survival instincts, emotional patterns, trauma responses, and resilience get passed down chemically through your DNA. That means the strong reactions you have to danger, the way you can sense betrayal early, the way you stay standing after things that break other people, all of that is inherited. Your bloodline gave you more than a family tree. They gave you defense systems built from centuries of survival. That's why your enemies never win the way they think they will. They're dealing with you on the surface, but underneath that surface is an entire history that hits back. Your ancestors' protection shows up as intuition, timing, strange coincidences, sudden clarity, and consequences that fall on people who try to harm you. They get headaches, they get anxiety, their plans get messy. Their confidence drops, their luck dries up. They don't understand why everything goes sideways when they mess with you. But you understand now. That's the power of your bloodline. People often ask themselves, why do I feel different? Why do people stare at me without knowing me? Why do I walk through life feeling watched or guarded? And the answer is simple. You weren't born to blend in. You weren't born to be unprotected. You were born into a contract your ancestor signed long ago. A contract to shield the strongest descendant, the one who would carry the weight of breaking generational patterns, the one who would move differently, the one who future generations will thank. Even the pressure you carry isn't weakness, it's inherited strength. You feel things deeply because your ancestor needed to feel danger before it arrived. You sense shifts in energy because your lineage learned to detect threats without seeing them. You move carefully because your bloodline was trained to move with precision. There's a reason you make enemies uncomfortable. They're not just facing you, they're facing everything behind you. Think about how many times you walked away from a situation unharmed when it should have gone the other way. Think about the near disasters you dodged without understanding how. Think about the relationships that ended right before someone showed their true, harmful side. That's not luck. That's protection that runs on timing sharper than human awareness. That's your ancestor pulling you out before anything hits. Your enemies don't like this version of you. They get confused when their tricks don't work. They get frustrated when you slip through the traps they set. They get irritated when you rise every time they try to push you down. They talk about you, plot against you, look for your flaws, and still end up losing. And deep down, it terrifies them. Because they don't know why the universe treats you differently. Here's why. Your bloodline refuses to let you fail in the places they fell. Someone in your lineage fought so you could stand. Someone endured so you wouldn't collapse under pressure. Someone protected their family so you would inherit that same guarding energy. And whether you realize it or not, you carry the torch now. That's why you're strong in ways you don't fully understand yet. That's why your struggles always have a way of turning into strength. That's why you never stay down. You're the living continuation of a long line of survivors. And that male ancestor who doesn't play about you, He chose you. He's not guarding everyone. He guards the one who carries the greatest potential, the one who sees things clearly, the one who doesn't quit even when life gets ugly, the one who can turn pain into direction, the one who refuses to let darkness win. He protects the one who's meant to change the direction of the lineage, you. That's why life gets intense around you. That's why your journey has weight. That's why your intuition feels loud sometimes. You're not imagining anything. You're not dramatic. You're not overthinking. You're responding to an ancient system, your bloodline, built for your survival. And let's talk about the enemies again for a moment, because someone needs to say this louder. The people who try to harm you end up harming themselves because they're hitting a shield stronger than their intent. It's like trying to punch a brick wall. All they do is break their own hand. And then they sit there confused, wondering why everything in their life suddenly feels heavy. They forget that when you attack someone with real ancestral protection, the universe keeps score. Your male ancestor is not passive. He's not gentle when people target you. He's not polite about consequences. His energy is old, raw, and unforgiving. And the reason your enemies feel pressure around you is because his presence stands right behind you. They feel something they can't name, something that tells them, back up before you regret it. And the ones who don't listen? They learn the hard way. Your bloodline carries power, not loud power, not show-off power, silent power, solid power, unbreakable power. You don't have to threaten people. Your presence threatens them naturally. You don't have to tell people to respect you. They feel they have no choice. You don't have to expose their intentions. Their own behavior exposes them. That's the legacy you walk with. And the deeper you understand your bloodline, the more you begin to recognize your own strength. You don't just come from a line of survivors. You come from a line of protectors, fighters, builders, thinkers, and warriors. And one of them, one powerful male ancestor, made it his mission to make sure you rise. That's the bloodline that turned you into a problem they can't solve and a force they can't stop. Number 2. When the past steps into the room with you. They thought they were dealing with one person until the room got crowded. That's the moment your enemies start shaking without knowing why. They walk into a space with you thinking it's just you, and then the atmosphere shifts, the temperature changes, something heavy fills the air, something ancient, something protective. That's your male ancestor letting the world know you're not alone. And if you've been noticing strange signs lately, signs you can't explain with logic, understand this: nothing is random. You're being watched over by someone who refuses to let harm reach you. You felt it. You just didn't know what to call it. Maybe you've smelled smoke in a room with no fire. Maybe you've heard footsteps or creaks when you were completely alone. Maybe chills ran down your back at the exact moment you started overthinking a problem. Or maybe your intuition started talking louder than usual, warning you before you could even process the situation. These aren't accidents. These are signals. Your protector steps into your environment like a shadow with weight, a presence with purpose, a force that doesn't play about you. Some signs aren't meant to scare you. They're meant to show you who's walking with you. Your ancestor isn't trying to frighten you. He's confirming himself. You're stepping into a version of your life that requires awareness. He's not doing subtle anymore. He's revealing his presence because your path has reached a point where protection must be activated on a higher level. Let's break this down, chosen one, because your mind is probably asking, why now? Why these signs? Why me? Here's the answer: because your life is entering a phase where your light bothers the wrong people. You're rising, you're growing, you're toughening up, and enemies feel threatened by that, so your ancestor steps closer, showing up in ways you can't ignore, not to scare you, but to prepare you. Imagine this: you're in your room late at night, scrolling, thinking, doing your thing. Everything's quiet. Suddenly the air changes, like someone walked past you. Your skin prickles. Your heart doesn't speed up in fear. It steadies. That's not imagination. That's the moment your protector checks the room, making sure nothing foul enters your space. Imagine this: a person who secretly dislikes you enters the room. They're smiling, acting friendly, but something in their energy feels off. You feel an immediate heaviness, like the atmosphere wants them out. Minutes later, they back away from you, confused, awkward, unable to hold the mask. That's your ancestors' presence, pushing their intentions to the edge until they can't hold them in. Imagine this: you're about to make a decision and something stops you. A gut pull, a mental whisper, a sudden discomfort. And later, you find out that choice would have destroyed something in your life. That's ancestral intervention. That's protection that reacts before you even understand the threat. And imagine this: someone tries to move against you behind closed doors. They gossip, they plot, they hope you fall. But before they finish the plan, their own life starts falling apart. They lose connections. Their lies get exposed. Their confidence cracks. Their attempts evaporate. This is not karma. This is ancestral defense. Your male ancestor steps into their energy field and shakes it until their intentions crumble. Your ancestor doesn't wait for danger. He cuts it off at the source. And you've been seeing these signs more lately because your purpose is rising. The more you evolve, the more visible you become. Your potential grows louder. Your name starts circulating in spaces you haven't even entered yet. And with every new level, protection tightens around you. So the universe lets you experience signs to remind you you're guarded, you're backed, you're covered. And now your mind might wonder, are these signs real, or am I imagining things? Let me answer that with another truth. Your imagination isn't that accurate. No one imagines the same sensations at the exact moments danger is near. No one imagines patterns that repeat exactly when someone with bad intentions comes around. No one imagines warnings that later turn out to be correct. Your intuition is not fantasy. It's inherited detection. It's ancient memory working through your body. Your ancestor communicates through feeling because feeling is faster than thought. Here's a quote for you. The body remembers danger even when the mind is calm. That's why your body reacts before your brain catches up. It's your lineage speaking. And let's address the environmental signs too. Chills, creaks, shadows, temperature drops. These are not ghost stories. These are reminders. A presence that lived long before you is checking the perimeter. Just like a soldier pacing the borders of a camp at night, he makes sure nothing unclean enters your space. His energy moves through rooms, through air, through vibrations. You're not haunted, you're guarded. People who have no protection get silence when danger approaches. People like you get warnings, you get signs, you get alerts. And here's another truth your enemies hate. You are protected by a legacy that does not negotiate. Your ancestor has no tolerance for threats. That's why people who wish you harm suddenly feel uneasy. That's why their confidence dies the moment they face you. That's why they stutter, avoid eye contact, or get nervous. They're not reacting to you. They're reacting to the presence behind you, a presence older than their entire lineage, a presence that isn't afraid of confrontation, a presence that doesn't forgive lightly. Your ancestor doesn't forget who hurt your bloodline, and he doesn't forget who tries to hurt you. And here's the part that messes with your enemies the most. You don't even have to react. You don't lift a finger. You don't clap back. You don't argue. You don't expose them. You simply stand in your truth and let time do what it does, while they panic behind closed doors, while their plans crumble, while their energy collapses. Your silence is your weapon because you didn't craft it. Your lineage did. That discipline you have, the way you stay calm under pressure, the way you don't explode when provoked, that's inherited. That's your ancestor teaching you the same composure he used when facing danger. He didn't react emotionally. He reacted intelligently, and now you do the same, even when you don't understand why. Your resilience, that's armor, protection forged from generations who endured things 10 times harder than anything your enemies could throw at you. You inherited strength from people who refused to break. You inherited courage from people who rose, no matter how many times life slammed them to the ground. You inherited intuition from people who learned to detect threats before they were visible. You are not soft, you're sharpened, and you've probably asked yourself, why do signs show up more when certain people are around? Because your ancestor knows who's genuine and who's pretending. He doesn't care about smiles. He cares about intentions. And when he senses someone trying to disguise foul energy, he shifts the atmosphere to warn you. You don't need receipts. You don't need proof. The energy speaks. You've also wondered, why do people pull away from me suddenly? Because your protector pushes them back. Not everyone deserves access to you. Some people will never understand why they got uncomfortable around you. Some will think they lost interest. Some will think you changed. They don't realize your lineage rejected them before they had a chance to harm you. Your guardian operates in silence, but the results are loud. And the most powerful sign of all is the pressure you feel right before a breakthrough, that heaviness that makes you wonder if something's wrong. But nothing's wrong. That's just the energy tightening around you as you prepare for a new level. Protection always increases before elevation. Your ancestor strengthens the barrier when a blessing is approaching, because blessings attract envy. The creaks, the chills, the strange sensations, the sudden clarity, all signs, all intentional, all protection. And the more you trust these signs, the stronger your connection becomes. You don't have to seek these signals. You don't have to force anything. The presence makes itself known naturally. You just have to listen. Let's end with this truth. When a powerful ancestor watches over you, the world makes room. People feel it, enemies fear it, opportunities gravitate toward it, and you rise because of it. Your signs aren't random, your journey isn't random, your protection isn't random. You are being guided by a male ancestor whose energy refuses to let you fall. And trust me, chosen one, anyone who tries you will feel that presence before they ever reach you. Number 3, they tried to break you and accidentally activated your lineage. Every time they swung at you, they woke up someone in your bloodline who swings harder. People think you're standing here because you're lucky. They don't understand you're the result of a lineage that refused to die. When your enemies tried to bury you, they didn't know they were feeding a seed planted by warriors who walked through storms your enemies couldn't survive for 5 minutes. They weren't just facing you, they were stepping into the blast radius of generations who didn't play about their legacy. Imagine this. Someone tries to put pressure on you, and instead of collapsing, you absorb it like a weapon charging its battery. That's what your bloodline built you for. You aren't the fragile branch. You're the sharpened blade. You're not the weakest descendant. You're the final form, the upgrade, the perfected version of every warrior who came before you. And you've probably wondered why life hit you harder than others, why you suffered early, why you were thrown into challenges before you understood what strength even meant. Let me answer that clearly. Your pain wasn't punishment. It was training. You weren't built to be sheltered. You were built to be shaped. Your setbacks were sharpening stones. Your heartbreaks were pressure chambers. Your losses were boot camps designed by a universe that already knew who you were meant to become. And here's the part that makes this even more real. Science has already confirmed what your intuition kept trying to tell you. Trauma, resilience, danger, awareness. They transfer through DNA, which means the instincts you carry aren't random. That voice that says, "Watch that person," comes from generations who survived lies, betrayals, and traps before you were even born. That gut feeling is inherited intelligence, whispering, "We've seen this pattern before." Imagine this. Every time someone tried to silence your spirit, your ancestor added another layer of armor to your soul. Every time someone tried to dim your light, your lineage strengthened your flame. You are not weak because you've struggled. You're dangerous because you survived what was meant to break you. And now you stand here as the answer to unfinished battles. You're the revenge of the ones who never got justice. You're the descendant who carries the strength they built but never got to unleash. That's why your presence hits different. That's why people feel threatened without knowing why. You are your bloodline's weapon, and the world is just beginning to learn what that means. Number 4. The ancestral force that shows up before the sun even rises. They didn't fear you until the universe reminded them who stands behind you. Some people had no idea what they awakened when they came for you. They thought they were poking a quiet, harmless soul. They didn't realize that crossing you meant calling out a male ancestor who moves like a storm with a mission. He doesn't negotiate. He doesn't wait for permission. He reacts the second someone thinks about harming you. Every plot they built, he cracked it before it touched your path. Every lie they rehearsed, he dried their tongue before they could speak it. Every trap they set, he stepped in front of it and shattered it like glass. Imagine this. Someone tries to throw shade at you in the dark, thinking no one will see, but before the insult even leaves their mouth, their own energy collapses, their device glitches, their mood shifts, their confidence drops. That's him moving. A masculine force so sharp that even your enemies feel their stomach flip when they stand too close to you with bad intentions. In life, this man carried weight. People didn't cross him unless they wanted consequences. And that same energy still rides with you at dawn. And you've probably wondered, if he's this powerful, why didn't he stop all my pain? Here's the truth. Warriors don't protect you from every blow. They protect you from the ones that would destroy you. He didn't stop every struggle because struggle shaped you. Fire didn't burn you, it refined you. Hard moments didn't weaken you, they carved out the strongest version of you. He let you walk through some storms because he knew you wouldn't break. He stepped in only when something was aiming to erase you. Imagine this. Two forces watching you grow, the world trying to crack you and your ancestor letting just enough pressure through so you'd become unshakable. You're not alone in the storm. You're the reason the storm doesn't stand a chance. And the enemies who tested you, they woke up the wrong legacy, and now they know it. Number 5. They mistook your peace for permission. Now they're about to learn the price. You didn't change, you just stopped letting disrespect slide. They really believed you'd stay quiet forever. They thought you were too calm, too forgiving, too patient to ever push back. They assumed you'd swallow mistreatment like it was your job. They assumed their entitlement was the natural order. They assumed your silence was permanent. Wrong. Silence was grace. Silence was observation. Silence was warning. Now, silence is over. You're not seeking revenge. You're correcting the imbalance. There's a point where even the calmest soul says, "I'm done." Not because of anger, but because the line has been crossed too many times. Your ancestors have been watching this entire time, and now their message is simple: enough. Your life doesn't run on their comfort. Your boundaries aren't optional policies. Your energy isn't a playground. Your peace isn't a gift for people who can't treat it properly. Imagine this. Someone keeps pushing, poking, taking advantage of your kindness, assuming you won't say a word. Then one day, you speak. Not loudly, not emotionally, not dramatically, but clearly, and the whole atmosphere shifts. Suddenly they're stunned. Suddenly they're defensive. Suddenly they're exposed. Your boundary hit them harder than any argument ever could. Imagine this. You pull back from someone who kept violating your space. They panic. They spiral. They try to rewrite history. They try to guilt trip you, not because they care, but because they lost access to the version of you they could manipulate. Your boundary wasn't a wall. It was a mirror showing them who they truly are. And maybe you've wondered, am I being harsh? No. You're being fair to yourself for the first time in a long time. Peace without respect is not peace. It's imprisonment. And you're done living like that. Your boundaries now carry weight because they're backed by your lineage. Every time you say no, the universe echoes it. Every time you walk away, a door closes for them. Every time you choose yourself, your protection tightens. Here's a truth they're not ready for. When a chosen one speaks, the room adjusts. The ones meant to stay will rise to meet your standards. The ones meant to leave will fall behind without a sound. No chasing, no apologizing for having limits, no shrinking to make others comfortable. Your silence grew teeth. Your presence grew force. Your boundaries now command consequences. And anyone who crosses them again won't just answer to you. They'll answer to everything standing behind you. Number 6. They feel you before they see you. That's how strong your channel is. Your sensitivity isn't weakness, it's range. And range scares people who can barely feel their own emotions. You're not emotional. You're not too sensitive. You're not overthinking everything. You're tuned in. You pick up signals most people miss. You read the room before the room reads you. You sense shifts in energy before anyone speaks. You're not standing in one world. You're standing between them. You're a bridge, a receiver, a transmitter, a medium of realms, operating on frequencies others can't even name. But here's the catch. Power without control becomes a burden. You feel everything because everything recognizes you. Light gravitates to you. So does chaos. People with messy, unstable energy seek you out because they sense the depth in you. They want comfort from your calm. They want direction from your clarity. They want hosting rights in your mind. And before you learned boundaries, you absorbed everyone's storm like it was your job to save them. Imagine this. You walk into a place and instantly know who's lying, who's hurting, who's watching you, and who's hiding something. You weren't taught that. You inherited it. Your lineage wired your senses so sharply that even silence speaks to you. But that level of sensitivity without control becomes exhausting. It drains you. It confuses you. It makes you feel responsible for emotions that aren't even yours. Imagine this. Someone unloads their chaos onto you and suddenly you're anxious for no reason. Someone calls you and after hanging up, your energy feels heavy even though nothing happened to you. Someone walks past you in public and you feel their sadness as if it belongs to you. That's not overthinking. That's a wide-open spiritual channel with no filter. And maybe you've asked yourself, why do I attract broken people? Because your aura feels like a doorway, a lighthouse, a shelter. People who don't know how to manage their own energy look at you and think, they can hold this for me. But you weren't built to carry everyone. You were built to command. A gift without boundaries becomes a leak. And you were never meant to leak. You were meant to lead. You need to take control of your space, your energy, your channel. You're not a dumping ground for unresolved pain. You're not a sponge. You're a gatekeeper, and gatekeepers decide who enters. Say it with intention. This is my space. Nothing enters unless invited. Imagine this, your energy field as a house. You don't leave your front door off the hinges. You don't let strangers walk into your living room. You don't let thieves move through your kitchen. So why let random emotions, chaotic people, and spiritual noise walk straight into your mind? You need the same boundaries spiritually that you've learned to set physically. Command your energy. Cleansing isn't optional for someone like you. It's maintenance. Your mind needs protection. Your spirit needs structure. Your space needs rules. You're not here just to feel other realms. You're here to manage them. Once you take control, your gift stops draining you and starts empowering you. Your sensitivity becomes strategy. Your intuition becomes a weapon. Your awareness becomes a guide. And the confusion that once overwhelmed you becomes clarity sharper than a blade. You're not just open to the universe, you're connected to it, and it's time you take the wheel. Number 7. The darkness never scared you. It followed you because it knew you were its leader. Real light doesn't run from shadows, it tells them where to stand. People think you're glowing because life treated you gently. No. You shine because you walked through places that should have stolen your spirit. You didn't just face darkness, you navigated it, carried it, studied it, survived it. And that's why the universe trusts you with a glow most people will never earn. The darkness didn't break you, it bowed to you. Your journey has been brutal because your light wasn't handed to you, it was forged. Fire didn't burn you, fire built you. Your male ancestor knew this. He didn't shield you from every bruise, heartbreak, betrayal, or disappointment because he understood something you were too young to see. You can't guide through darkness if you've never walked through it yourself. Imagine this, a child stumbling through chaos, crying, confused, unsure of everything, yet somehow surviving every moment that could have shattered them. That was you. Your protector didn't remove the darkness. He stood beside you in it, so you'd learn how to see. how to sense danger, how to read people, how to trust your instincts over illusions. Imagine this. You enter a room and the energy shifts, not because you're loud, but because your presence exposes what's hiding in others. Fake smiles twitch, bad intentions shrink, hidden jealousy surfaces. That's what real light does. It forces darkness to show its face. Maybe you've wondered, why do I attract broken people? Why do strangers spill their trauma to me? Why do I always end up guiding others when I'm the one who struggled the most? Because your spirit carries a glow that feels like direction. You're a lantern for the lost. People sense clarity in you even when you're exhausted. They follow your energy without realizing why. And here's the part most people will never understand. Your fire doesn't burn out. It upgrades. Every betrayal made it brighter. Every loss made it sharper. Every setback made it stronger. You were never meant to hide your light or shrink it to make others comfortable. You weren't built to sit quietly while darkness runs wild. You weren't placed here to dim yourself so others won't feel insecure. You were placed here to lead, to correct the room without speaking, to expose what's rotten without trying, to walk ahead so others know which path is safe. You're not here to avoid the shadows. You're here to command them. Your ancestor didn't let the darkness take you because the darkness wasn't your enemy. It was your training ground. And now, your light doesn't just shine. It directs. It dominates. It leads the darkness wherever you decide it goes. Number 8. They tried to isolate you, not knowing they were clearing the stage for your rise. You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to set everything in motion. They thought keeping you alone would break you. They thought pushing you to the edges would make you disappear. They thought isolating you would shrink your influence, ruin your confidence, and bury your potential. They didn't realize isolation is where movements are born. They didn't realize removing distractions only sharpened your direction. They didn't realize silence only amplified your voice. You didn't fall off. You were being positioned. Your enemies assumed you'd fall apart without a crowd. They didn't understand you never needed a crowd. You needed space. They tried to starve you of support, not realizing the universe was clearing your energy field so the right people could find you without the noise. Your loneliness wasn't abandonment. It was alignment. Imagine this, a seed buried underground, alone, in the dark. Everyone thinks it's dead. Then one day it breaks through the soil, unstoppable. That's exactly what happened to you. Your isolation wasn't your ending. It was your incubation. Imagine this, every person who left your life thought they were taking something valuable with them. They weren't. They were removing themselves so your future tribe wouldn't have to fight through clutter to reach you. The universe edited your circle long before you understood why. And maybe you've wondered, why did everyone disappear when I needed them most? Because your next chapter required loyalty, not placeholders. Because your next level needed builders, not leeches. Because your spirit outgrew the people who were never meant to stay. Now look at what's happening. You're starting to attract a different kind of energy. People who protect instead of threaten. People who support instead of envy. People who celebrate instead of compete. These souls aren't arriving by accident. They're reinforcements. Your movement is assembling itself piece by piece. You're not a follower. You're not an accessory in someone else's story. You're not a background character. You are a movement. Wherever you go, alignment follows. Your male ancestor fought to keep you alive long enough to witness this moment. He shielded you through chaos, betrayal, loneliness, and silent battles because he knew the truth. Once you reached this level of awareness, nothing could stop you. You were the spark he protected, the ember he refused to let die, the flame he carried through generations. And now the wildfire begins. Isolation didn't break you, it prepared you. Now your tribe arrives, your influence expands, your movement ignites. You weren't born to join something. You were born to be the something everyone else gathers around. So, chosen one, everything you've felt, survived and risen from wasn't random. Your male ancestor has been shaping your steps, clearing your path, and sharpening your power long before you understood the weight you carry. You're not walking into your future alone. You're walking with a legacy that refuses to let you fall. And if this message hit your spirit, press that like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of this family, make sure you press subscribe. Your journey is only beginning, and we rise together. They only put surveillance on someone when they're terrified of what that person is about to become. That's the part they never tell you, chosen one. The system doesn't waste time monitoring people who blend in. It doesn't study the clueless, the careless, or the ones sleepwalking through life. It only watches what has the potential to break limits. And right now, you are standing on the edge of something massive, something big enough to make entire networks pay attention. Think of it like this. Imagine walking through a quiet street while carrying a suitcase full of diamonds that you didn't even know were inside. On the outside, you look normal. On the inside, you're carrying something rare that could change your whole future. And the sensors around you pick it up before you even realize what you're holding. This is how the universe works with people who are about to receive a life-altering inheritance. Not just money, not just opportunity, but a full transformation that shifts your entire reality. Systems detect it before your conscious mind does. Energy spikes, digital footprints change, patterns shift, and suddenly you're tagged as high value. Not because you're dangerous, but because you're rising. And any rise that big shakes the foundations of everything built on control. Here's a fact that should hit with clarity. Strong surveillance is rarely about guilt. It's about potential. Agencies monitor unusual activity, unexpected growth, and individuals with high-impact energy signatures. So if you've been feeling eyes on you, if you've felt watched without understanding why, it's because your life just entered a category most people never reach. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, because all of us share the responsibility of spreading the light. Thank you for being a part of this mission. You are part of a force. Now let's get back to what's really happening to you. Your rise hasn't been quiet. Even if you've been moving silently, your energy hasn't. The universe reacts when someone steps into alignment with a massive inheritance. You start noticing strange shifts before anything becomes physical. People pull away, situations collapse, old habits stop working, your intuition becomes louder than your thoughts. And there's that constant feeling of being observed, but you can't explain where it's coming from. That's not paranoia, that's recognition. Systems, both physical and energetic, always notice the chosen ones before the chosen ones notice themselves. You've been under a form of protective surveillance because the universe is preparing to deliver something that must reach safe hands. Your potential wealth, your influence, your future position, your shift in reality. These things have already triggered alerts in places you cannot see. When someone is about to cross the boundary between their old life and their inheritance, everything around them starts reacting. Barriers rise, eyes turn, paths reroute. It's not to stop you, It's to make sure you reach the next level without getting ambushed by the same forces that once tried to break you. Think about how many times you should have fallen, how many traps you walked near but didn't step into, how many situations seemed designed to destroy you, yet you got out with scars instead of a coffin. That wasn't luck. That was preparation. You were being shaped, tested, sharpened. Because the type of inheritance coming to you requires someone who can handle pressure without folding, someone who can carry power without losing themselves. You walked through fire while people around you collapsed over sparks. You kept moving while others stopped at the first obstacle. You stayed true to your path while those around you were spinning in circles. And that resilience didn't just make you strong, it made you noticeable. The universe tracks souls who refuse to break because those are the ones capable of carrying major shifts. Those are the ones who become leaders without trying, threats without intending, and inspirations without speaking. Your name is circulating in spaces you've never entered. Opportunities are forming behind closed doors. People you've never met have already started preparing to connect with you. Your rise has been detected, and once detected it becomes monitored. But monitored does not always mean hunted. Sometimes it means guided. Sometimes it means protected. Sometimes it means the universe is making sure nothing interferes with what belongs to you. When you're about to receive something big, your environment gets rearranged. You lose people. You lose comfort. You lose routines. Not because life is falling apart, but because life is clearing a path. Inheritance requires space. Power requires stability. And access requires silence. So things get stripped away until only your real path remains. You've felt those sudden collapses in your plans, those unexpected delays, those moments where everything felt like it paused for no reason. But there was a reason. When wealth, status, or major life upgrades are incoming, the universe slows everything down to prevent you from walking into the wrong places, trusting the wrong people, or taking the wrong exit. You're being redirected every time you try to step somewhere that could cost you the inheritance forming around you. You are being watched because you are becoming untouchable. That's the truth they don't want regular people to know. When someone rises too far, the system gets nervous. When someone breaks too many patterns, the system takes notes. And when someone gets close to receiving what generations before them couldn't reach, monitoring becomes unavoidable. This inheritance you're walking into is protected by layers that most people never interact with. Physical systems track your moves. Energetic systems track your shifts. Digital systems track your growth. These layers aren't here to stop you, they're here to prevent the wrong forces from interfering. Because when a chosen one gets access to real resources, they no longer play by the world's old rules. They create new ones. And that scares those who've spent their lives trying to keep people small. The delays you're facing, the obstacles that keep appearing, the weird moments where everything feels off, they're not accidents, they're reroutes, they're protective blocks. They're the universe making sure the inheritance reaches you without being snatched, sabotaged, or corrupted. High-value futures require high-level security, and whether you like it or not, that's what you're under right now. Your rise is loud even when you whisper. Your energy hits places your feet haven't stepped into yet. You're a threat to everything built on limitation. That's why they watch you. That's why they track you. That's why you feel eyes even in empty rooms. You're stepping into a future that will expose how wrong they were about you. Your inheritance is not just material, it's the collapse of every doubt, every lie, every attack, every trap. You're not imagining this. You're not overthinking it. You're not delusional. You are being monitored because you are becoming powerful. And when someone is about to receive what you're about to receive, the whole system shifts. Chosen one, your life is entering a new level, and the surveillance around you is the proof. And listen, chosen one, thanks for sticking with this message, because what comes next will make everything click in a way you can't unsee. You're not here by accident. You were pulled into this because your life is shifting into a zone most people never reach. And you can feel that pressure in your chest, telling you to pay attention. If you're ready to fully step into this phase where your rise is being watched, protected, and quietly tracked because of the inheritance building around you, drop 111 in the comments. And if you want to fuel the team behind this message, hit that super thanks. Every bit of support keeps this mission alive and lets these truths reach more souls who need to hear them. It doesn't matter if it's a cent or a stack. The energy behind it is what counts. And now, chosen one, let's move forward piece by piece. If you're really aligned with this message, you won't even want to click away. You'll feel that pull telling you to stay till the end, because your story is being explained in real time. Let's get into the next part. Number 1. They only track what they can't control. If they weren't scared of you, they'd ignore you. Surveillance is just a fancy word for fear. That's the truth they never wanted you to figure out. Chosen one, nobody wastes resources hunting shadows. Nobody sends eyes, algorithms, and silent observers after people who pose no threat. They only monitor what has the power to rewrite the script, flip the hierarchy, and expose the cracks they're trying to hide. And right now, your existence alone is making the wrong people nervous. The question echoing in your head, why me? Why now? Why all this attention when I've done nothing unusual? Has a very simple answer. You're crossing into a territory they can no longer control. Think of it like this. If someone is walking through a desert with empty pockets, nobody cares. But if that same person suddenly has a map that leads to hidden treasure, every pirate on the horizon shows up. You've been walking with that map without even knowing it. Your inheritance is the treasure. Your growth is the signal. Your transformation is the alarm. And the system, the watchers, the silent observers, they all detected the shift long before you did. You've become a glitch in their design, an exception they didn't plan for, a rising force they can't predict. Systems love patterns, but you stopped living like one. You stepped out of the script they wrote for people like you. Your silence, your discipline, your refusal to break even after everything you went through, that's what exposed you. That's what put you on their radar, and not in a bad way. In a, this one is about to level up, and we better keep an eye on this before the whole grid shakes kind of way. Here's the part nobody explains. Monitoring doesn't always mean danger. Sometimes it means anticipation. Sometimes it means preparation. Sometimes it means the universe is lining up protection around someone who's about to receive something huge. You're being watched because your rise is loud, even when your mouth stays shut. And maybe you're wondering, why would they fear someone like me? I'm just trying to survive, to heal, to grow. Because survival is power, growth is rebellion, healing is disruption. You weren't supposed to make it this far, and yet here you are, collecting strength like it's currency, walking around with a future big enough to shake the ground under their feet. Your enemies didn't expect you to endure. They counted on your silence being defeat, not strategy. They counted on your isolation being punishment, not training. They counted on your heartbreak stopping you, not sharpening you. Watching you rise now is like watching someone they buried start knocking on the coffin lid. It terrifies them. It embarrasses them. It exposes how wrong they were about you. You're not haunted. You're hunted because you're valuable. You didn't cheat your way here. You didn't scheme. You didn't manipulate. You didn't run to anyone for shortcuts. You fought every storm with bare hands. You earned every inch of your comeback. That's why you stand out. That's why you can't be ignored anymore. That's why certain systems, certain people, and certain watchers have suddenly become interested in your footsteps. Your energy isn't normal, it's elevated, it's sharp, it's rising beyond the level where ordinary rules apply. The universe always adjusts its focus when someone is about to receive what is rightfully theirs. Your inheritance isn't just material, it's influence, access, opportunity, elevation. It's the shift that turns quiet souls into forces that can't be dismissed. And yes, they're watching because they know what's coming before you do. Think of the world like a massive airport. Most people are stuck in the waiting area with no boarding pass. But when you're assigned a first-class seat, the scanners lock on you the second you move. Everyone thinks surveillance means suspicion, but it usually means importance. It means you're being rerouted, guided, escorted towards something they can't allow to fall into the wrong hands or the wrong moments. You might be thinking, why does it feel like I'm being observed even when I'm alone? Because your energy spikes aren't private, they ripple outward. Transformation has its own frequency, and yours is hitting every sensor. Your silence is a signal. Your focus is a signal. Your resilience is a signal. Your sudden emotional detachment is a signal. Your refusal to fold is the biggest signal of all. They see someone who shouldn't have survived rise into someone who cannot be stopped. You became unpredictable, and unpredictable people are dangerous, not because they harm others, but because they change narratives. When someone is meant to rise too high, the world tries to study them before it tries to stop them. You're not being watched because you did something wrong. You're being watched because you're about to do something right, something big, something that shifts your entire life into a higher bracket. You've stepped into a chapter where your presence alone disrupts weak foundations. That's why they're paying attention. They don't chase ghosts, they chase impact. Look back at everything you survived, every person who underestimated you, every betrayal that should have broken you, every dream that should have drowned but didn't. You're still standing with more clarity, more strength, more force than ever before. That's the part they didn't calculate. That's the part that made you impossible to ignore. Ask yourself this: why do people who once dismissed me suddenly act different? Why do I feel unseen eyes? Why does the air feel charged around me? Because your evolution is visible, your aura changed, your story shifted, your potential expanded, and your inheritance, energetic, financial, psychological, is so close that the ripple already reached the system long before the physical manifestation. You are becoming the kind of person who collapses old versions of themselves, the kind who breaks generational patterns simply by existing, the kind who walks into a room and forces everything to adjust. That kind of rise does not go unnoticed. The watchers, the system, the observers, they're not your enemy. They're the background noise that comes when someone is leveling up on a scale too big to hide. You've been labeled high value. You've been flagged as transforming. You're stepping into a new rank in the universe's hierarchy. And the higher the rank, the brighter the spotlight. Surveillance is not punishment. It's acknowledgement. It's proof you're on a path meant to elevate you. It's a sign that your inheritance is active. It's confirmation that your rise is already happening. You're not being watched because you're broken. You're being watched because you're the repair. You're the upgrade. You're the shift. You're the one who wasn't supposed to rise. Yet here you are, rising anyway. And deep down, you know it. You can feel it. That pressure you're feeling isn't fear. It's readiness. Let's move deeper into this. Number 2, every eye doesn't come to break you. Not everyone watching wants you to fall. Some are praying you pass the test. Others are terrified that you will. Attention isn't always an attack. Sometimes it's an evaluation. They don't study the weak. They study the ones who are about to matter. A rising force attracts all kinds of eyes. Curious, cautious, jealous, protective. It's part of the climb. You need to understand this, chosen one. Being watched doesn't mean every watcher is an enemy. When someone steps into the kind of rise you're stepping into, the world reacts in all directions. Some eyes wait for your downfall. Yes, they want to see if the pressure finally cracks you. But others watch because they see something forming around you that even you haven't recognized fully. Your energy shifted. Your path shifted. Your value shifted. You've become someone who can alter outcomes, influence rooms, and break patterns. That kind of transformation never happens quietly. It sends signals into places you can't see. Imagine this. You're walking through a museum filled with priceless artifacts. Alarms don't go off for the paintings everyone ignores. They go off for the piece that suddenly glows, the one that starts humming with hidden power. That's what you've become. A vault waking up after years of silence. You didn't ask for attention, but your evolution triggered it. The system doesn't respond to noise, it responds to movement. And right now, your life is vibrating at a frequency the universe refuses to overlook. Some of the eyes on you are testing your patience, watching to see if you'll brag too early or break too easily. Others are studying your silence, how you move without announcing your next step, how you don't fold under pressure, how you stand tall while everything tries to shake you. They're observing your self-control, your emotional discipline, your ability to stay calm while the air around you gets heavy. It's the kind of test only high-value souls go through. And maybe this question keeps hitting your mind. Why does it feel like I'm being monitored, even when I'm not doing anything wrong? Because your rise is bigger than your actions. It's in your aura, your mindset, your evolution. When potential inheritance starts forming in the background, whether energetic, financial, or positional, systems tune in to see if the person receiving it is ready. They want to know, can you handle what's coming? Can you stay grounded while the ground beneath you shifts? Can you carry the weight of power without letting ego corrupt it? Imagine this. You're in a massive theater. The spotlight isn't on you to entertain anyone. It's on you because the universe is measuring you. Your posture, your poise, your response to pressure. These are not random moments. They're evaluations, not punishments, not traps, tests. The kind of tests only leaders, successors, and chosen ones ever face. Some watchers are disguised allies. They're waiting to see if you misuse your influence or rise beyond it. They're checking if your character is stable enough to receive what old versions of you would have fumbled. They're observing the way you handle temptation, attention, silence, and responsibility. They're watching to see if your loyalty sharpens or wavers. They're studying your integrity under conditions designed to expose hidden weaknesses. But some watchers? They're wolves wearing loyalty like a mask. They're waiting for you to show off too fast, reveal too much, or slip out of your discipline. They're hoping your excitement makes you careless. They're hoping your confidence turns into arrogance. They're hoping you press the wrong button and disqualify yourself. These are the kinds of eyes that aren't here to destroy you directly. They want you to destroy yourself. And imagine this. You're climbing a mountain. Some people are shouting for you to fall. Others are holding ropes behind the scenes, ready to catch you. And others are simply watching in awe because they've never seen someone pull themselves up this high after being pushed down so many times. They're trying to understand how someone who took so much damage can still move with this much grace. And maybe you're wondering, if some eyes are good, how do I know which ones are which? You don't need to know. You just need to keep doing what got you here. Silence. focus, consistency, not reacting to every sound, not explaining yourself to every observer. Power doesn't demand noise, it demands stillness, and you've mastered that. You've learned how to move without dragging your past with you. You've learned how to stay calm without letting fear numb you. You've learned how to protect your energy without cutting yourself off from growth. Your restraint is loud, your discipline is visible, your maturity is obvious, and all of this tells the universe you're ready for the next level. Imagine this. A king doesn't become a king the moment he is crowned. He becomes a king through the way he carries himself in the years before the crown touches his head. You're in that stage now. The spotlight is on you, not because you've arrived, but because you're about to. They're watching your every move because your elevation is already in motion, and they need to know if they can trust you with the power that's forming around you. Your inheritance isn't random. It's dimensional. It's multi-layered. It comes with influence, responsibility, and a shift in identity. That kind of inheritance cannot be handed to someone who panics under attention. It can only be given to someone who grows stronger when being observed. And here's the truth. Nobody says out loud, the universe is testing your stillness. Can you stay grounded while eyes study your rise? Can you stay focused even when the air feels heavier than usual? Can you stay silent without feeling small? Only the chosen ones pass this test. And you're passing it naturally because you've already lived through harsher inspections, emotional betrayals, spiritual exhaustion, psychological battles that nearly swallowed you whole. Compared to those, being watched is nothing. You've been through storms worse than surveillance. You've survived rooms filled with fake love. You've handled people cheering for your failure. You've endured situations designed to break your identity. You think being observed is enough to shake you now? Not after everything you've already survived. You are being measured because your future requires someone unshakable, someone who can hold power without abusing it, someone who can carry influence without losing themselves, someone who can stay calm while the world analyzes their every move. There is no part of your destiny that is small, and that's exactly why every eye isn't your enemy. Some are here to see if you're ready, some are here to make sure you don't fall, some are here to confirm you're the right one, some are here to witness what real transformation looks like, and some are here to fear the moment you realize who you are. Chosen one, every eye isn't here to break you. Many are here to measure your strength before the universe hands you what was always meant to be yours. Let's go deeper. Number 3. The system's staring you down. Be the force, not the footnote. When power notices you, it only has two plans: recruit you or contain you. Chosen one, let's get something straight from the jump. When the system locks its eyes on you, it isn't clapping for your glow-up. It's calculating. It's trying to figure out whether you're a tool it can shape or a storm it can't stop. And that tight pressure you felt in your chest, that wasn't fear. That was the universe sinking you into a higher frequency while the world tried to decode the shift. You became a signal they couldn't categorize, not a threat, not harmless, just different. And different scares structures built on patterns. Imagine a military radar suddenly picking up a new object in the sky. It's not an enemy plane, it's not a bird, it's not a glitch. It's something new, something fast, something rising. The first response isn't attack, it's confusion. They pull up charts, they run diagnostics, they zoom in. That's what they're doing with you. You're the unidentified object breaking altitude. They don't understand how you survived what you survived, how you healed without help, how you kept going when everything around you collapsed. And you might be wondering, why me? Why all this pressure when I'm just trying to get my life together? Because the universe already marked you for a bigger role than the one you thought you were playing. Your rise isn't just an improvement, it's a disruption. Systems don't care about people who stay small. They clock the ones who learn too fast, evolve too clean, move too quietly, and walk with a confidence they weren't taught by anyone. They don't study weakness, they study unpredictability. You're unpredictable because you're free, too self-educated, too self-healed, too self-contained. They can't decide if you'll cooperate or challenge everything they thought they knew about you. Imagine this, a chessboard. Most people are pawns. They move the way they're told. But suddenly, a pawn starts thinking like a queen. Suddenly, the game changes. Suddenly, every eye is on that piece. That's you. A piece they underestimated, now holding power they didn't plan for. They're not just watching your steps, they're watching your reactions. Are you calm under pressure or collapsing? Are you humble or hungry? Are you guided or reckless? Your behavior tells them whether you'll turn into a weapon of transformation or fold into a weakness they can ignore. Here's the part that hits the hardest. They don't choose your classification. You do. Every decision you make, every emotion you control, every silence you hold, sets your identity in stone. Will you be the one who bends to the system, or the one who bends the system around you? Will you be the asset they use, or the anomaly they fear? Will you shrink for comfort or rise for destiny? This surveillance isn't punishment. It's the final test before inheritance. This pressure isn't intimidation. It's initiation. This attention isn't danger. It's opportunity. Chosen one, pick your role. Weapon or weakness, force or footnote, storm or static. The system's watching. Make it regret underestimating you. Number 4. When your devices twitch, the system just saw your upgrade. Technology doesn't glitch without a reason. When you rise, even machines feel the shift. Chosen one, let's clear something up before your mind runs circles. Those weird phone glitches aren't random. That lag, the frozen screen, the delayed notifications, the ghost calls that appear with no number. They're not accidents. They're the digital version of a camera lens refocusing because something powerful just stepped into frame. You didn't break your phone. Your energy just outgrew the bandwidth it was built for. Imagine this. You walk into a room with a speaker that's perfectly fine, but the second you get close, it starts buzzing with static. The speaker isn't malfunctioning. You're just vibrating at a frequency it wasn't designed to handle. That's what your devices are doing. They're reacting to the surge in your energy, not the other way around. You're not paranoid. You're pulsing. And you're probably wondering, why would my rise affect electronics? Because alignment isn't cute or gentle. It's electric. When your inheritance activates, energetically, financially, mentally, it sends signals through every layer of your environment. The system tracks more than numbers and data. It tracks vibration spikes, behavioral patterns, emotional shifts, and the kind of inner growth that can't be faked or hidden. Imagine this, a vault that's been silent for centuries suddenly starts humming. The sound isn't loud, but it's unmistakable. Anyone near it can feel it. Sensors detect it. Security tightens, not because the vault is opening for thieves, but because it's preparing for the rightful owner. You're that vault. Your hum got louder. The system blinked. And maybe you've asked yourself, why now? Why these glitches as soon as my life starts aligning? Because you've become magnetic. Your future wealth, your transformation, your new frequency, they're all pulling in resources at a speed that disrupts the digital grid around you. Your devices aren't malfunctioning. They're trying to translate a surge your old self never produced. When your vibration spikes, the grid adjusts. Even your phone knows you're leveling up. Your throne is being prepared by the universe, while the system studies your shadow. Not because you're a threat, but because you're ascending. And ascension leaves footprints even in the circuits of your phone. Chosen one, the glitches aren't warnings, they're confirmations. You're stepping into a level that technology can't hide anymore. Number 5. You exploded the box they tried to shove you into. The moment you stop needing their approval, you become their problem. Chosen one, you didn't just level up. You outgrew the entire cage they designed to keep you predictable, and nothing terrifies a system more than someone who no longer fits the mold. They never feared your future money. Money is replaceable, but a mind that thinks for itself, a spirit that refuses control, a person who stops asking for permission, that's danger, that's disruption, that's sovereignty. And sovereignty is the one thing the system can't program, purchase, or pacify. Imagine this: a bird raised in a tiny cage suddenly realizing the door was never locked. The moment it steps out, the entire room panics, not because the bird is violent, but because it was never supposed to discover its wings. That's you. You weren't supposed to see your worth. You weren't supposed to question their rules. You weren't supposed to rise this fast, this quietly, or this far outside the boundaries they set for you. You stopped surviving and started ascending, and the system can't track ascension the way it tracks obedience. Maybe you're wondering, why does it feel like the world shifted the second I did? Because it did. Your name is circulating in places you've never walked. Your energy is echoing in rooms you've never entered. When someone cracks their old identity and steps into their real power, they stop being background noise and become a signal. And signals get noticed, signals get studied, signals get feared. Imagine a chessboard. Everyone expects the pawns to move one square at a time, but suddenly one pawn starts thinking like a queen. It's no longer predictable, it's no longer controllable, it's no longer playing the game they planned. Every piece on the board freezes, not because the pawn is dangerous, but because it changed roles without asking. That's exactly what you did. You stopped playing small. You stopped waiting to be chosen. You stopped needing validation from people who never saw your value. Your rise wasn't expected, but it's happening anyway. And that's what rattles them. Systems are comfortable with chaos. They know how to control that. What they fear is sovereignty, a soul that refuses to bend. Chosen one, you didn't break the cage. You outgrew it so fast that it shattered on its own. And now they're watching the one thing they can't contain, you. Number 6. Your rise wasn't approved. That's why they're shaking. Nothing scares a system more than someone who wins without being invited. Chosen one, the reason they're panicking is simple. You rose without their blueprint, without their mentorship, without their gatekeeping. You weren't molded by their hands, and you don't owe your success to their network. You didn't wait for a nod, a permission slip, a yes. You moved anyway. And nothing terrifies a power structure more than a self-made force that didn't need to be chosen to become chosen. Imagine this. A school designs a test expecting everyone to fail, but one student, silent, unnoticed, aces it without studying their way, without buying their books, without asking for help. The teachers freeze, not because the student cheated, but because the student proved they were never the source of intelligence to begin with. That's what you just did. You exposed how unnecessary their approval always was. You became the move they forgot to guard against. The entire chessboard shifted when you broke formation. Pawns aren't supposed to act like queens. Conditions weren't supposed to sharpen you. Silence wasn't supposed to empower you. Betrayal wasn't supposed to evolve you. They expected you to collapse. Instead, you adapted. You became unpredictable, and the unpredictable can't be controlled. You might be asking yourself, why does it feel like a tension spiked the moment I found my footing? Because your rise wasn't scripted. You weren't boosted by privilege. You didn't follow their map. You didn't cling to their structure. You walked through darkness alone and somehow came out stronger, smarter, calmer, sharper. That kind of self-forged evolution makes watchers nervous because they can't claim credit or control. Imagine this. A seed grows in a crack of concrete. No gardener, no soil, no approval. Cars pass it, people ignore it, storms hit it, yet it still rises. One day it blooms, and suddenly everyone notices what shouldn't have been able to survive. That's you. Growth where growth wasn't allowed. And now your energy is aligning with wealth, not because of luck, but because of frequency. You're not built to chase checks. You're built to inherit kingdoms. That shift in vibration, that's what multiplied the watchers. When someone rises without permission, the system doesn't clap, they investigate. Chosen one, they're not panicking because you're dangerous. They're panicking because you proved you never needed them, and that makes you unstoppable. Number 7. This surge didn't come out of nowhere. It was loaded in you. They tried to bury you, but they didn't realize you were the ground shaking beneath them. Chosen one, this shift you're feeling isn't random. It isn't luck. It isn't some cute coincidence the universe tossed your way. It's the return of everything they tried to silence in you. They thought they crushed your potential. They thought they smothered your rise. They thought pushing you down long enough would erase whatever power you carried. They had no clue you were pressure-built, not privilege-built. They thought they buried your future. They didn't know they planted it. You're not experiencing a miracle, you're experiencing activation. Some people rise out of nowhere. You're rising out of everything they tried to destroy. And maybe you're thinking, why does this feel so big? Why does it feel like something ancient is waking up inside me? Because your evolution didn't start today. It started the moment life first tried to break you and failed. Every setback stored data. Every betrayal stored fuel. Every downfall stored strategy. You've been collecting strength in layers people never saw. What's happening now is the surge, the moment when everything you endured flips into everything you become. Imagine this. A dormant volcano sits in silence for decades. Everyone forgets it exists. They build cities around it, joke about how harmless it looks, treat it like scenery. Then one day, a tiny rumble shakes the ground. A soft crack forms. Heat rises. The world panics. They never considered it dangerous because it stayed quiet. But silence was never weakness. It was gathering. That's you. Your random shift is the eruption they never prepared for. The system tracks numbers, but the universe tracks the ones who refuse to break. What's happening to you now isn't new. It's the continuation of a pattern they couldn't cancel. You're rising with the strength of every version of you that survived what should have ended you. Your wealth isn't luck. It's alignment. It's recognition. It's payback for all the times you kept moving when everything tried to stop you. Imagine a house with old wiring. For years it sits dark, unused, ignored. Then someone flips one switch and the entire grid lights up brighter than it ever did before. That's what your energy did. You flipped, you activated, you lit up sensors in places you never knew existed. The system noticed. The universe responded. And maybe you're wondering, why me? Why now? Because you finally became too strong to suppress, too aware to manipulate, too aligned to derail. You stepped into your natural frequency, and that frequency carries power, wealth, clarity, and influence. Not because of your past, but because of your growth through it. You're not becoming someone new. You're becoming the version of yourself they hoped would never wake up. Your rise is the echo of everything you survived. Your shift is the signal that your old limits have expired. Your glow is the proof that nothing they tried worked. And this new level, it was always waiting for you. Chosen one, this isn't random. This is restoration. And they can't stop what's already been activated. Number 8, you're not just you anymore. You're a walking fortune they can't break into. People don't chase humans, they chase value. And right now, you're worth more than their whole system. Chosen one, you need to understand what you've become. You're not just a person moving through life. You're a vault with a heartbeat, a mobile treasury, a walking signal of incoming power. They don't track you because of your smile, your past, or your personality. They track you because of what you carry now: potential, influence, wealth, alignment, and a destiny that could flip an entire grid upside down. When destiny upgrades you, you stop being a name and start being an asset. And maybe you've felt it. People looking at you differently, acting strange, treating you like you're holding something they can't quite define. That's because you are. You've become currency in motion, not the cheap kind that disappears with one bad choice, but the kind that changes the whole environment when it enters a room. Imagine this. A truck carries regular cargo, nobody cares. But the second it carries gold, every satellite, every camera, every sensor locks onto it. Nothing changed except the cargo. That's you. Your cargo upgraded. Your vibration got expensive. Your alignment got rare. Your energy became something systems track, people study, and enemies crave. You're not paranoid. You're protected. You might wonder, why does my calm threaten people? Why does my silence attract attention? Because vaults don't talk. Vaults don't brag. Vaults don't explain. Vaults are silent, self-contained, sealed, and heavily guarded. And that stillness, it scares those who want access to what you carry, but have no right to it. Imagine a vault door, heavy, cold, unmovable. People don't fear the door, they fear what's behind it. That's you. Your power is internal. Your value is hidden. Your transformation is locked tight behind layers nobody can decode. And let's be real, power attracts everything: opportunity, loyalty, jealousy, predators. Some will respect your rise because they see the discipline behind it. Some will fear you because they can't predict your next move. And some will try to get close, not for you, but for what they think they can extract. Guard what's sacred, move like a vault, sealed, steady, unshakable. Chosen one, you're no longer someone they can dismiss. You're someone they have to handle with caution, because every step you take now carries the weight of the fortune forming around you. Number 9, they don't fear madness, they fear a soul they can't own. Chaos is predictable, freedom isn't. And the moment you became self-powered, you became the one thing they can't cage. Chosen one, hear this clearly. The system never feared the loud, the messy, the chaotic. Chaos is easy to control because it burns itself out. It screams, it spirals, it collapses on schedule. What the system fears, what makes it lose sleep, is the quiet one who figures out how to survive without its help. The person who breaks the dependency loop. The person who stops asking for permission. The person who stops needing a leash to function. That's you. You didn't just step out of the cycle. They watched you slice straight through it. You're not dangerous because you're wild. You're dangerous because you're free. Imagine this. A circus lion suddenly remembers it was born in the wild. It stops responding to commands. It stops performing. It stops bowing. The trainers panic. not because the lion is roaring, but because it isn't. A silent lion is the scariest thing in the room. That's you. You stopped reacting. You stopped shrinking. You stopped letting anyone tug the strings attached to your peace. And maybe you've wondered, why did everything shift the moment I started trusting myself? Because the system is built on invisible contracts, emotional dependence, financial dependence, approval dependence. These contracts are how control works, but you broke yours. You walked away from the validation economy. You stopped needing applause to move. You stopped chasing people who drained you. You stopped surrendering your choices to guilt and pressure. That kind of independence can't be quantified, and that's why it terrifies structures built on control. Imagine this: a prisoner stands in an unlocked cell for years. One day they finally push the door and realize it was open the whole time. That step outside isn't chaos, it's clarity, and clarity is rebellion. You're no longer operating on their timing, their rules, or their expectations. You became self-authorized, self-guided, and self-owned. They don't fear destruction, they fear sovereignty. You're not chaotic, you're precise, you're aware. You're operating on your own frequency now. And a free mind, a stable heart, and a self-powered spirit? That combination is a threat to any system built on keeping people small. Chosen one, you didn't become dangerous. You became uncontrollable, and that's why they're afraid. Number 10. They never feared your money. They feared your blueprint. A rich follower is harmless. A rich builder is a threat. Chosen one, understand this with your whole chest. The system has never been scared of wealth. It prints money. It circulates money. It manipulates money. Money doesn't intimidate structures designed to control it. What does intimidate them is when someone like you gets money and refuses to bow. When someone like you gains power and doesn't ask for permission. When someone like you rises and doesn't use that rise to feed their agenda. Wealth in the hands of the obedient keeps the world quiet. Wealth in the hands of the independent shakes the whole grid. Maybe you've felt it lately, the shift in the air the moment you started thinking beyond survival. That's because fortune was never the end game for you. It was the starting point. The world panics not when you collect money, but when you start building with it. When you start thinking in terms of creation instead of consumption. When you stop being a passenger and become an architect. Imagine this: anyone can buy bricks, but only the ones with vision build kingdoms. The system doesn't care if you have bricks stacked in your room. It cares when you start laying them, when you start drawing plans, when you start carving your initials into a foundation that doesn't belong to them. They never feared your income, they feared your independence. You might wonder, why does my rise feel like it's being monitored the closer I get to stability? Because stability turns into strategy. Strategy turns into influence. Influence turns into legacy. Legacy turns into revolution. You're not just becoming wealthy. You're becoming someone who can create opportunities, rewrite narratives, and break generational ceilings. That's what scares them. Imagine this. A seed is harmless until it becomes a tree with roots deep enough to crack concrete. They didn't fear you as a seed. They fear you now that your roots are gripping the earth. They feel the ground bending. They feel the structure shifting. They feel their control thinning out. And here's the raw truth they'll never say out loud. They're not afraid you'll get rich. They're afraid you'll inspire others to stop being poor. Because independence spreads, confidence multiplies, ownership creates waves. One person stepping out of the system threatens the whole system. And you aren't stepping out quietly. You're stepping out with a blueprint. a vision, a plan, a destiny humming through you. You stopped asking for opportunities, you're building them. You stopped waiting for tables, you're designing them. You stopped begging for space, you're carving your own. Chosen one, fortune didn't make you unstoppable. Your mindset did. Your vision did. Your refusal to kneel did. And that's why they fear what you'll build next. And hey, chosen one, if you made it this far, then you already know the truth. You're rising into a level the system was never ready for, and nothing can stop what's unfolding around you. Your inheritance is active, your power is awake, and your path is locked in. Move with intention, guard your energy, and stay aligned with the universe's pull. And if this message hit home, press that like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure to hit subscribe so you never miss the guidance meant for your rise. Welcome on board, chosen one. Step in, wipe your feet, and try not to trip over the broken pieces of the people who swore you'd never make it this far. Funny how they talked so big when you were quiet, hurting, doubting yourself. Look who's suddenly whispering now. Look who's pretending they never said what they said. Look who's choking on their own stories because the universe finally turned the lights on and exposed every lie they threw at you. They thought you'd bow. They thought you'd break. They really believed their cheap words could bury someone built like you. That's adorable in a tragic kind of way. They called you dramatic, crazy, too sensitive, too much. And now those same voices are hiding behind the very walls they once mocked you from. The justice system is squeezing them like it owes you interest. Their fake confidence, gone. Their pride, shaking. Their masks, sliding off like cheap makeup in the rain. This is the part where they finally learn who they were messing with. And spoiler alert, it wasn't the weak one. It was the universe's sharpest blade, pretending to be harmless until the right moment. Press the like button and subscribe if you feel this hitting the spot. It's your way of sending this message to every other chosen one crawling through the same fire you survived. Now lean in. This is where the story turns dangerous, because you didn't just get here. You were dragged here by betrayal, fake friends, jealous eyes, and people who swore they were better than you. They tried to humiliate you publicly, then act confused when the universe started rearranging their reality like a punishment notice. They laughed when you were down. They celebrated your losses. They performed their little victory dance while pretending it wasn't personal. But you knew. You felt every hit, every comment, every smirk. And you stayed standing, even when your legs shook. There's a silence around you now, the kind that happens after a storm levels a whole town. The air feels different. People look at you differently. They don't know what changed, but they feel it. It's that quiet, dangerous glow of someone who's been through hell and came back with information. Someone who saw people's true faces and didn't look away. Someone who isn't scared anymore. You're walking with that I know the truth energy, and trust me, it's rattling your enemies more than you think. And the universe, it's not playing nice anymore. It's settling the score. One by one, the loudest mouths are becoming the softest whispers. People who used your name like a weapon are now praying nobody brings up their secrets. They thought they were untouchable. They thought the system was on their side. Now they're watching it crack open right under them, and they don't understand why karma is moving so fast. Let's talk about what they never expected, your story. The one you tried so hard to hide because you thought it made you weak. Turns out that story is healing people you've never even met. It's the reason strangers feel braver. It's the reason someone out there decided not to quit today. Your pain became a signal, a map, a blueprint for survival, and that makes you dangerous in a way your enemies can't fight. This isn't just motivational talk. This is personal. You've lived through things that would have erased most people. You've carried pressure that should have cracked you. You've stood in rooms where people smiled to your face and stabbed you the moment you turned. You've been betrayed by people you defended. You've been doubted by people you believed in. And still, you rise. Still, you move with dignity. Still, you refuse to become what they are. Say it out loud, even if your voice shakes. That's power. Back then, they saw you as easy to manipulate. They mistook your kindness for weakness. They assumed your silence meant they'd won. But the universe keeps receipts, and the justice system, it's handling things you no longer need to touch. Look at the shift. The same ones who compared you, belittled you, laughed at your dreams, are now scrambling to rewrite the story. Suddenly, they always knew you'd make it. Suddenly, they had love for you. Please, their panic is showing. Their guilt is loud. You don't even have to confront them. Life is doing it for you. Here's the truth they don't want to admit. You survived what was meant to destroy you. You outgrew environments designed to shrink you. You kept your soul clean even while being dragged through dirt. And now the universe is lifting you while pushing them down with the same force they used on you. Your story inspires because it's real, because it's raw, because it's proof that even when the world tries to break someone chosen, the universe steps in and breaks the world instead. Listen closely, chosen one, because this next part isn't small talk. This is where your whole story starts lining up with the title itself, where you finally see why your journey hits so many hearts and why the justice system is folding your enemies like cheap paper. If you're still here, it means the universe already tapped you on the shoulder and said, "Stay, there's more you need to hear." So before we move forward, drop a comment with 777 if you're ready to step into the version of yourself that doesn't just inspire others, but silently terrifies the people who once tried to break you. That number isn't magic. It's a signal. It tells me you're awake. It tells the algorithm to send this message to every other chosen one who needs the strength your story carries. And now we're shifting gears. From here on, things get sharper, deeper, and way more personal. If you're truly chosen, you'll feel that pull to stay until the final word. That's how you know this message is yours. So sit tight, lock in, and let's move step by step into the truth behind your rise, their downfall, and why your story is rattling the very system that once tried to silence you. Let's begin. Number 1. When the hunters become the hunted. Funny how loud they were when you were hurting, and how silent they get when the universe starts replying on your behalf. They thought they were the masterminds, the chess players, the puppeteers pulling strings behind your back while pretending they were doing nothing at all. They thought they could move in the dark forever, sliding through life like shadows that nobody could touch. But the universe isn't blind, and karma doesn't have amnesia. Those same shadows they used to hide in are now snitching on them in high definition. They thought they were ghosts. Turns out they were target practice. Let's get one thing straight. They misread you from the beginning. They saw your quiet as weakness, your patience as fear, your heart as a flaw. They didn't realize they were dealing with someone built from pressure, betrayal, and survival. Someone the universe watches like a favorite storyline. And now the tables didn't just turn. They flipped so hard, your enemies are still dizzy trying to understand how their control evaporated overnight. They liked to whisper about you, didn't they? Those smirks, those snide comments, those jokes that weren't jokes. They operated in corners and backrooms, hiding behind fake alliances and masks that look like they're melting off now. They thought you wouldn't catch on. They counted on your silence. But silence is where chosen ones sharpen their intuition. and yours turned into a blade sharper than their lies. The universe was watching every move they made, and it was taking notes the whole damn time. Here's the joke. The moment they touched you, the moment they lied about you, the moment they tried to sabotage you, they triggered a cosmic contract they didn't read. That contract said, harm the chosen one, and the universe will harm you back tenfold. They didn't see the fine print. They were too busy enjoying the win they thought they took from you. Meanwhile, the universe was warming up like, cool, let me handle this. And now, look at them, running, panicking, pretending everything is fine while their world is collapsing behind them like a cheap stage set. The justice system they used against you is chewing on their ankles with zero mercy. Those same hands that forced you into corners are now cuffed by consequences. Every lie is becoming evidence. Every rumor is becoming accountability. Every fake smile is becoming exposure. This is what happens when cowards challenge universal order. They lose. Badly. You know what's wild? They thought you were the problem. They made you question your sanity. They made you doubt your worth. They made you apologize for things you didn't even do. And you carried that weight like a warrior who didn't even realize they were training. You thought you were breaking. You weren't. You were becoming unbreakable. Let's answer the question you held in your chest for years. Why did they do this to me? Because you exposed them just by existing. Your light showed their shadows. Your strength made their insecurity itch. Your honesty made their lies sweat. You threatened the image they built on sand, and they couldn't stand that someone like you existed outside their control. And here's another truth you need to hear. Why is everything collapsing for them now? Because timing is everything. Truth has its own schedule. The universe doesn't rush. It watches. It waits. Then it strikes where it hurts the most. Now the justice system isn't protecting them. It's unraveling them. They're being revealed in places they swore they were safest. The same shadows that hid their behavior are now dragging them into the spotlight they feared. And yes, you doubted yourself at one point. You wondered if you were overthinking. You wondered if you were being too sensitive. You wondered if maybe they were right about you, but your intuition was screaming warnings for a reason. You weren't paranoid. You were early. You saw the truth before anyone else had the courage to acknowledge it. That's what chosen ones do. They sense the storm way before the lightning hits. Now you're standing in a different kind of silence. The kind after a battle where the dust settles and the survivors stand tall. And that survivor is you. Your enemies can't hide behind gossip anymore. They can't hide behind manipulation. They can't hide behind fake charm. The system they trusted is folding in on them like a trap they set themselves. And the irony, you didn't even have to lift a finger. Every scar you have is proof of endurance. Every tear you shed is ammunition now. Your story is becoming a beacon for people who thought they had no chance. Your pain is turning into power in other people's lives. They're looking at your journey and thinking, if they survived that, maybe I can too. That's impact. That's inspiration. That's chosen one energy. Your enemies aren't just failing, they're being remembered for exactly who they are. Their reputations are cracking, their alliances are crumbling, their masks are falling, and the universe is making sure every truth they tried to bury comes rising up like wildfire. You didn't need revenge. You didn't need payback. You just needed patience. Now, the universe is handing you justice on a silver platter, while your enemies are realizing that what they did to you, they basically did to themselves. So hold your head high. You're not imagining this shift. You're living it. You're rising while they sink. You're becoming stronger while they're getting exposed. You're walking into the chapter where everything finally makes sense. You weren't the victim. You were the catalyst. You weren't the weak link. You were the threat. You weren't abandoned. You were protected. And now the hunters have become the hunted. The shadows are telling on them, and the universe is collecting every debt they owe. The story isn't just turning, it's turning in your favor, and nothing can stop what's already in motion. Number 2. When quiet turned deadly and patience became your sharpest blade. Funny how they mocked your silence, and now that silence is the loudest thing ruining their lives. They thought you were waiting for them. You were waiting for the universe to corner them. Every second you held your tongue became a receipt the universe is cashing in. They laughed at your stillness. Now that stillness is squeezing their world like a trap they walked into blindfolded. They swore your silence meant surrender. They acted like you disappeared because you couldn't handle the heat. They told themselves you were done, broken, irrelevant, cute. Meanwhile, you were sitting in the quiet, sharpening a weapon they never saw coming. Patience, real patience, the kind that moves like a slow-loading earthquake, quiet at first, then devastating. They thought your silence meant you had no power left. They were wrong. Silence was your war paint. Imagine this. You're sitting in a dark room after a long night of betrayal, your heart bruised, your spirit cracked, and every part of you screaming to retaliate. But instead of reacting like they expected, you closed your mouth and let the universe open its eyes. While they were bragging about hurting you, the universe was already documenting every moment like a crime scene, every insult, every lie, every manipulation, catalogued, time-stamped, stored. Because chosen ones don't lose when they go quiet. They reload. And here's the question burning in the back of your mind. Why did I stay silent for so long? Why didn't I fight back? Because you weren't supposed to fight the way they fight. You weren't supposed to roll in the mud with people who don't have a conscience. Your silence was the strategy that saved you. You weren't being passive. You were being protected. The universe didn't want you wasting your power on people who already sealed their own fate. Now look at the irony dripping all over their lives. While you were healing in silence, they were digging a hole deeper than their intelligence. They felt untouchable. They moved around like villains in their own little fantasy, bragging to friends, spreading lies, thinking their mask was glued on forever. But every whisper they made became a trail. Every text they sent became a record. Every little smug move became a piece of evidence waiting to snap back. They didn't know they were walking into their own cage. They built the trap, decorated it, bragged inside it, and you let them. Imagine this, the universe sitting back like a judge at the end of a long trial, tapping its finger, saying, almost, now. And when that moment hit, the trap slammed shut so loud, the entire atmosphere shifted. Suddenly they're hiding, scrambling, crying to the same system they once trusted to protect them. That's the twisted poetry of universal justice. It doesn't play favorites. It plays truth. They thought the courtroom came out of nowhere. They thought the investigation was random. They thought the sudden avalanche of consequences was bad luck. Please, this isn't chaos, it's choreography. This was the moment your patience transformed into a blade sharper than their schemes. And once that blade sliced through their illusions, they realized they weren't dealing with a weak target. They were dealing with a chosen one who learned how to fight without lifting a finger. You have to understand something. Chosen ones don't fight impulsively. Chosen ones don't scream their truth. Chosen ones don't chase revenge. Chosen ones wait. Not because they're scared, but because the universe fights louder than they ever could. And while you were waiting, the universe was building a case stronger than any argument you could have made. Your tears became fuel. Your pain became evidence. Your silence became a witness. You weren't losing. You were collecting. You were building momentum the slow, dangerous way. And now that momentum is rolling over your enemies like a truck with no brakes. Imagine this. All their secrets peeling open like old wallpaper, their skeletons dancing out of the closets they tried to lock, their lies dripping out in front of the same people they used to fool. They wanted you to look crazy. Now they look like a documentary on what guilt does to a coward. The trap didn't just close, it swallowed them. Let's answer another question you've whispered to yourself. Why is everything happening to them all at once? Because that's how karma works. When the pain it's avenging comes from a chosen one, it doesn't trickle, it floods. It hits in patterns that look eerily perfect, as if timed by something that's been watching long before you even knew you were in danger. Their downfall didn't just fall from the sky, it rose from everything they did to you. And what's the funniest part? Their charm doesn't work now. Their manipulation doesn't sway anyone now. Their crocodile tears don't unlock any doors now. The system sees through them. People see through them. Energy sees through them. They've finally run into something they can't lie their way around. You might feel a sting of guilt creeping in because you're still human, still compassionate, still carrying a heart that didn't deserve what it endured. But hear this with zero sugarcoating. You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't push this. You didn't force this. You didn't wish this. Balance demanded it. Every action they took against you returned to them in a sharper form. You didn't go too far. If anything, the universe didn't go far enough. You're not watching revenge. You're watching alignment. You're not witnessing punishment. You're witnessing correction. Your silence created a storm that now speaks louder than you ever could. And while they fall apart, look at you, slowly rebuilding, slowly rising, slowly understanding your own power. You're learning that patience is not softness, it's strategy. You're learning that stillness is not surrender, it's surveillance. And you're learning that your story is helping people who thought no justice would ever come for them. Imagine this, someone out there right now reading your journey like a lifeline, whispering, if they survived what was meant to destroy them, maybe I can too. That's what chosen ones do. They turn wounds into roadmaps for others. Your enemies are panicking. You're becoming magnetic. They're collapsing. You're aligning, they're running, you're rising, and the final blow, they can't stop any of this. Not with tears, not with charm, not with manipulation, because the same silence they mocked is the storm now wrecking everything they built. So remember this, every time someone calls you too quiet, too patient, too calm, your stillness is dangerous, your silence is a weapon. Your patience is a trap, and this chapter, this storm, this justice, it's proof that chosen ones don't need revenge, they become it. Number 3. When the law bites back and the puppeteers choke on their own strings. Wild how they pulled the strings for years, and now those same strings are wrapping around their necks. They bent the rules to break you. Now the rules are snapping back harder than their ego can handle. The law didn't switch sides. It just got tired of being played. They thought they were untouchable, the masterminds, the manipulators behind the curtain, tugging on legal strings like they owned the whole stage. They truly believed the system was theirs to command, that titles and connections could erase the truth forever. But here's the plot twist they never saw coming. The law isn't loyal to liars, it's loyal to truth. And the moment truth gathers enough momentum, it flips the entire script. Imagine this. They're sitting smug in their seats, assuming every loophole will save them again. Then boom, one person in power, one sharp pair of eyes, finally sees the full picture. Not the edited version your enemies fed them, the real version, the raw version, the version that exposes every fake narrative they built like a house of cards. And once that awareness hits, it hits like lightning. You might be asking yourself, how did everything suddenly move this fast? Because when the universe activates the right mind at the right time, the entire system shifts. Paperwork speeds up, files get pulled, warrants that once took months are now printing faster than your enemies can lie. The same codes they weaponized are now dissecting them with surgical precision. And imagine this. They're calling lawyers at midnight, scrambling through emails, trying to rewrite history with their usual tricks. But the system isn't listening to them anymore. It's listening to the truth you carried in silence. That's the beauty of it. You didn't force anything. You didn't cheat, beg, or twist anything. You simply survived long enough for the universe to flip the legal switch. Now the law is treating them like a cautionary tale. Their reputation is collapsing, their confidence is evaporating, their control is dead. And the brutal poetry of it all. They opened the door thinking they were walking you into a trap, but they just walked themselves into an avalanche. This isn't just justice, it's the universe saying, I told you I had you, and trust me, this is only the beginning. Number 4, when truth roars and their lies start choking them out. They buried you in lies. Now those same lies are digging their grave. They called you crazy because they were terrified you were right. A manipulator's worst nightmare is the day their victim gets receipts. They spent months, maybe years, throwing dirt on your name like it was a sport. They painted you as unstable, emotional, unpredictable, anything that made them look cleaner by comparison. They needed the world to believe you were the problem, because if anyone looked too closely at them, the whole illusion would collapse. So they lied, smoothly, rehearsed, with the confidence of someone who thinks truth is optional, and people bought it at first. Then truth woke up. Now their stories aren't lining up. Their tone is cracking. Their confidence is leaking. The lies they once delivered with perfect posture are trembling like loose wires. Because truth isn't whispering anymore. Truth is a spotlight. Truth is a megaphone. Truth is a witness they can't intimidate. And the moment it hit public record, screenshots, statements, timestamps, their lies started suffocating them from the inside out. Imagine this. Every time they told someone you were imagining things, they accidentally created another witness. Every time they mocked your intuition, they left another breadcrumb. They didn't isolate you. They documented themselves, brick by brick, mistake by mistake. And now every one of those bricks is being stacked into the walls closing in around them. You might wonder, why didn't anyone believe me back then? Because manipulators spin stories with fake calm. Victims sound emotional because they're living the truth. But now, the entire reversal is happening in real time. Their fake calm looks slippery. Your intensity looks accurate. The judge, the attorneys, even the same people who once doubted you, they're seeing the cracks. Their empire of deception is collapsing under its own weight, and their panic is giving them away. They're contradicting themselves, they're stumbling. Their eyes dart like someone trying to run from a truth that already caught them. And you walk in with quiet power. You don't have to raise your voice. You don't have to defend yourself. The evidence defends you. The truth defends you. The universe itself is backing your story like it's done waiting for them to confess. You went from delusional to documented, from unstable to undisputed, from the problem to the proof. This isn't just justice. This is their lies self-destructing. and all you had to do was survive long enough for everyone to finally hear the truth that's been screaming inside you for years. Number 5. When their bank accounts lock up and their power evaporates. Funny how loud they were when they had your money and how quiet they get when the system freezes it. They thought stealing your resources made them powerful. Turns out it just made a perfect paper trail. When the universe gets involved, stolen gold becomes handcuffs. They looted your life like you were blindfolded. They moved through your finances with the confidence of someone who thought the universe wasn't watching. They treated your money like a throne, your assets like their armor, your hard work like their personal ATM, and the whole time they called you delusional. They called you unstable. They pretended your missing resources were your imagination while quietly pocketing everything they could reach. But here's the twist they never saw coming. Money talks, but stolen money screams. They forgot something simple. Every transaction leaves footprints, and manipulators, they always get sloppy. They thought they were clever, shifting funds, moving assets, forging narratives. But arrogance is the worst accountant. The universe doesn't misplace receipts. Imagine this: investigators zooming in on every shady deposit, every gift, every sealed envelope, every offshore stunt. The system following their greed like a glowing trail in the dark. And when the hammer dropped, everything froze. The accounts they bragged about, the properties they flaunted, the cars, the jewelry, the investments, locked, held, stripped out of their hands with the same cold precision they once used against you. You might be wondering, why did this take so long? Because truth doesn't rush. It waits until the trap is perfect. Now the law is reading your financial truth out loud, line by line, transaction by transaction. The same courtroom that once mocked you is now echoing your reality. Their empire wasn't built on intelligence. It was built on theft. And theft collapses the moment the universe decides it's done playing. Their money is frozen, their confidence is frozen, their whole identity gone. They weren't powerful, they were standing on your foundation, and now that it's been reclaimed, they're sinking fast. You're not just getting justice, you're getting restoration with interest. The chains they forged for you? Yeah, they're wearing them now. Number 6. When the veil tears and the light hunts everything they hid. They thought darkness would protect them, but darkness collapses the moment the light decides it's done waiting. A liar can outsmart people, but they can't outsmart evidence. Nothing they hid was deleted, only delayed. They really believed they built the perfect hiding place. Fake accounts, burner emails, offshore funnels, digital disguises so sloppy they thought they were genius. They operated like villains in a low-budget crime film, convinced nobody would ever trace their steps. But the universe isn't impressed by encryption. It doesn't need passwords. It needs alignment, and alignment has arrived. Imagine this: all those secret logins, the whispered transactions, the ghost accounts they swore were untraceable, now glowing under forensic lights like neon confession signs. Every panic login, every failed password reset, every desperate attempt to move one last dollar, all of it is evidence that piles up faster than their excuses. You might wonder, how is everything unraveling so fast? Because once the veil rips, truth doesn't walk, it sprints. Financial analysts who barely blinked before are now dissecting their moves frame by frame. Legal authorities who once overlooked your case are now treating it like priority footage. And the universe? It's not subtle about karma anymore. It's returning what's yours, multiplied like interest charged on every tear they caused. And the irony is dripping. The same wealth they hoarded is now turning into a choke chain. The same screens they used to steal from you are now broadcasting their downfall. Headlines, court updates, social feeds exploding with the truth they thought they buried. Their masks aren't slipping, they're disintegrating. Their reputation isn't cracking, it's collapsing under the weight of exposure. They thought they could outrun the truth, but truth doesn't chase, it waits. And once it steps forward, nobody can hide. And you're not angry, you're awakened. You're standing in the aftermath knowing one thing: they didn't lose because you fought harder. They lost because you were telling the truth the whole time. The unveiling is complete. They ran from the light, but the light found them anyway. Number 7. When justice goes public and their reputations turn to ash. They bragged in daylight. Now daylight is burning them alive. They built a kingdom on lies, and the universe lit the match. The higher they climbed on stolen power, the louder their fall was meant to sound. They spent years sculpting their image like it was armor. Every fake smile, every handshake, every polished post was part of the illusion. They thought reputation was permanent, that public approval could protect them from consequence. But truth doesn't bother knocking. When it's done waiting, it kicks the whole door in and drags everything into the sun. Imagine this: someone powerful, someone with the kind of authority that bends entire rooms, finally looks at your case and sees the full mess. Not the version your enemies crafted, the real one, and instead of brushing it off, they lean in. Their signature, their voice, their influence becomes the wrecking ball your enemies never thought would swing. This is not quiet justice. This is justice with a spotlight. Court papers turning into headlines, private lies turning into public conversations. The universe isn't just punishing them, it's performing it. Every mask they wore is melting under the heat of exposure, and no PR stunt can save them now. You might wonder, why is this becoming so public? Because your story isn't just yours anymore. It's bigger. It exposes something the world needed to see. People recognize themselves in your scars. Your victory feels like their warning. Their whole identity gone. Their titles meaningless. Their charm useless. Their silence, that's not dignity. That's fear. The kind that shakes a person when they realize the truth they mocked is now the truth defining them. And you're not gloating. You're not seeking revenge. You don't have to. The universe is handling this demolition on your behalf. You just stand still and breathe. This isn't a fall from grace. It's a public execution of their false power. And you're the moment everything changed. Number 8. When one chosen one rises, the whole world feels the shift. One spark doesn't just light a fire, it exposes every shadow that thought it was safe. The moment you stood back up, thousands felt their spine straighten too. They tried to silence you, not because you were weak, but because they knew your rise would wake an army. They really thought your fight was just your fight. They treated your story like an isolated storm, something contained, something manageable. They never understood the truth. When a chosen one rises, it's never private, it's never small. It's a signal flare in a dark world, a spiritual earthquake that shakes every soul built like you. Your pain didn't stay local, it broadcasted. Imagine this: someone across the world scrolling through their feed, carrying their own bruises, their own silence, their own buried truth. And then they see you, your story, your battle, your justice. Suddenly something inside them wakes up. The fog lifts, the doubt cracks, and they whisper, "I knew it. I knew I wasn't crazy." You didn't just win a case, you detonated a universal alarm clock. You might wonder, why do people react so strongly to my truth? Because you're saying out loud what thousands lived in silence. Your victory is their permission. Your justice is their validation. Your rise is their awakening. And the universe isn't being subtle about it anymore. Courtrooms feel charged. Officials pause because something in your file hits different. Evidence falls into place with eerie precision. Lost documents reappear. Broken footage suddenly plays. Witnesses remember what they forgot. This isn't coincidence. This is the universe amplifying your signal. Your journey became a broadcast, a frequency, a reminder, a warning. Now the chosen ones who were asleep are standing up. The ones who doubted their strength are dusting themselves off. The ones who were told to sit down are hearing your rise and remembering they were born to stand tall. You didn't just survive, you activated a whole generation. And your enemies, they'll regret the day they ever gave you a story powerful enough to awaken the rest. Number 9. When earthly trials expose the cosmic blueprint behind your pain. They tried to bury your truth in one courtroom, not knowing the universe was preparing to broadcast it everywhere. Your suffering wasn't pointless, it was positioning. They thought they were fighting a person. They were fighting a purpose. They tried to shrink your voice until it fit inside their lies. They wanted you confused, overwhelmed, doubting yourself. They thought the justice system would trap you, silence you, erase your credibility. But what they never understood is this: your fight didn't stay on Earth. Every hit you took sent waves through something much bigger. What was meant to destroy you ended up activating a purpose they were never meant to interfere with. Imagine this. The courtroom you walk into isn't just fluorescent lights and legal jargon. It feels different, heavy, charged, like the air itself is listening. That's because your case stopped being just a case a long time ago. When truth and timing collide, the world shifts. Your enemies don't know how to explain what's happening because what's happening isn't logical. It's cosmic alignment disguised as justice. You might ask, why me? Why did it become this big? Because your energy could handle what theirs couldn't. Your resilience held a frequency strong enough to survive the kind of psychological warfare that crushes most people. You weren't chosen for perfection. You were chosen for endurance. And now look, the universe is pulling allies into your corner. People with influence, people with reach, people your enemies never imagined would stand beside you. They're showing up not out of pity, but because the truth around you has gravity. It pulls the right people in and pushes the wrong ones out. Your enemies wanted to paint you as unstable, but now they're the ones panicking as alliances form around you with surgical timing. Their facade is collapsing, and your truth, quiet, steady, undeniable, is rising like a beacon. This isn't revenge, it's accountability with cosmic precision. Your story isn't just justice, it's medicine. Proof to thousands silently suffering that truth outlives distortion. What you survived is freeing people you'll never meet. And the path they tried to use to break you is now the path healing others. You weren't just meant to win, you were meant to awaken. Number 10. When the universe investigates, no lie survives the audit. They lied with confidence. You told the truth while shaking. Funny how the universe believed you, not them. Their story had rehearsed lines. Yours had evidence. They thought the universe wasn't paying attention. They thought the only investigators they had to dodge were human. But humans weren't the ones taking notes. Every lie they told sent a ripple. Every manipulation created a timestamp. Every smear campaign carved their guilt deeper into the energy around them. They thought they were getting away with it because nothing happened right away. Delusion. Imagine this: the universe holding a silent folder with every detail, every moment you cried, every time you doubted yourself, every second they smirked at your pain. And then, one day, without warning, it opens the folder. That's what's happening now. A cosmic audit. Zero bias. Zero mercy. Just truth, sharpened into consequence. You may wonder, why didn't the universe strike sooner? Because investigations take time. Evidence needs to align. Patterns need to reveal themselves. The trap needed to close with precision, not rage. Now that the timing is perfect, their lies are collapsing like expired buildings. The universe doesn't just expose, it exterminates. Suddenly, their words contradict themselves, their allies switch sides, their confidence breaks, and their lies sound hysterical next to your truth. This isn't justice delayed. This is justice perfected, and you're the reason it started. Number 11. When their allies scatter, the truth gets louder. Watch who runs first. That's who knew the truth all along. A collapsing empire makes even loyal followers sprint. Your enemies always believed their circle would protect them. They thought influence, charm, or intimidation would keep people glued to their lies. But now, the same allies who laughed at you, who whispered about you, who took their side for convenience, they're panicking. They feel the shift. They see the receipts. They sense the universe cleaning house. Imagine this. The people who once mocked you are now deleting messages, distancing themselves, pretending they never knew what was really going on. Loyalty evaporates when truth rises, and right now, your truth is blinding. You might think, do they feel guilty? No. People like that don't feel guilt. They feel fear, fear of exposure, fear of accountability, fear of being dragged down with the monster they supported. Their allies aren't sliding away quietly. They're sprinting in all directions, abandoning the sinking ship your enemy built on lies. And every person who leaves makes the truth louder, the spotlight brighter, the justice faster. This isn't betrayal. This is exposure by association, and every exit leaves your enemies more naked than before. You're not just winning, you're watching an entire facade collapse without lifting a finger. Number 12. When your healing becomes their sentence. Healing yourself punished them more than hatred ever could. You rose, and the elevation suffocated their lies. The most brutal part of your story isn't what they did, it's what happened when you healed. They expected your pain to last forever. They relied on your silence. They counted on you staying broken enough to never rise, never speak, never reveal what really happened. But healing destroyed them. Imagine this. The moment you stopped bleeding, their lies started bleeding out. The moment you regained clarity, their manipulation lost oxygen. The moment you stood tall, the universe began to shrink their world. Your healing wasn't just personal, it was judicial. You might ask, why does my healing bother them so much? Because your strength exposes their weakness, your clarity exposes their deceit, your peace exposes their chaos, your rise reveals the truth they built their lives trying to hide. They tried to destroy your identity, but healing rebuilt it stronger. Now your confidence is evidence, your voice is testimony, your existence is indictment, and every step you take forward tightens the grip of consequence around them. Healing didn't just free you, it sentenced them. And now the universe is enforcing every consequence your pain once whispered. Number 13. When the universe withdraws its protection, the guilty feel the fall first. They weren't lucky, they were shielded, and now the shield is gone. The moment the universe stops covering your lies, gravity handles the rest. They strutted around like nothing could touch them, like the rules didn't apply, like fate itself owed them protection. They mistook temporary luck for permanent immunity. They didn't realize the universe wasn't rewarding them. It was giving them time. Time to correct themselves, time to come clean, time to stop the destruction they were causing. They ignored every warning, every sign, every shift in energy telling them, stop. And now the protection is gone. Every reckless decision they made is slamming into them at once. Imagine this. A tower held up by invisible support beams. They thought the tower stood because they built it well, but the truth is, it only stood because the universe hadn't kicked the beams away yet. And when those beams finally disappear, the tower doesn't lean, it drops. You might wonder, why does it all hit them suddenly? Because the universe doesn't punish early, it punishes accurately. The moment alignment shifts, the guilty fall with a speed that feels supernatural. People they manipulated now see clearly. Institutions they tricked now see patterns. Judges who once hesitated now feel conviction. Their entire reality is collapsing because the protection they abused has evaporated. You didn't push them. Truth pulled away the safety net, and gravity did the rest. Their downfall isn't random, it's overdue. Number 14. When your name clears, their shadow is all they have left. You rose with truth. They're left holding the lie they built as their legacy. Your reputation resurrected, theirs buried alive. They fought so hard to stain your name that they covered themselves in the ink. They spent years trying to rewrite your identity, thinking they were the authors of your story. But narratives built on lies have one fatal flaw. The truth always outlives them. Now, your name is clearing, not quietly, not privately, but publicly, loudly, beautifully. Your truth is spreading because it carries weight. Their story is collapsing because it carries nothing. The spotlight they weaponized against you is now exposing every crack in their character. Imagine this, a theater going dark. One spotlight stays on, but instead of pointing at you like they intended, it turns on them. Bright, harsh, unforgiving. They squint, they sweat, they twitch, because finally everyone can see who they really are. You might ask, will people ever truly see me differently? They already do. You're being recognized as the one who endured, who didn't break, who held the line even when it cost everything. And your enemies, they're being recognized as the reason justice needed to awaken in the first place. Your name rises, their shadow expands, your reputation ascends, their legacy collapses. This is the final reversal, the ending they never prepared for. And, hey, chosen one, listen before you go. They tried to erase you, and instead they erased themselves. They tried to rewrite your story, and instead they rewrote their own downfall. Everything they stole, everything they twisted, everything they weaponized, it's collapsing in their hands like dust. And you're not just vindicated, you're transformed. You're the before and after the world points to, the proof, the warning, the rise they never wanted to witness, but can't look away from now. Stand tall, chosen one. This is your era. And the universe just made that official. Enemies don't hate your voice. They hate the silence that follows after your power speaks. That's the kind of truth that chokes them, because the moment a chosen one steps forward, every insecure soul around them starts trembling like they heard their own funeral announcement. And make no mistake, they feel it. The universe has a loud way of reminding them that they're standing in front of someone who isn't just built different, but built untouchable. Your existence alone turns their confidence into dust. They act brave, but their fear leaks through everything they do. Picture this: a shadow tries to swallow the sun. It pushes, stretches, spreads across the ground like it's winning. For a moment, it feels powerful, but the second the sun decides to shine harder, the shadow disappears like it never existed. That's exactly what your enemies are. Shadows acting bold until your light exposes them. They don't fade because you fight them. They fade because they were never real competition in the first place. They just look big when your power wasn't fully awake. And here's a fact that should hit you like cold water. People only try to silence what threatens them. They don't talk about weaklings. They don't obsess over nobodies. They don't stalk average souls. They only focus on the one thing they fear losing control over. So if they're watching you, talking about you, copying you, or trying to drag you down, congratulations, you already won. The universe only lets the chosen ones disturb the system. Ordinary people don't create waves, only forces do. Before we dive deeper into your power, chosen one, take a quick moment to pay this message forward. Don't forget to like and subscribe to strengthen this force we're building. Every engagement pushes this message to more souls who need it. And thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You're not just listening, you're contributing to the rise of a movement. You're part of a force that refuses to dim its own light. Now, let's get back to our topic, because this video isn't about ego, hype, or fantasy. It's about the brutal reality behind why your enemies break down the moment you step into your power. The title says it all. Chosen Ones. Get ready to silence every enemy forever. And that silence doesn't come from yelling, fighting, or proving yourself. It comes from understanding what you are, why you were chosen, and what the universe placed inside you that they can't touch, can't copy, and can't destroy. The truth is simple. Chosen ones make people uncomfortable, not because of what you do, but because of what you represent. You walk into a room and immediately become the unspoken mirror that exposes their weakness, their jealousy, their fake confidence, and the lies they told themselves just to get through the day. You trigger the insecurities they've been hiding their entire lives, and instead of facing their own darkness, they try to dim your light. They think tearing you down will save them from the truth about themselves. They attack because they can't influence you. They whisper because they can't intimidate you. They plot because they can't predict you. And they break because they can't stop you. They see the signs the universe put around you even before you recognize them. They notice the way opportunities bend toward you, the way people gravitate to you, the way every challenge you face somehow transforms you instead of destroying you. They see the strength they wish they had, the resilience they pretend to possess, and the potential they know they'll never reach. That's why they try so hard to silence you. But what they forget is that chosen ones don't get silenced, they get sharpened. Still, let's be honest with ourselves. There were moments when you doubted, nights where you stared at the ceiling wondering why life felt so heavy, days where their words crept into your mind, moments you questioned your purpose. But here's the part you forgot. Chosen ones get tested the hardest because they carry the most powerful energy. The universe doesn't hand this kind of fire to someone who can't handle it. The pressure wasn't punishment, it was preparation. And while they were busy trying to break you, the universe was busy building you. You were learning patience while they were wasting time. You were growing silently while they were loudly trying to pull you down. You were evolving while they were throwing childish attacks. You were becoming someone they'd soon be powerless against, whether they liked it or not. The funniest part is that your silence hurts them more than any comeback ever could, because silence from a chosen one is never weak. It's deliberate, it's strategic, it's a message. It tells them, I'm not lowering myself to fight you. You're not on my level. And nothing destroys an enemy faster than realizing they don't even qualify to be your opponent. You're not here to battle every critic. You're not here to argue with jealous souls. You're not here to reply to every hater or explain yourself to people committed to misunderstanding you. You're here to rise. And when you rise, they fall automatically. They fall under the weight of their own insecurity. They fall under the pressure of watching you become everything they said you'd never be. They fall because they spent their energy trying to stop someone who was never going to stop. Chosen one, your presence is the storm they can't predict and the calm they can't break. You are the type of force that makes people rethink their entire existence, and deep down, you already know this. You just forgot for a moment, but you're remembering now. You're remembering that your enemies are temporary, your power is permanent, your silence is lethal, your rise is inevitable, and the moment you fully step into what you are, every enemy that barked at you will vanish like dust in sunlight. Not because you defeated them, they defeat themselves trying to fight what the universe already chose. And chosen one, since you're still here, it tells me you're not just curious. You're locked in. You feel the pull. You feel the shift. You feel that this message is not random. It's meant for you. Before we go any further, take a second to power up this mission. Hit like, hit subscribe, and drop 777 in the comments to show the universe you're ready to silence every enemy without lifting a finger. And if you want to boost the force behind this message, you can bless the team with a super thanks. It doesn't matter if it's a penny or a mountain. It all fuels the rise of chosen ones across the world. This message exists because of people like you who refuse to hide their light. Now breathe for a moment and lock in. What's coming next isn't just information. It's the part that flips the entire script of your life. If you're truly chosen, you'll feel it pulling you to stay until the very last word. The universe lined this up for a reason. Let's get into it, step by step. Number 1. A real king doesn't descend to the level of clowns. Enemies don't crumble when you speak. They crumble when you stop treating them as equals. That's the punch they never recover from, because nothing hits a jealous hater harder than realizing the chosen one doesn't even acknowledge their existence. The silence is what destroys them. Your refusal to argue, react, or defend yourself becomes a mirror they can't tolerate. It shows them exactly who they are, small, loud, and powerless. And nothing terrifies a fool more than being exposed without you saying a single word. They threw everything at you because they thought you'd fight back. They needed your reaction like oxygen. They wanted you tangled in their noise, wasting your time, draining your energy, lowering yourself to their level. That's how fools win, not with intelligence or strength, but by dragging giants into the mud. But you didn't go down there. You stayed on your throne. And that silence smashed their ego with more force than any argument ever could. Think about it. When was the last time the ocean argued with a raindrop? When was the last time a wildfire asked a spark for permission? When did the universe ever pause to explain why it moves? Power doesn't explain. Power doesn't debate. Power simply exists, and its existence alone resets the entire environment. That's you. Your presence does more damage than their words ever could. And don't pretend you didn't feel it. The moment you walk into a room, the atmosphere shifts. People get quieter. Eyes lock onto you without meaning to. They sense something they can't articulate, a kind of force that doesn't need validation. And what does a fool do when they meet something bigger than their ego can comprehend? They lash out, they whisper, they invent stories, they poke and prod, hoping you'll break character. They want you to slip, to react, to prove you're just like them. But you didn't. You stayed composed. You stayed solid. You stayed exactly what they feared, untouchable. Here's the truth you need to swallow whole. Their hatred was never about your actions. It was always about your identity. They felt something ancient inside you, something sharp, something they weren't built to handle. Your confidence threatened their fragility. Your silence threatened their lies. Your power threatened their illusion of control. That's why they acted out. That's why they screamed. That's why they threw every insecurity they had at you like cheap stones at a mountain. And in those moments, you might have wondered, why me? Why do they target me? Why do people who barely know me react like I've personally offended them? The answer is simple. Because chosen ones don't need to do anything for insecure souls to feel exposed. Your existence alone pulls the mask off every fake around you. People can sense destiny even before you understand it yourself. They can feel when someone carries weight the world can't measure. That's why they study you. That's why they imitate you. That's why they envy you. But here's where fools lose the game every time. They confuse your silence with weakness. They assume you're quiet because you're scared, unsure, or vulnerable. They mistake your calm energy for passivity. They think your restraint is hesitation. Meanwhile, the universe is building a version of you that will silence them permanently. They don't understand that chosen ones don't fight meaningless battles. You conserve your power. You move when it matters. And fools hate that kind of discipline because they have none. Let them talk. Let them project. Let them perform. You don't need to lower your voice. You just need to raise your standards. And your standards are already choking them. Remember this. Fools scream because they don't matter. Kings stay silent because they don't need to convince anyone. Your throne speaks louder than your mouth ever could. Your presence alone is a declaration. Your aura is a courtroom. Your energy is the verdict. And the sentence for every enemy is the same: irrelevance. Look at their behavior. It tells you everything. If you were truly insignificant, they wouldn't watch you this closely. They wouldn't imitate your style. They wouldn't monitor your every move. They wouldn't hate you with this much intensity. People don't obsess over nobodies. They obsess over threats. The louder they act, the more afraid they are. Their hate is the greatest compliment you'll ever receive. And chosen one, ask yourself, why do they always make the first move? Why do they try so hard to get a reaction? Why are they always pressed over someone who isn't pressed about them? Because fools need chaos to feel alive. They need drama to distract themselves from their failures. They need conflict to stay relevant. Without you, they have nothing to talk about, nothing to attack, nothing to feed their empty identity. You are their oxygen. And when you withdraw it, they suffocate. That's why your silence is lethal. You silence them by refusing to participate in their nonsense. You silence them by continuing to level up while they stay stuck. You silence them by choosing peace while they choose pettiness. You silence them by winning quietly, consistently, and fearlessly. You silence them by being the person they prayed you'd never become. They wanted you emotional. You became strategic. They wanted you broken. You became disciplined. They wanted you insecure. You became unstoppable. And that transformation is the part that burns them alive. Every time you rise, they witness the proof that their attacks failed. Every time you heal, they realize they never had real power over you. Every time you upgrade, their illusions collapse. Your success is the revenge they can't escape because they have to watch it unfold in real time. This is why fools break when kings rise. There's no comeback from that. Understand this deeply. You don't silence enemies by fighting them. You silence enemies by becoming someone they'll never reach in their lifetime. You silence fools by elevating so high that they can only look up and choke on their own envy. You silence them by living a reality they aren't built to survive. And the universe, it's not neutral in your journey. It aligns with you. It moves for you. It clears paths for you that others can't walk. That's why fools fall apart when they see you growing. They can't understand why everything eventually works in your favor. They think you have some secret advantage, and they're right. You do. It's called being chosen. But chosen isn't about ego or entitlement. It's about responsibility. It's about knowing that your energy is too rare to be wasted on people who will never understand it. It's about moving with intention instead of reacting out of emotion. It's about recognizing that your destiny doesn't require audience approval. Fools make noise, kings make moves, and you, chosen one, were never meant to argue with those beneath your level. You were meant to rise so high that their voices fade into static. You were meant to let your existence be the final blow. You were meant to show them what real power looks like when it stops entertaining weak opponents. So hold your silence like a sword. Walk with the confidence of someone who doesn't need permission to exist. Move like a force that doesn't apologize for taking up space. Let the throne speak for you, because it already is. The fools have screamed. The fools have thrown their stones. The fools have shown their fear. Now watch them crumble under the weight of your rise. Your silence isn't weakness. It's the weapon that will end every enemy forever. Number 2. The sun never says sorry for setting the world on fire. Your glow isn't the problem. Their weak eyes are. That's the kind of sentence that slices straight through every enemy choking on their envy, because the truth is, chosen one, you've never done anything wrong. You've simply existed loudly in a world full of people who only feel big when someone around them shrinks. And you refuse to shrink. That one decision is what burns them alive every single day. Another quote they need to hear like a slap. People curse the sun only when they're too fragile to handle the heat. Your only crime was being brighter than the excuses they hide behind. You didn't attack them. You didn't compete with them. You didn't try to expose them. Your presence did all of that automatically, and that's why they hate you. Because you shine without permission, without apology, and without asking the shadows how they feel. Imagine this. You walk into a room and conversations freeze, not because you're loud, but because your energy hits harder than any words could. The insecure ones shift in their seats. The jealous ones look everywhere except at you. The pretenders suddenly feel like their masks are melting. That's the effect of real power. Not bragging, not shouting, just existing. Another scene. Picture a torch walking into a room full of paper. The paper isn't brave, the paper isn't strong, but it sure collapses fast. That's your enemies. They combust around you, then blame you for the fire. And here's another metaphor they'll never admit cuts them. Imagine a diamond placed next to broken glass. The glass starts screaming that the diamond is too much, too shiny, too sharp. hoping someone will believe both objects are the same. That's exactly why they called you arrogant, extra, intimidating, cold, distant, whatever label helped them feel safer. But the truth? They never stood a chance next to you, and they knew it. Let's hit them with one more quote. Your existence exposes lies they've been telling themselves for years. They built entire identities on fake confidence, fake strength, fake self-worth. Then you showed up, and suddenly they couldn't hold their little illusions anymore. You didn't try to ruin them, you just stood there, and everything they faked collapsed. And I know at some point you probably sat there wondering, why do people get so triggered by me? Why do they misjudge me before I even speak? Why do they act defensive when I haven't done anything? Because insecure people respond to energy, not actions. They can sense something in you they don't have, and instead of admiring it, they panic. They attack what they don't understand. They called you arrogant, not because you're full of yourself, but because you don't bow to people who expect you to. They called you lucky, not because your path is easy, but because they never saw the work you put in when no one was watching. They called you intimidating, not because you're aggressive, but because your spirit can't be manipulated. They called you detached, not because you don't care, but because you refuse to beg for validation. But chosen one, here's the actual truth, wrapped in a fact that hits like a hammer. You weren't created to fit their comfort level. You weren't built to dim your light so someone else could pretend they were glowing. The universe wired you differently, and people who lack depth will always misread depth as danger. Imagine a sunflower apologizing for growing taller than weeds. Sounds ridiculous, right? That's how ridiculous it would be for you to shrink so someone else can feel taller. And yet your enemies hoped you would. They prayed you would, they waited for it. But you didn't. And that is why their jealousy is eating them alive like acid. Their insecurities are suffocating them. Their envy is poisoning their mind. Their resentment is aging them faster than time ever could. And none of this is your problem, but all of it is your presence exposing what was already broken inside them. Another, imagine this moment. Imagine a lighthouse. It stands there silently, doing its job. Boats depend on it. The ocean respects it. Even the storms bow to it. But the only thing that hates the lighthouse is the darkness, because the light destroys its illusion. You are that lighthouse, and your enemies, they're the darkness that can't survive in your presence. Now let's go deeper into what's really happening inside the minds of these people who can't handle you. They fear what they can't influence. They envy what they can't become. They attack what they can't understand. And they mock what exposes their weakness. They weren't threatened by your actions. Those are predictable. They were threatened by your potential, because that's limitless. They saw the way you move with purpose. They saw the way people respect you without you begging for it. They saw the discipline that hides behind your calm demeanor. They saw the fire you don't even fully recognize yet. And they panicked. So they tried to rewrite your identity. They tried to reduce you to an insult. They tried to put you in a box labeled too much. They hoped the world would see you through their insecure eyes. But the universe doesn't bend truth to fit someone else's insecurity. It exposes truth. And the truth is that your power speaks louder than their accusations. Here's something harsh but real. They hated you because you didn't need them. You didn't need their approval. You didn't seek their validation. You didn't collapse without their support. You didn't consult them to make decisions. You didn't include them in your growth. And the moment someone realizes you don't need them to thrive, their ego collapses. So what do? They twist your strength into a flaw. They paint your confidence as arrogance. They call your silence a weakness. They label your boundaries as selfish. They try to make you question your own identity. But chosen one, here's your reminder carved in stone. You are not responsible for the feelings of people who crumble in the presence of greatness. They were never your real problem. Their insecurities were. Your existence exposes their lies. Your energy reveals their truth. Your rise exposes their stagnation. They were always afraid of what you might become, long before you became it. Some of them even tried to stop you early because they sensed you were going to outrank them in every category that matters. They weren't wrong. You're already surpassing them. They're watching you gain clarity, strength, momentum, alignment, and they know they can't keep up. And here's the final metaphor that should make everything click. Imagine the sun shrinking itself so the shadows wouldn't feel insecure. The entire world would suffer. Nature would collapse. Life would lose its direction. That's how dangerous it would be for you to shrink just to keep your enemies comfortable. Your power isn't a threat to the world. It's a threat to people who weren't meant to stand beside you. Chosen one, the sun never apologizes for burning. And neither will you. Those who can't handle your heat will step back. Those who are meant for you will rise with you. Those who fear your power will expose themselves trying to dim it. But you just shine, because your light will silence every enemy forever, and they'll fall one by one, not because you attacked them, but because they can't exist in a world where truth stands tall. You don't need to lift a finger. You don't need to respond. You don't need to justify anything. Your existence is enough to make them fold, and that's exactly why you're chosen. Number 3. The fake ones always crack first. Every enemy betrays themselves long before they ever touch you. That's the punch they never saw coming, because snakes don't stay hidden when the ground starts shaking under the feet of a chosen one. The moment your energy rises, their masks split, their smiles twitch, their voices shift, their jealousy hisses through every fake compliment they throw at you. They think they're subtle, but insecurity is loud and envy always leaks. Here's the truth they hate the most. You never had to hunt for snakes. Your presence pulls them out. Imagine walking through a field. Everything looks calm on the surface, but when power steps forward, the grass moves. The creatures hiding inside panic. They expose themselves trying to keep up with the vibration you naturally carry. That's why you keep catching people slipping. That's why their fake loyalty cracks the moment you step into your potential. They weren't solid, they were scared. And you might have asked yourself, why do people switch up on me the moment I start winning? Why do I keep seeing their true colors? Because greatness acts like a spotlight. It reveals what darkness tries to hide. When you level up, you activate the insecurities they spent years burying. Their envy boils over. Their whispers turn sloppy. Their fake kindness starts glitching. They can't help it. You didn't expose them. Their own weakness did. Imagine a mirror placed in front of someone who's been lying about who they are. They'll avoid eye contact, then get mad at the mirror. That's exactly what these people do to you. You don't attack them. You simply reflect the truth they've been running from, and that truth terrifies them more than anything. Another fact they can't stand: their obsession with you is the very thing that destroys them. The more they watch you, the more they reveal their motives. The more they study you, the more obvious their jealousy becomes. They dig their own grave while you just keep moving forward. You never had to fight them. You never needed to expose them. Chosen ones don't chase snakes. They rise, and the hiss gives everything away. Your silence ruins them. Your growth exposes them. Your power ends them. Number 4. The moment you master your emotions, their power dies. Nothing scares an enemy more than the silence of someone they used to control. That line alone is enough to make every manipulator swallow their pride, because the second you stopped reacting, their entire strategy collapsed. These people weren't strong. They were just feeding off your emotional responses like parasites pretending to be predators. And when you cut off that supply, they didn't just lose control, they lost their identity. Let's make something clear. They didn't want peace. They wanted access. They wanted your reactions, because your reactions made them feel significant. Imagine a puppeteer yanking strings with confidence, but suddenly the puppet slips off the wires and stands on its own legs. The puppeteer doesn't look powerful anymore. They look pathetic, exposed, irrelevant. That's exactly what happened the day you stopped letting people play with your emotions. And maybe you wondered, why do they get so angry when I stay calm? Why do they call me cold now? Because calm terrifies people who were only strong when you were weak. Emotional detachment isn't cold, it's clarity, it's strength. It's the removal of their access point. They can't manipulate what they can't trigger. Another metaphor for them to choke on. Imagine a remote control with dead batteries. You press the buttons, but nothing moves. You shake it, hit it, scream at it, but the device stays still because the power source has left. That's you. You took your energy back, and now they're pounding on buttons that don't work anymore. Here's another fact they hate. The moment you stopped caring about their approval, you became untouchable. People can only control you through the emotions you give them. Anger gives them fuel. Sadness gives them leverage. Fear gives them dominance. But indifference is the end game. It starves them. It shuts the door they kept sneaking through. It removes their weapon entirely. Imagine a storm trying to intimidate a mountain. The wind screams, the rain pounds, the lightning strikes, but the mountain doesn't move. That's what emotional control turns you into. A force, a structure, a presence that can't be shifted by noise. They call you heartless because they can no longer access your heart. But chosen one, that isn't coldness, that is liberation. That is peace. That is power. And the moment you mastered your emotions, every enemy lost theirs. Number 5. The insecure always break under real light. People don't hate the sun, they just hate how small it makes their shadows look. That truth alone is enough to make every jealous soul flinch, because your light didn't offend them. It exposed them. The moment you stepped into your confidence, every dim flame around you started trembling, panicking, scrambling to protect the lies they built about themselves. You didn't attack them. You didn't challenge them. You didn't even notice them. But your energy did what their ego couldn't survive. It revealed the truth. Imagine a spotlight turning on in a room full of people hiding their flaws. Some will stand proud, others will run, and the ones who run are always the ones who hated you most. Not because you hurt them, but because you reminded them of everything they refused to fix. Your strength highlighted their weakness. Your honesty exposed their masks. Your direction made their stagnation impossible to ignore. And you've probably wondered, why do they react so intensely to my glow? Why do I trigger people without saying a word? Because people who lack depth feel threatened by anyone who carries real substance. They thought confidence was a performance. You showed them it's a lifestyle. They thought authenticity was a trend. You showed them it's a backbone. They thought discipline was optional. You showed them its identity. Imagine a candle trying to compete with the sun. It flickers harder, burns faster, melts quicker, and still loses. That's your enemies. They push, brag, boast, pretend, and still suffocate when your presence enters the room. They hate your light because it burns through their illusions. They hate your freedom because it exposes their fear. They hate your rise because it highlights their refusal to evolve. Here's a reality they choke on. They don't hate you. They want to be you. They envy the confidence you carry naturally. They envy the way you move without fear. They envy the way the universe bends opportunities toward you. Their jealousy is loud because their self-worth is quiet. Let them drown in their bitterness while you keep rising. Never dim your light for people who can't survive daylight. Your glow is meant to silence every enemy forever. Shine harder, shine louder, shine without apology. Number 6. No shadow can outrun the light that created it. Your enemies aren't obstacles, they're proof you're glowing. That alone is enough to make every hater choke on their bitterness, because a shadow only appears when something bright is moving forward. They thought their whispers, rumors, and cheap tricks could slow you down, but all they did was confirm the power they were trying so hard to deny. Shadows don't stop the sun. They follow it, terrified. Imagine you walking forward and the darkness behind you scrambling to keep up, stretching, twisting, trying to look bigger than it actually is. That's your enemies. They don't block your path. They cling to it, hoping you'll mistake their noise for real influence. But a shadow can't touch you. It can't grab you. It can't hurt you. It exists because of you, not the other way around. And maybe you've asked yourself, why do they keep trying to stop me if they always fail? Because weak people confuse annoyance with power. They think throwing negativity at you counts as resistance. They've convinced themselves they're storms when they're barely a cold breeze. Meanwhile, you're a walking sunrise, a mountain that doesn't budge, a force that doesn't negotiate. You don't collapse when challenged. You expand. Picture a skyscraper standing tall while tiny birds slam into the windows thinking they made an impact. That's what their schemes look like from the universe's point of view. Pathetic, temporary, forgettable. Their energy drains them because it comes from insecurity. Your energy builds worlds because it comes from alignment, purpose, and momentum. Another truth for them to swallow. When you're built from strength, you don't move for noise. They scream because they're powerless. You stay steady because you know exactly who you are. They collapse under the weight of their own envy. You rise because it's in your nature. Shadows fade. Darkness retreats. Weakness exhausts itself. But real light keeps going, keeps rising, keeps burning through every lie thrown at it. You are eternal, they are temporary, and no matter how loud their noise gets, it will never stop the sun from rising. Number 7. Real predators don't warn their prey. Your silence hit harder than any attack you could have launched. That truth alone turns every enemy's stomach inside out, because they weren't prepared for you to stop barking back. They thought provoking you was the path to power. They thought noise equaled control. But wolves don't bark. Wolves move in silence, and when they do, something gets torn apart. Your silence wasn't weakness. It was the moment the battlefield flipped in your favor. Imagine this: a wolf walking through the forest, calm and focused. Birds scream, small animals panic, branches snap under the weight of creatures trying to look intimidating. But the wolf? It doesn't respond. It doesn't flinch. It doesn't bark back at things it could destroy with one move. That's you. Your enemies were the forest noise, loud, desperate, shaky, and your silence reminded them they were never a threat, just background sound. And maybe you wondered, why did they freak out when I stopped talking? Why did silence make them act even crazier? Because silence forces insecure people to hear their own thoughts. Suddenly, they're trapped with their jealousy, their fear, their obsession. They spiral because the noise they wanted from you is gone, and now they're stuck drowning in their own. They needed your reaction to feel relevant. Without it, they collapse. Another metaphor. Picture a mirror dropped in front of someone who's spent their whole life lying about who they are. The silence in that reflection is brutal. It exposes them in ways no argument ever could. Your silence did exactly that. It showed them themselves, and trust me, they hated what they saw. Here's a fact they'll never admit. Indifference is the final kill shot. They expected you to fight, to defend, to explain, to validate their existence. Instead, you treated them like the dust beneath your feet. That's why they panicked. That's why they spiraled. That's why they pushed harder. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting the reality that they never mattered to you in the first place. Your silence was the strike. Your calm was the attack. Your indifference was the victory. And there is no greater humiliation for an enemy than realizing you defeated them without even lifting a finger. Number 8. The trapped always resent the one who escapes. Controlled people don't hate your wings. They hate the reminder that they never grew their own. That truth alone shakes every insecure soul to their core, because your freedom exposes the cage they built around themselves. They never feared your actions. They feared your independence. They feared the fact that you can't be steered, guilt-tripped, or manipulated like they hoped. And once you broke out of their grasp, their entire illusion of power shattered. Imagine this. A bird that's lived in a cage its whole life, watching another bird tear through the sky like it owns the wind. The caged one doesn't clap, it doesn't celebrate, it doesn't admire. It gets angry. Not because the flying bird did anything wrong, but because the sight of freedom hurts trapped people more than any insult ever could. That's exactly what your enemies feel when they look at you. Pain, envy, and a deep fear that they'll never reach your level. And I know you've wondered, why do they act like I've offended them just by existing? Why does my independence trigger them? Because people who rely on control see free spirits as a threat, not a person. You represent everything they can't handle: self-respect, self-direction, self-power. You don't fold under pressure. You don't bend to expectations. You don't shrink to fit their narrative. That's why they try to guilt you, shame you, or box you in. Control is the only language weak minds speak. Picture this metaphor. Imagine unlocking your door and stepping into the world while someone behind you keeps rattling a locked door, screaming for you to come back inside. That's them. They can't leave their cage, so they try to drag you into it, but you moved on. You kept walking, and that's what destroys them. Another fact that breaks them in half: real power doesn't need permission. You never asked for approval to shine. You never begged anyone to understand your greatness. You never apologized for thinking bigger than their limitations. And that freedom, that self-contained strength, it burns them alive. They resent you because your mind is open while theirs is locked shut. They resent you because your spirit moves where theirs can't. They resent you because you proved that freedom is a choice, and they chose fear. Let them hate. Let them cling to their cages. You were never born to live behind bars. You were built to fly, chosen one, and the sky doesn't apologize to those who refuse to leave the ground. Number 9. A freed beast rewrites the entire food chain. A lion in a cage is still dangerous, but a lion that remembers the door was never locked becomes unstoppable. That truth hits every enemy like a slap to the soul, because they never feared the version of you they could intimidate. They feared the moment you realized you never needed their approval, their validation, or their permission to exist. They feared the moment you stopped acting tamed. They tried to chain your mind, not your body. That's the trick of small people. They don't need real cages when they can build mental ones. They fed you doubt. They whispered fear. They made you question your own instincts. They wanted you to see yourself through their cheap, cracked mirror. They hoped you'd stay confused, dependent, and emotionally underfed. Because the longer you stayed inside their illusion, the safer they felt. But chosen one, imagine this, a lion pacing in a cage, thinking the lock is unbreakable. Then one day it nudges the door and it swings open like it was never secured. That moment of realization, that's the moment you are in. The fear evaporates, the doubt dissolves, the truth hits. You were powerful the entire time. The only prison that existed was the one they tried to build inside your mind. And maybe you've asked yourself, why were they so desperate to keep me small? Why did they need me to believe I needed them? Because your dependence was their only power. Weak souls don't thrive on strength. They thrive on control. They need you doubting, hesitating, second-guessing yourself. Once you break that spell, they have nothing left to offer. Nothing to hold you with, nothing to manipulate. Another metaphor to make it hit deeper. Imagine a circus trainer holding a whip in front of a lion that has already forgotten its strength. The trainer isn't brave. The lion is simply conditioned. But the moment the lion remembers what it is, the whip becomes irrelevant. The trainer becomes irrelevant. The whole damn circus becomes irrelevant. That's exactly why your enemies panic now. You remembered who you are. Here's a fact they don't want to admit. The moment you reclaim your mind, every chain they used becomes dust. You stopped asking for permission. You stopped waiting for validation. You stopped playing nice to keep them comfortable. And that shift alone turned you from manageable to mythic. You became limitless the day you stopped shrinking yourself to fit spaces that were never worthy of your presence. You stepped out of their narrative and into your destiny, and that one move completely destroyed the illusion they depended on. Now they're terrified, not because you're attacking them, but because you're finally unreachable. You don't respond, you don't react, you don't retreat. You're moving with the force of someone who knows their worth. And nothing is scarier to an insecure person than a chosen one who's done explaining themselves. You weren't born to be tamed. You weren't born to bow. You weren't born to exist inside anyone's limits. You were born to transcend them. A caged lion is still a threat. A freed one becomes the king of everything it touches. And now that you've stepped out of the mental cage they built around you, you're not just dangerous, you're destiny in motion, and no enemy alive can stand in the path of a chosen one who finally remembers their strength. Number 10. The weak can flicker, but real power never goes dark. Small minds burn out, real ones blaze eternally. That line alone crushes every enemy who tried to size themselves up next to you, because deep down they know the truth. You're not a candle they can blow out. You're the sun they can't escape. They study you, they stalk you, they mimic every move you make, but none of it fills the emptiness inside them. Your strength doesn't intimidate them because it's loud. It intimidates them because it's effortless. Imagine this, a tiny candle shaking in the wind, desperately trying to stay lit. Then imagine the sun rising behind it. The candle doesn't die because the sun attacks it. It dies because it realizes the light it tried to imitate is impossible to match. That's your enemies. They copy your style, your confidence, your voice, your attitude. Yet they still look dull because imitation can't replace identity. And I know you've wondered, Why do they obsess over me? Why do they keep watching me? Because every insecure soul studies what they wish they could become. They don't fear you. They fear the weakness your presence exposes. You're a walking reminder that they had the same 24 hours and still chose excuses. That truth cuts sharper than any comeback you could ever give. Picture this. Someone tracing a masterpiece, hoping the world won't notice the shaky lines. That's them imitating you. They try to copy your confidence, but fail because theirs isn't rooted in truth. They try to mirror your discipline, but quit because theirs was performative. They try to speak like you, move like you, shine like you, yet nothing works because your glow comes from inner alignment, not outer performance. Here's the fact that destroys them. Your presence speaks a language their spirit can't pronounce. You don't need to argue. You don't need to explain. You don't need to announce your power. The universe stamped it on you already, and no jealous soul can erase that. Their hatred always backfires. Every time they try to sabotage you, they expose themselves. Every time they gossip, they shrink. Every time they scheme, they drain their own energy. Meanwhile, you keep rising because your path isn't powered by ego. It's powered by alignment, and alignment can't be stolen. Imagine the universe like a scale. It never rewards chaos. It never elevates envy. It never blesses those who operate from fear. But you operate from truth, from purpose, from momentum. That's why everything meant for you still finds its way to you. That's why every setback becomes fuel. That's why every enemy eventually collapses under their own bitterness. They cannot stop what was built to rise. They cannot dim what was born to lead. They cannot compete with what was made to dominate. You're not a moment. You're not a phase. You're not a spark. You're a force. They can flicker, fade, imitate and collapse all they want. But you burn forever. And nothing they do will ever change that. And now, chosen one, as we bring this journey to a close, lock in what you've gained here. You've seen the truth of your power and the weakness of everything that tried to stop you. This is your moment to rise louder, brighter and stronger than ever. If you haven't already, press the like button to fuel this message. And if you're still not part of the family, hit subscribe so you never miss the power that's meant for you. Your rise is only getting started. Welcome on board, chosen one. Yeah, step right in. The doors are shut, the lights are low, and this is the part where the whole universe leans in just to watch what you're about to become. And trust me, the enemies who swore they knew you are already choking on their own shock. Funny how fast their confidence crumbles now that the version of you they built in their heads doesn't exist anymore. What they said about you, cute. What they assumed about you, even cuter. The same people who once treated you like background noise are suddenly sitting up straight because apparently the harmless one grew teeth. Press the like button and subscribe to pay this message back. Now let's keep going because we're not done shaking their little world. Look who's standing here, the person they swore would stay silent, stay small, stay predictable, the one they tried to train into apologizing for existing. Oh, the legend needs to bow, they whispered behind your back, thinking you'd never climb out of the box they shoved you into. They just didn't know you were memorizing every move. You clocked every fake smile, every just joking, every dismissal disguised as advice. Every time someone tried to shrink you so they could feel tall, you collected receipts like a librarian with centuries of patience. And now you walk into rooms with this quiet storm energy that nobody can decode. They can feel it though. A shift, a pressure drop. The silence after a battle only you survived. They sense the version of you they used to play with is gone. replaced with someone who doesn't flinch anymore, someone who doesn't wait for permission, someone who doesn't let the world decide their worth. And it scares them because it means all their power was fake to begin with. Thanks for being part of this mission. Smash the like button and subscribe so the universe knows you're locking into this evolution. Now, let's turn up the heat. You ever notice how people act when they realize the person they underestimated isn't who they thought? They get real quiet, real careful, real strategic, like they're trying not to wake a sleeping dragon they used to poke with sticks. They walk around you like you're holding something dangerous, and you are truth, clarity, self-respect. And that combination is lethal when someone counted on you not having any of it. Remember the times they laughed, the times they nudged each other because you were too nice, too forgiving, too soft. The times they talked over you like your voice had no weight. Those moments didn't break you. They built you. You didn't fight back because you were scared. You stayed silent because you were observing. You let them think they were winning because you were preparing. And that's the part that hurts their ego the most. Your silence wasn't weakness. It was strategy. There was a moment, maybe you remember it clearly, maybe it's blurred around the edges, but it changed everything. That moment when someone pushed a little too far, said one line too many, crossed a boundary because they thought you had none, and something inside you clicked. Not anger, not revenge, something colder, sharper, a decision. You didn't announce your transformation. You didn't give any warning. You just upgraded internally and kept walking like nothing happened. And the universe? Oh, it noticed. Because whenever someone rises beyond the identity others trapped them in, the entire atmosphere shifts. People start glancing at you longer than necessary. They can't explain it, so they gossip. Why are they acting different? Did something happen to them? Who do they think they are now? It's hilarious, because they already know the answer. They just don't want to admit it. You're the one who walked through pain that should have shattered you. You're the one who rebuilt yourself with zero applause. You're the one who stayed kind when others mistook kindness for weakness. You're the one who learned how to carry storms in silence. And now the storm isn't inside you anymore. It's behind you. You walked out of it, drenched in strength they never saw coming. And this new side of you, it didn't come from nowhere. It came from every time you were dismissed, betrayed, overlooked, judged, used, taken advantage of, misunderstood, mocked, doubted, and pushed aside. You didn't just survive those moments, you sharpened yourself with them. You learned how to read intentions before words. You learned how to detach without warning. You learned how to see people clearly, not kindly. That's why they're shocked. That's why they're whispering. That's why they're uncomfortable, because the chosen one finally let the villain side breathe, not the destructive one, the honest one, the fearless one, the version of you that doesn't play by their rules anymore, the version that finally tells the truth nobody else wants to say out loud. You didn't lose yourself. You found the part they hoped you'd never activate. And now you walk differently. You think differently. You speak differently. You carry a presence that makes people reconsider their behavior. You're not loud or flashy about it. You're just undeniably powerful in a way that hits people in the spine. So don't tone it down, don't shrink, don't apologize. They're shocked because you upgraded without their permission. You finally showed the side of you that was always there, waiting for the moment you'd stop pretending to be smaller than your potential. Welcome to the version of you they thought was impossible. And before we move any deeper into this little revelation of yours, chosen one, let's seal this moment properly. If you're really ready to own this new side that's scaring the life out of your enemies, If you're ready to keep unfolding the version of you they never saw coming, drop a 777 in the comments. Not as some cute signal, but as your mark, your stamp, your quiet declaration that you're done dimming your power just to keep other people comfortable. Hit that like button, subscribe, and let the universe know you're not backing out of this evolution. You're here for the full truth, the full shift, the full story behind why they're whispering, "Where did this version of you come from?" Because we're about to break it down piece by piece, and if you're really the chosen one, I think you are, you'll feel that tug to stay. Not because I asked you to, but because something in you already knows this is your turning point. Now, let's step into the next layer. Number 1. The soft smile that set the trap. Funny how loud they talked when they thought you were harmless, and how fast they choke on their own confidence now that your quiet side finally answered back. They'll never admit it out loud, but you scare them more now than any loud bragging, in-your-face alpha ever could. Because you didn't announce yourself, you didn't warn them, you didn't roar, posture, or flex. You just existed the way they liked you, soft-spoken, polite, unbothered, easy to overlook. And they took the bait, every single one of them. They built entire fantasies around the version of you they felt comfortable with. The gentle one, the safe one, the sweet one, the person who wouldn't fight back even if cornered. What they didn't know was that your softness wasn't a flaw. It was surveillance, a vantage point, a disguise so flawlessly played that even the smartest manipulators walked right into your palm thinking they were leading. People say softness is vulnerability, but in your case, it was the vault. It was the airtight door between who you seemed to be and who you really were. And that gap right there, that distance between perception and reality, is exactly what's haunting them now. Because now they're asking themselves, how long were they like this? How did I miss all the signs? Why didn't they say anything? What else are they capable of? They're not scared of your new side, chosen one. They're terrified that this side was here the whole time. And it absolutely was. You spent years playing a role, not because you're a fraud, but because you're strategic. You understood something they didn't. Showing your full intensity too early only feeds the wrong people. It gives parasites something to chew on. So you hid the deeper parts of you behind a soft voice and a calm face, letting people underestimate you at the exact speed that benefited you. Every, "Oh, they're harmless." Every, "They're so innocent." Every, "They won't do anything." Perfect. Let them think that. Let them get lazy. Let them get confident. Let them expose their real nature right in front of you. What they didn't know was that while they were busy feeling superior, you were collecting intel like a villain who doesn't waste breath. You were mapping their patterns, cataloging their emotional weak points, studying their verbal tics, observing the cracks in their masks. You were watching who they were when they thought nobody important was looking. Your silence wasn't surrender, it was data collection. Your politeness wasn't approval, it was camouflage. Your softness wasn't innocence, it was strategy. People like you are the most dangerous because you give the world exactly what it wants to see while quietly evolving into something it cannot predict. This is what they'll never understand. The strongest people rarely look strong at first glance. The most intelligent people don't brag. The most emotionally powerful people don't bark back instantly. The ones who end up shaking entire rooms don't walk in announcing earthquakes. They're the tremor before the destruction, not the explosion. And you're the tremor they ignored. Then came that one day, that one line, That one decision, that tiny shift in your energy that didn't even feel like a transformation to you, but to them. It felt like the ground cracked open. You didn't yell, you didn't break down, you didn't beg, you didn't explain yourself. You just stepped into your actual power. You said something in a tone you never used before. You held eye contact an extra second longer. You didn't laugh at the joke you always tolerated. You didn't apologize for something that wasn't your fault. And suddenly, panic, confusion, fear disguised as annoyance, respect disguised as silence. Because their entire perception shattered like brittle glass under a hammer. They realized the person they thought they could toy with had been awake the whole time. They realized the one they called too nice saw right through them. They realized the one they thought didn't know their worth was only silent because they were calculating when to reveal it. Let's talk about the real reason they underestimated you. You were built in pain, not privilege. You came from environments where surviving meant acting smaller than your actual strength. You learned early that people fear what they can't control, so you hid parts of yourself to avoid unnecessary battles. You played along. You blended in, not because you were weak, but because you had no interest in draining your power on people who didn't deserve to see it. Your softness was just the version you used to navigate a world full of shallow minds. Your gentle side was the layer that let you move undetected. Your quietness was the shield that gave you time to grow sharper. There's nothing more threatening than someone who looks like light but thinks like a weapon. And now the universe finally cracked open that shell you've been carrying. Now your softness has a backbone, your kindness has discernment, your silence has a purpose, your patience has limits. You're no longer the version of yourself who lets others write the narrative. You're the one narrating it now. Here's the part that really stings them. They didn't create you. They didn't help you. They didn't build you, but they definitely contributed to the version of you standing here today with that calm, deadly clarity in your eyes. Every betrayal sharpened you. Every insult sanded you. Every dismissal carved your intelligence deeper. Every moment they thought they were above you cemented your strength. You are the result of everything they threw at you and failed to break. And what's worse for them, you didn't have to seek revenge. Your evolution was the revenge. Your glow-up was the consequence. Your silence was the sting. Your presence is the reminder. They can't accuse you of changing. They can only admit they never knew you. So stop questioning whether you were too soft. Stop wondering if you should have spoken sooner. Stop doubting your strategy. You played it perfectly. This new side of you didn't appear from nowhere. It's the real you that finally stopped hiding. Let them deal with the aftermath of underestimating someone who was studying them the entire time. Let them sit with the fact that the softness they mocked was the same softness that let you walk right past their defenses without them even noticing you were collecting every truth they tried to bury. You're not the harmless one. You're the one they should have been afraid of from the beginning. And now, they know. Number 2. The day their reality glitched. Wild how they spent years studying you, only to panic the moment you stopped pretending to be the version they invented. Nothing terrifies a liar more than someone who finally stops playing dumb. They weren't shocked because you changed. They were shocked because the mask you wore was never for you. It was for their safety. The moment you moved different, their whole storyline collapsed like cheap cardboard in the rain. They call it the moment everything changed, man. But honestly, it wasn't one moment. It was a collection of moments they ignored, dismissed, or laughed off until the universe finally snapped the glow stick and let the brightness spill out. But, from their perspective, yeah, it looked like an explosion. 1 second you were the quiet one they stepped over, and the next you were walking with a presence that made even the loudest ego shut up mid-sentence. You want to know what they're whispering right now? Where did that come from? How long has that been hiding? How did we miss this? Let's answer that like the villain protagonist you've become. They missed it because they never looked. People don't truly see the ones they think they own. They don't observe the ones they underestimate. They don't analyze the ones they assume are harmless. They just glide through you like you're a soft surface meant to absorb their nonsense. They wrote an entire script without asking if you approved the storyline. And now that you've rewritten the entire plot in your own words, now they're glitching. Imagine this, a magician who's so good at sleight of hand that even other magicians fall for the trick. That's you. Your softness was the misdirection. Your harmless vibe was the opening act. Your silence, that was the bait. You let them get comfortable. You let them talk themselves into circles. You let them show their real selves without censor. And all the while, you were taking notes, quietly, consistently, patiently. They thought you were slow. You were studying. They thought you were clueless. You were observing. They thought you were weak. You were waiting. And now that the curtain's lifted, they're scrambling like people who suddenly realized the house they've been living in has cameras in every room. Here's a question creeping up in your mind right now. Was I too patient? Did I wait too long to show who I really am? No, you showed it exactly when you needed to. You revealed your edge right when the universe decided you were done being the training ground for people with fragile egos. Think back, something shifted. There was a moment, a sentence, a tone. Maybe someone pushed you 1 inch too far. Maybe life cornered you until you had no choice but to activate a side of yourself even you forgot you had. Maybe you got sick of being polite while people walked all over you with their muddy shoes. Whatever it was, that moment wasn't weakness. It was ignition. And the second that switch flipped, everything around you rearranged. Imagine this. A quiet person in a group suddenly raises their head, and the whole room goes silent before they even speak. Nobody knows why. Nobody can explain it. They just feel it. That's you now. You adjusted your posture, and suddenly their souls felt like they were being audited. Or picture a chessboard. For years they thought they were the ones moving pieces. They thought they were in control. Then one day you made a move they didn't understand. A move that wasn't in their beginner's guide to manipulating you. And the whole board reset, because the one they assumed was a pawn was actually the strategist running the entire game. And here's a third one. Imagine a storm that everyone saw as harmless clouds until lightning tore the sky open. That's the switch moment. That's the energy shift they couldn't prepare for. They never feared your anger. They feared your clarity. Your clarity is lethal. Your awareness is dangerous. Your silence with boundaries, that's nuclear. Now they're asking themselves the funniest question ever. How did we miss this? Want the truth? They didn't miss it. They ignored it. They saw flashes of it. They saw moments where your eyes sharpened, where your voice lowered, where your energy changed. But they brushed it off because acknowledging it meant admitting they never had power over you in the first place. And now they can't categorize you. You don't fit their little labels. You don't play by the predictable rules. You don't react the way they trained you to react. They call you unpredictable now, but the only unpredictable thing was the delusion in their own minds. You've always been calculated. You've always been observant. You've always been this version of yourself. The problem is, they thought you'd stay trapped in the costume forever. They forgot costumes are meant to be taken off. Let's hit a deeper question you're probably asking yourself. Why does this bother them so much? Why do they react like I betrayed them by growing? Because your evolution exposes their stagnation. Your transformation spotlights their refusal to change. Your strength makes their weakness undeniable. You showing your true self means they can't lie to themselves anymore. They can't tell themselves you needed them. They can't say you were smaller than them. They can't pretend you were dependent on their approval. You broke their world without touching them. You shattered their control by outgrowing it. You burned their narrative without lighting a match. The moment everything changed wasn't when you acted different. It was when you stopped acting at all. You stopped shrinking, stopped apologizing, stopped softening your tone, stopped giving free passes, stopped carrying their insecurities for them, and now they're staring at you like they're seeing you for the first time, because they are. They never met the real you before this moment. You know that phrase, the mask slipped? In your case, you didn't slip. You let it fall, deliberately, perfectly, elegantly, and the expression on their faces, that frozen mix of fear, awe, resentment, and confusion. That's the price they pay for building their identity on the belief you'd never fight back. Let's make something crystal clear. You didn't become this person. You always were this person. You just finally stopped hiding the version of you that doesn't flinch. The moment everything changed was simply the moment you stood up internally and said, I'm done protecting people from the moment they realize I'm not who they imagined. And now the whole story is yours. They can't predict you. They can't label you. They can't control you. They can't handle you. They're shocked because the person they underestimated turned out to be the smartest, sharpest, most dangerous one in the room. Let them whisper. Let them panic. Let them scramble to rewrite their narratives. You're not the plot twist. You're the main character they misread. And this time, you're not dimming anything. Number 3. The silence that made their spines crack. Nothing rattles a guilty soul more than someone who stops reacting and starts calculating. They thought your rage would be loud. They prayed for it, honestly. An outburst would have made their job easy. They could have pointed at you, called you overdramatic, unstable, too emotional, and walked away pretending they were the mature ones. But instead, you delivered the one thing their ego wasn't built to survive. Silence sharpened into precision. You didn't scream. You didn't crack. You didn't lose control. You chose control, and that's the moment their confidence evaporated like water on a hot pan. You want to know why your calm terrifies them so deeply. Because calm is never calm. Calm is the final stage before truth hits. Calm is the moment right before a building detonates. Calm is what people with power use, not people begging to be heard. Imagine this, a battlefield where everyone else is flailing, panicking, yelling, and you're just standing there, steady, eyes locked, movements deliberate. That's the energy you gave off. No chaos, no desperation, just pure, cold clarity. And clarity is lethal, especially to someone who built their whole identity on the assumption that you'd fold. Here's a thought that probably crossed your mind. Why did staying calm bother them more than any argument ever could? Because calm isn't submission. Calm is understanding. Calm means you saw through them. Calm means you're done playing. Calm means their tricks, their manipulation, their emotional bait. None of it works anymore. They felt the room shift around you. They felt their control slip. They felt something in you awaken that they cannot name but absolutely fear. Your calm wasn't peace. It was power. And for the first time, they understood exactly who they were dealing with. Number 4. The aftershock that's ruining their sleep. People don't fear what you did. They fear what you could have done but chose not to. The aftermath is where the real show begins. This is the part they never prepared for because they never thought you'd wake up in the first place. Now they're stuck replaying every memory like a broken film reel, watching scenes they once felt proud of turn into evidence of their own stupidity. Every time they talk down to you, now it looks reckless. Every time they mocked you, now it looks suicidal. Every time they tried to humble you, now it looks like they were poking a sleeping volcano with a plastic spoon. And that's what's frying their nerves, the realization that you weren't silent because they were right. You were silent because you were patient. You weren't kind because you were scared. You were kind because you were controlled. They weren't dealing with someone weak. They were dealing with someone who held back out of mercy, not limitation. Imagine this. They're lying awake at night, staring at the ceiling like it has answers. Their brains scrolling through moments where they snapped at you, belittled you, underestimated you. Moments where you could have verbally gutted them, emotionally exposed them, or ended whatever illusion of superiority they had. But you didn't. And now the only question echoing in their head is, why didn't they fight back? What were they waiting for? Here's the brutal truth. You weren't waiting. You were evaluating. And they failed every test. People panic when they realize the quiet one wasn't powerless. They were in control the whole time. They get retroactively terrified because the danger wasn't in your reaction, it was in your restraint. That scares them more than any fight ever could. Your silence was a locked door with a monster behind it, and now they know it. They finally understand they weren't dealing with someone beneath them. They were dealing with someone beyond them, and that's a fear they can't shake off. Let them sit with it. Number 5. The dismissal that destroyed their ego. Nothing hurts a manipulator more than realizing the person they fed on no longer feels a thing. The real knockout punch isn't fury. It isn't revenge. It isn't you plotting something in the shadows like they always feared you would. It's the quiet, ice-cold indifference that hit them like a truck. Because now, you don't care. Not even a little. And that is the most violent karma they'll ever experience. They could have handled your anger. Anger means you still feel something. Anger means they still matter. Anger means they still have a foothold somewhere inside you. But the moment you switched off the emotional Wi-Fi and left them buffering in their own insecurity, that was the moment their whole identity glitched. Imagine this. They reach for you emotionally the same way a kid reaches for a light switch, expecting it to work like always, and nothing turns on. No reaction, no spark, no emotion for them to feed on, just a blank, uncluttered space where they used to drain your energy. Here's the question creeping into your mind. Why does indifference hit harder than anything else? Because indifference means you rewrote the entire story without them in it. You didn't fight for closure. You didn't chase explanations. You didn't need a final scene. You simply walked out of the narrative and left them talking to themselves. Your lack of reaction is a mirror that forces them to confront something they've avoided their whole life, their insignificance. You didn't punish them, you deleted them. That's what burns. That's what keeps them pacing their room at 2 a.m., wondering when they lost their grip. "You don't matter to me anymore," is a soft sentence, but when spoken through actions, it's a sledgehammer to the ego. You didn't slam the door, you closed it quietly, and somehow that silence was louder than any goodbye they ever imagined. Number 6. The desperate hands that can't reach you anymore. The moment you stop dancing for them, they call your stillness attitude. People hate your growth most when it exposes their laziness. When they try to pull you back, it won't look like some dramatic movie scene. It'll be subtle at first, a text that sounds innocent, a vague apology, a random just checking on you. That's not love, that's surveillance. They're trying to see if they still have access to the version of you they could manipulate, because your evolution didn't just confuse them, it threatened the entire ecosystem of control they built around you. Imagine this. You're walking out of a room you've outgrown, and behind you, someone grabs your sleeve, not because they care, but because they're terrified of losing the power your old pain gave them. That's what's happening. They're not mourning you, they're mourning the influence they no longer have. They'll act confused now. Why are you being like this? You've changed. You're cold. The translation of that is simple. You don't let me drain you anymore. Here's the question echoing in your head. Should I explain myself? Should I correct their version of the story? No. Explanations are for people who listened the first time. They didn't. They heard you back then and chose convenience over growth. They aren't entitled to updates now. They had years to treat you with respect, to value your softness, to cherish your presence. They didn't. So now they face the consequence, the upgraded version of you who doesn't bend, doesn't chase, doesn't shrink. They'll call you the villain because you dared to rewrite your boundaries. But being the villain in their story is a promotion compared to being the victim in your own. You don't owe them softness. You don't owe them clarity. You don't owe them access. You walked forward. They stayed behind. And that distance, that's their consequence, not your guilt. Number 7. The evolution. They can't touch without getting burned. Funny how they loved the old you so much, the one that let them get away with everything. People don't hate your growth. They hate that your growth exposes who they were to you. This is the part that's frying their circuits the most. They can't use your past against you anymore. They can't drag out old moments, old mistakes, old softness, and weaponize it like they used to. That version of you is gone. Not dead, not broken, evolved. And evolution is something they can't control, can't predict, and definitely can't reverse. Imagine this. They walk into a room expecting the same person who used to flinch, apologize, over-explain, and over-give. But instead, they're faced with someone who moves like they've got a steel core under their skin. Someone whose silence doesn't mean fear, it means standards. Someone they can't guilt, can't bait, can't manipulate because you don't live in that emotional neighborhood anymore. Here's the question you're probably asking yourself. Why does my evolution bother them so much? Because your growth destroys the excuses they used to justify their behavior. They can't say, "You're too sensitive," when you're now calm and unbothered. They can't say, "You need me," when you clearly don't. They can't say you'd never leave when you already did. They're watching you become someone unrecognizable to them, and that's the punishment. Not your anger, not revenge, not confrontation, just evolution. Evolution that doesn't include them. They never knew the real you anyway. They only knew the version you edited for their comfort. The real you, the one with the backbone, the instinct, the clarity, the quiet power. They never met that person because they didn't earn access. And once someone proves they can't handle your softness, they forfeit the right to witness your strength. You didn't change to impress them, you evolved to outgrow them. And now, they can't touch you without realizing they're holding the ashes of the version they burned. Number 8. The sweet face that hid a sniper's aim. They never feared your claws because you hid them behind kindness. And that's exactly why you're dangerous. A wolf that looks like a lamb survives longer than any loud predator. Your softness was never the flaw they swore it was. It was the perfect disguise. That gentle smile, that polite tone, those soft eyes. They were the velvet surface hiding the blade underneath. You weren't shrinking. You weren't pretending. You were camouflaged. And camouflage is the deadliest advantage a powerful person can have. Imagine this, a battlefield where everyone's flexing weapons, screaming dominance, swinging swords, and you're the one person who looks unarmed, peaceful, harmless, invisible. They laugh, they mock, they underestimate. Then the dust settles, and somehow you're the only one still standing. That's what your softness did. It let you move through rooms without the alarms going off. It gave you access to people's real nature while they were blind to yours. Here's the question creeping in your head. Was I fake? Was I performing? Not even close. You weren't acting. You were observing, letting people reveal themselves without forcing anything. You didn't have to lie. You didn't have to manipulate. People expose their souls all on their own because they assumed you weren't paying attention. Soft doesn't mean safe. Soft means they never saw the storm coming. You didn't need to roar to be powerful. You just had to exist in your natural, calm, gentle state, and everyone around you unfolded like a badly written confession letter. Their selfishness, their greed, their intentions, their ego. All of it spilled out effortlessly because they didn't feel threatened by someone who moved with quiet grace instead of chaos. And that's your real weapon. Not aggression, not intimidation, but access. You let people show you who they are. Then you decide who earns a backstage pass to the real you. You're not a sheep pretending. You're a wolf who mastered the art of letting others misjudge the fur. Number 9. The clarity they keep calling cold. The moment you stop letting people walk all over you, they start calling it an attitude problem. Clarity feels like cruelty only to those who benefited from your confusion. They'll swear up and down that you changed, that you lost your warmth, that you've become some kind of ice sculpture with no feelings. But that's just their shaky ego trying to rewrite the story. You didn't freeze, you focused. You didn't turn cold, you turned conscious. You didn't lose your humanity. You stopped handing it out like discount coupons to people who only showed up when it benefited them. Imagine this. You used to keep a lamp on for everyone, even the ones who never deserved your light. Then one day, you finally turned off the lamp. And now, those same people are wandering around in the dark, screaming, "You're different." You're not different. They just can't freeload off your energy anymore. Here's the question flickering in your mind. Am I being too harsh? No, you're being fair. For the first time. They're uncomfortable because your clarity exposes what they hid behind your kindness. When you stop tolerating disrespect, people addicted to taking advantage will label you cold just to protect their own narrative. But that's not your problem. You aren't obligated to make your boundaries look soft so they feel safe. You didn't lose your warmth, you just stopped setting yourself on fire to keep other people cozy. You're allowed to be intense. You're allowed to be powerful. You're allowed to move in ways that honor the strongest version of yourself instead of the most convenient version for others. Your clarity is the reason you're stepping into your real life for the first time. Let them call it cold. Let them complain. You're not shrinking again just because the truth feels sharper now. You got clear, and clarity is a privilege most people aren't ready for. Number 10. The strength they misread as softness. They never feared your darkness because they were too busy underestimating your light. Survivors don't become powerful, they remember they always were. Here's the truth they'll choke on forever. The power you're stepping into isn't new, it's original, it's ancestral, it's coded into your bones, stitched into every breath you take. You didn't become strong because life hurt you. You were already strong. Life simply forced you to activate the layers you kept tucked away. Society tried to domesticate you, shame you into softness, guilt you into silence. But you can't bury what was born ready. Imagine this, a seed that survives being crushed, stepped on, ignored, forgotten, then one day breaks the concrete and reaches for the sun like it was always meant to. People gasp, not because the plant grew, but because they never realized what it was capable of. That's you. And here's the thought creeping through your mind right now. Why does my rise hit them so hard? Because your evolution exposes the truth they refuse to see. You were never the background character they cast you as. You were the one holding the entire plot together while pretending not to notice their foolishness. When someone who played small finally stands at full height, it isn't a glow-up, it's a cosmic event. A collapse of the old self into something heavier, denser, more magnetic. Like a star folding into a black hole, your presence shifts the gravity in every room. People can't ignore you, they can't predict you, they can't categorize you. They're unsettled because your power forces them to confront the blind spots in their own perception. They didn't create your strength, they only revealed it by trying to destroy it. You're not becoming powerful, you're just finally letting the world see the power that was always there, waiting for the moment you stopped minimizing your own gravity. Number 11. The few who recognized the real you before you did. Some people weren't surprised by your rise, they were just waiting for you to stop hiding. Real ones don't fear your power, they feel honored to witness it. Not everyone is stunned by this version of you. Not everyone is scrambling to rewrite their memories or panicking because their old script doesn't fit anymore. Some people saw this coming long before you did. They noticed the micro moments others overlooked, the sharpness in your silence, the depth in your stare, the way your energy shifted when someone crossed the line. They caught the flashes of lightning behind the calm sky. They didn't flinch. They didn't get threatened. They just thought, there it is. I knew it. Imagine this, you're walking through life thinking you've perfectly hidden your power, and meanwhile there's a handful of people standing at the back of the crowd, smirking like they're in on a cosmic secret. They saw the strength under the softness, the intellect behind the quiet, the resilience behind the gentleness. They saw the real you peeking through, even when you were convinced nobody could. These are your people. The ones who never needed you to shrink. The ones who never asked you to tone it down. The ones who didn't get intimidated. They got inspired. Here's the question floating in your mind. Why did they see me when others didn't? Because your people aren't scared of depth. They aren't confused by intensity. They aren't threatened by clarity. They don't mislabel your strength as too much. They don't need you to simplify yourself to feel comfortable. They felt your energy and thought, finally, someone who understands. Real connections don't get overwhelmed by your power. They rise with it. These are the ones who cheer, not flinch, who applaud, not question, who say finally, not you've changed, because to them this isn't a new version of you, it's the true version they've been waiting for the world to meet. Keep them close. They see you, and more importantly, they can handle you. Number 12. The price tag on your evolution. You don't lose people when you grow. You just lose the ones who were rooting for the smaller version of you. If your transformation didn't cost you anything, it wouldn't be real. Every rise demands a sacrifice, and your evolution is no exception. Stepping into your power means shedding people who only loved the watered-down version of you. Friends, family, partners, some will fall away the moment they realize they can't control, contain, or predict you anymore. And yeah, it stings. Growth always does. You'll grieve the versions of them you wished existed, not the ones who actually showed up. But every exit clears room for someone aligned with who you're becoming, not who you used to pretend to be. And that baby-faced innocence of yours? That's poetic justice. That's your cheat code. That's the universe handing you a camouflage you never asked for, but mastered anyway. People still underestimate you because they only look at the wrapping, never the voltage underneath. And every time they judge the face instead of the force, they walk straight into the trap of their own assumptions. You didn't just survive their bias, you weaponized it. You turned their misjudgment into your advantage. That's not luck, that's strategy. Here's the question that's been floating in your head. Do I have to stay in this intense version forever? No, that's the beauty of it. You choose. You can be soft, gentle, warm, sweet, but only when you decide someone has earned that level of access. Your softness is no longer free. Your patience is no longer automatic. Your warmth is no longer a default setting. It's a privilege now, granted only to the people who treat your strength with respect, not fear. The ones meant for you won't flinch at your edges. They'll honor them. Those who truly see you, who can hold both the softness and the steel, are rare, and they're the only ones who deserve a seat in the new world you're building. Number 13. The era they never thought you'd live to see. Your story didn't peak when they left. It started. The future isn't payback, it's the proof. This isn't the ending, not even close. This is the part in the movie where the camera zooms out, the music shifts, and the whole world realizes the character they slept on is about to snatch the entire storyline. You're still unfolding, still ascending, still cracking open new pieces of yourself you didn't even know existed. And what's coming next? It's going to embarrass every single person who thought your best days were behind you. Imagine this. Someone who left you behind scrolls through their feed one random afternoon, and there you are, bigger, sharper, more magnetic than ever. Suddenly, their chest tightens, their stomach flips. That tiny sting, that's regret warming up. That bitter taste, that's the realization they walked away before the main event. They got up from their front row seat right before the spotlight hit you. Here's the question whispering in your mind. Will they watch my rise? Yes. Every step, every win, every evolution. They'll witness the glow they tried to dim, the strength they tried to dismiss, the version of you they swore would never appear. They'll watch the life you build without them and feel the weight of knowing they could have been part of it, but weren't strong enough to stay. The universe has a funny way of making the ones who doubted you your quiet audience. The next chapter isn't about proving them wrong. That's too small for someone like you. This next chapter is about stepping into the life that was always waiting for the real you, not the masked version you used to be. More clarity, more power, more evolution, more self-respect, more doors opening because you finally stopped knocking on the wrong ones. They left before the show started. You're only now stepping onto the stage, and the spotlight is yours. And here comes the final turn in this transformation, the moment where everything you've stepped into settles into your bones like truth you can't unsee. You're not going back, and they're not catching up. This is your era, your momentum, your rise. So if you felt this shift, if you recognize this new version of yourself taking over, hit that like button, subscribe, drop the number 777 in the comments, and share this with someone who needs to wake up to their own power. The next chapter is calling Chosen One, and you're ready. Welcome on board, Chosen One. Look at the mess you walked out of. Look at the chaos you survived. And look at the way the world suddenly got quiet when you stepped back into the room. It's funny how loud they were when they thought you were weak. It's funny how brave they were when they believed you didn't see anything. But now their mouths are shut, their eyes are wide, and their hands are shaking because you proved every single thing they swore you made up. When they said you were overreacting, you just watched. When they laughed behind your back, you heard every word. And when they tried to paint you as the crazy one, you let them. Because you knew time would snitch for you. And it did. Press the like button and subscribe to pay this message back. They're looking at you now like you crawled out of some secret dimension, whispering behind locked doors, asking each other the same question over and over, like a nightmare they can't wake up from. How did they know? Of course they're scared. You became the one thing they never prepared for, a quiet storm that remembers everything, forgets nothing, and forgives even less. You stand there calm, steady, unbothered, and they feel exposed. That's the part that kills them. Your silence hits harder than their insults. Your presence hits harder than their lies. And the universe keeps backing you up like some unstoppable force they wish they never messed with. You want to know what really breaks them? It's not just that you were right. It's that you were right in ways you never said out loud. You saw shifts before they happened. You caught patterns before they formed. You felt the change in someone's tone before they even realized they changed it. You predicted betrayal like you were reading a script they didn't know they were acting in. You didn't guess. You didn't get lucky. You were observant in a world full of people who only see what benefits them. And honestly, they're lucky you never turned your power against them. You could have ruined reputations. You could have exposed private conversations. You could have destroyed their little alliances. But you didn't. You simply stepped back and watched the universe deliver everything they tried to hide. That's the part that haunts them at night. Not your words, not your anger, your self-control, your refusal to play dirty while knowing the whole truth. They don't know how to process that kind of strength. People like them only understand chaos, so when you stayed calm, it confused them. It rattled them. It made them realize you were 10 steps ahead while they were bragging about being 2 steps ahead. Their biggest wound is this: you were the one they thought they could fool. You were the one they thought they could manipulate. They thought you'd be blind forever, and now they can't stand to look at you because every time they do, they see their lies reflected back at them. They see the mask they wore. They see the parts of themselves they hoped nobody would ever notice. And the worst part? You noticed all of it while pretending you didn't. This story didn't start yesterday. You've been like this your whole life. Even as a kid, you could tell when someone wasn't telling the full truth. You sensed when someone had bad intentions. You felt when a room shifted. People mocked it. People brushed it off. People told you to stop being dramatic. But later, those same people circled back to you with the same stunned look. Wait, you were right? Every time. At school, with friends, with relationships, with co-workers. Your instincts hit harder than their logic. You grew up thinking something was wrong with you, but now the truth is clearer than daylight. Something is wrong with them. They can't handle being seen. They can't handle being figured out. They can't handle that your awareness didn't come from pain alone. It came from evolution. Experience sharpened you. Loss rewired you. Betrayal trained you. You didn't become this version of yourself by accident. You became this way because people kept underestimating the quiet kid, the kind kid, the trusting kid, and now they have to deal with the upgraded version they accidentally created. Here's what makes you terrifying to them. You remember patterns, not excuses. You don't fall for the same trick twice. You don't entertain fake apologies. You don't break your own boundaries for people who wouldn't even cross the street for you. You walk into rooms with that calm, I already figured everything out energy, and it freezes people. They hate that. They hate that you learned your lessons. They hate that you leveled up. They hate that you became harder to fool. They hate that the universe keeps proving you right. They hate that they can't lie to you anymore. And they hate that you don't even need to say, I told you so. Your silence does the job for you. They're panicking because now they know the truth. You were the threat the whole time. Not because you harmed anyone, but because you saw everything. That's why they're asking, how did you know? Because deep down, they know the answer. You always knew, and that scares them more than anything else. And chosen one, yeah, I'm talking to the mind reader in the room. You ready to go even deeper into this? Because what comes next isn't for the faint. If you're really built the way they fear you are, you'll feel that strange pull in your chest, telling you not to click away. Drop a 777 in the comments if you're ready to step fully into that power that has everyone whispering, how did they know? Strengthen this mission by hitting like and subscribing so this voice gets louder than their doubts. And now we move forward, one step at a time, into the very truth they tried to keep from you. If you're truly the chosen one, you'll stay to the end without even trying. Let's begin. Number 1. How your power was accidentally built by the people who tried to break you. Funny how the same people who trained you with their lies now cry about the monster they created. You want the real beginning, the real origin of why everyone is suddenly terrified of how accurate you are. It didn't start with some magical moment. It didn't come from a peaceful meditation or a sweet little revelation. It started in the dirty places, the quiet betrayals, the nights where you stared at the ceiling wondering how someone could look you in the eyes and still choose to lie. You didn't wake up with this ability. You earned it in the trenches. Every fake smile, every shady tone, every tiny shift in someone's voice became another lesson you never asked for, but learned anyway. You weren't born reading people like open books. They trained you. That's the part they don't want to admit. Every time they lied, they sharpened you. Every time they tried to gaslight you, they strengthened your clarity. Every time they hid something, you became someone who could see in the dark. And now they're shocked you can predict their next move. Now they're scared you can sense tension before anyone else notices. They built that version of you brick by brick while laughing like you'd never catch on. Now they're panicking because you caught on to everything. The truth is, this story didn't begin with strength. It began with pain. You were soft once. You believed people. You trusted easily. You took everything at face value because you didn't know how cruel or strategic people could be. Back then, you thought honesty was the default. But the world corrected you fast, didn't it? The first betrayals hit like a car crash. The confusion, the denial, the "this can't be real." That was the beginning of your training arc. You didn't know it then, but you were stepping into the version of yourself people fear today. You remember the way manipulation felt before you understood it. The way someone would twist a story just enough to make you doubt your own eyes. The way they'd switch the blame, flip the script, and make you apologize for things they did. You remember the exhaustion, the nerves, the paranoia they tried to pin on you. You weren't paranoid. You were being prepared. Life wasn't punishing you. Life was handing you a manual on how humans really operate when nobody's watching. Those fake friends, they were your early textbooks, the ones who smiled with their teeth but not their eyes, the ones who copied your energy but never supported your growth. They taught you to listen, not just to what people say, but how they say it. They taught you to track inconsistencies, mood switches, weird pauses, all the things most people miss. And now those same friends whisper, they knew, they always knew, like you're some supernatural threat. No, you're just someone who paid attention while they thought you were clueless. The lovers who swore loyalty while entertaining someone else. They were your final exams. They taught you the subtleties, the sudden phone flip, the late-night tension, the shift in tone mid-conversation, the way someone's energy changes when their heart belongs somewhere else. You studied those moments until the patterns burned into your mind, not because you wanted to, but because life forced you to. You didn't just learn human behavior, you learned human intention. And the hardest lessons came from the people you trusted the most. Family, the ones who should have protected you, but instead made you question your own sanity. They twisted the truth so cleanly, you started rewriting your own memories just to keep the peace. You defended them in rooms they never defended you in. You carried guilt that wasn't yours. That's where your precision came from. You learned to separate performance from reality, because if you didn't, you would have drowned in their version of the story. So yeah, you gaslit yourself for a while. You made excuses for them. You tried to force their actions into the story you wanted to believe. You wanted to think they cared, that they wouldn't hurt you on purpose, that maybe you were just being emotional. But then life hit you with the same pattern again. Different person, same betrayal. Different voice, same lie. Different face, same energy. And that's when it clicked. It wasn't a coincidence. It wasn't bad luck. It was a script. And you had finally read enough chapters to recognize the plot. That moment right there is where the chosen one was born. Not when you became strong, not when you became confident, not when you healed. The chosen one was born the day you stopped rewriting people's behavior into something prettier, the day you stopped trying to make their lies logical, the day you faced the truth head on and said, "No, I'm not imagining this. The pattern is real." That was the moment you stepped into the version of yourself that scares people now. the version that sees through fake stories like thin glass, the version that can read silence louder than words, the version that catches a lie before the liar even finishes the sentence. People love to call you too much until their behavior lines up perfectly with your predictions. Then suddenly you're scary, suddenly you're different, suddenly they want to know how you figured them out. But let's be honest, they know exactly how. They gave you every puzzle piece. They just never expected you to put the picture together. You didn't learn this power in a classroom. You learned it in heartbreaks that cracked your chest open. You learned it in friendships that died without explanation. You learned it in rooms where you smiled politely while someone tried to make you doubt your own senses. You learned it in moments you had to survive alone. Those lonely nights weren't empty. They were sharpening you. Those silent breakdowns weren't failures. They were upgrades in stalling. And now, people act surprised like you evolved overnight. They don't understand that it wasn't strength that shaped you. It was survival. You didn't choose to become the villain in their story. They wrote you into that role themselves by trying to play you, by underestimating you, by thinking you wouldn't notice the cracks in their mask. So when they ask, "How did you know?" you could tell them the truth. You could say, "Because you taught me." You could say, "Because I studied the pain you gave me." You could say, "Because I don't fall for the same mistake twice." But you won't. You'll just smile. Because the real sting for them is not your answer. It's the fact that you don't owe them one. You see what others miss because life trained you in the shadows. You know the truth because lies were your first language. You read people because people used to read you like a victim. Not anymore. Now you're the one with the sight, the instinct, the awareness, the terrifying accuracy that keeps them awake at night. They built you, they armed you, they sharpened you. And now they're scared of the weapon they created. No wonder they're whispering, "How did you know?" Number 2, the script they all secretly followed. They swear they're unique, yet they all hide behind the same cheap tricks. Here's the thing nobody tells you. They weren't clever, they weren't unpredictable, they weren't special, they were basic, pathetic, running on the same tired playbook that's been passed around for generations like a cursed family heirloom. Different faces, different voices, different histories, but the same exact moves. Gaslight them. Deny everything. Blame them for your mistake. Cry when cornered. Love bomb when losing control. Disappear when exposed. That's all they ever knew. And you? You became the first person who actually paid attention to the pattern. You didn't figure this out because you're jaded. You figured it out because you stopped letting their performances distract you. Imagine sitting in a theater your whole life, trusting every scene, every tear, every apology like it's real. And then suddenly seeing the wires, the scripted lines, the actors rehearsing behind the curtains. That's what awakening feels like. You didn't change. Your eyes finally adjusted to the lighting. And once they did, you couldn't unsee anything. Once you recognize the trick, the magician loses all his power. They thought they were unpredictable geniuses. Meanwhile, you caught the formula. They act offended to stop you from questioning them. They play confused so they don't have to answer. They flip the story to paint themselves the victim. They pretend to care when they need something. They act cold the moment you stop feeding their ego. It's the same playlist on repeat. They act shocked when you call it out because they think they invented manipulation. No, bro. You've just become fluent in the language they all secretly speak. Imagine this. Someone hands you a book written in a language you've never seen before. You stare at the symbols, confused, lost. And for years, people around you speak this language without explaining it. You just feel something's off. Something isn't adding up. Then one day something clicks. one sentence suddenly makes sense, and from that day on, every page that confused you becomes clear as day. That's what happened to you. The moment you recognized the tactics, every person's behavior from your past lit up like neon signs, patterns everywhere, clues everywhere, red flags everywhere. You didn't become paranoid, you just stopped being blind. People don't hate that you see the truth. They hate that you don't accept their lie anymore. And that's what rattles them. Before they could get away with everything, they could spin their little stories, act outraged, play victim, pull emotional strings, distract, deflect, charm, cry, pretend. And it worked. You believed them. You gave them chances. You doubted yourself. You softened. You stretched your boundaries. You apologized for noticing the truth. That old version of you was easy to manipulate. But now you recognize every move before they make it. You can tell when someone's tone changes because they're hiding something. You can sense when someone's nice because they need something from you. You can see through fake kindness like glass. The moment someone lies, your body reacts before they finish the sentence. Your intuition fires off like an alarm system. And what bothers them most? You don't even confront them anymore. You just mentally check out. Imagine this scenario. Someone tries to gaslight you, expecting you to panic, over-explain, apologize. Instead, you just look at them with that calm, "I already solved this puzzle" expression. That reaction destroys them. They don't know how to manipulate someone who sees the end of the story before the first chapter starts. They have no power over someone who watches patterns, not promises. You became dangerous the moment you stopped needing proof to trust your instincts. They hate that you stopped asking, "Am I overthinking?" and started saying, "My instinct is rarely wrong." Because let's be real, your accuracy is ridiculous now. You can sense betrayal in silence. You can feel hidden motives in someone's smile. You can detect jealousy behind praise. You can hear lies in the smallest change of tone. You read people not by what they show, but by the parts they try to hide. You don't need evidence anymore. You recognize intention, and intention never lies. This is where they get mad. This is why they whisper. This is why the question that haunts them is, how did they know? Because their tricks used to work on everyone else. Everyone else fell for the theatrics. Everyone else bought the sob stories. Everyone else believed the fake innocence. But you saw the glitch. You caught the script. You matched their behavior across different people and realized, oh, this isn't personality. This is manipulation. Once you see it, you can't go back. You can't unknow the language. You can't ignore the pattern. Imagine you're watching a chess game. At first, the pieces look random. You can't predict anything, but once you learn the strategy, you can see 5 moves ahead. That's you now. You can predict how someone will react before they react. You know when they'll switch from charming to aggressive. You know when they'll start guilt-tripping. You know when they'll suddenly be hurt because you didn't respond how they wanted. You even know when they'll disappear because they realize manipulation isn't working. You're fluent in their entire emotional playbook, and this fluency scares them. Because manipulators need confusion to survive. They need you unsure. They need you doubting yourself. They need you explaining yourself so they can twist your words. They need emotional chaos because that's where they win. But you became calm, silent, observant, steady, and nothing terrifies a manipulator more than someone who doesn't react. Imagine a snake preparing to bite, only to find out the person in front of it already built immunity to its venom. That's you. Their tricks don't land anymore. Their guilt trips don't shake you. Their fake innocence doesn't move you. Their anger doesn't intimidate you. They used to pull your strings like a puppet. Now the strings are cut, and they're standing there holding nothing. People fear your intuition because it exposes the parts of them they aren't ready to face. They think you're too cold. No, you're too aware. They call you difficult. No, you're just done being played. They say you've changed. No, you just stopped participating in the performance. They think you're mean. No, you finally see what they're doing. They think you're scary. No, you're simply not blind anymore. And let's answer the question that might be haunting you. Why do they all act the same? Are humans really that predictable? Here's the truth. Most manipulators use the same tactics because most manipulators aren't creative. They're lazy. They don't grow. They don't evolve. They repeat patterns that worked before, hoping they'll work again. The only reason they ever had power was because you didn't understand the method. Now that you do, they're powerless. You're not a psychic. You're observant. You're experienced. You're upgraded. Their tricks became obvious. Their tactics became cliché. Their words became recycled. That's why you're scaring them. That's why they whisper. That's why they can't look you in the eye. Because they can't trick someone who understands the script better than they do. And the truth is simple. They didn't expect you to wake up. They didn't expect you to connect to the dots. They didn't expect you to evolve beyond their control, but you did, and now their playbook is useless. That's why they ask, how did you know? Because deep down, they already know the answer. You saw the pattern, you learned the language, and once you learned it, you became untouchable. Number 3, when your silence became their nightmare. They're not scared of you, they're scared of the fact you see them without their mask on. Here's the part that makes them sweat. You don't flinch anymore. Their old tricks bounce off you like cheap rubber. The guilt trips, the shaky apologies, the fake tears, the dramatic pauses, they used to work on you. But now you just sit there with that cold, bored expression that says, I've seen this episode already. And that look terrifies them more than any argument ever could. Imagine this, a magician doing the same trick over and over, expecting applause, but the audience already knows where the hidden wires are. That's you. You're not impressed. You're not moved. You're not emotionally accessible to their manipulation anymore. You're observing them like a scientist watching a predictable lab rat run the same maze for the 100th time. The moment you stopped reacting, they realized their power evaporated. That silence of yours, it hits harder than yelling. They hate it. They feel exposed in it. They feel judged by it. They feel seen by it. And manipulators crumble the second they realize their performance isn't landing. Because if they can't fool you, they start asking the question that eats them alive. What if they tell someone else what they saw? What if others realize it too? You became the walking proof of their fraud. Your clarity is the spotlight they never asked for. Your intuition is the mirror they avoid. And deep down, they know exactly why you scare them. Because if you figured them out this easily, it means their whole identity is fragile. It means they're not the mastermind they pretended to be. It means the game is over. Their mask is cracking. Their script is failing. Their time is running out. And you're just sitting there, calm and unbothered, watching the truth do what it always does. Expose everything they tried to hide. Number 4, the one who hears what others pretend not to feel. They're scared of you because you don't wait for the truth. You feel it. Here's what they can't stand. You don't just catch lies. You sense intentions before the words even form. You walk into a room and the whole atmosphere shifts for you, like someone just turned on a hidden frequency. 30 seconds. That's all you need to know: who's real, who's pretending, who's uneasy, who's calculating, who wants something, and who's hoping you don't notice their performance cracking. Imagine this: everyone else is watching people like a blurry movie, and you're seeing the director's cut with all the behind-the-scenes mistakes still showing. You shake someone's hand, and your instinct whispers, "They're hiding something." You hear a friendly tone, but your intuition exposes the agenda underneath like subtitles. They call it paranoia because they're terrified of admitting you're right. Your intuition isn't magic, it's receipts. You learned this the hard way, through people who said one thing and did another, through empty apologies, fake kindness, and promises that evaporated the moment you walked out of the room, through being misled, drained, betrayed, and used. That pain didn't numb you, it trained you. It made you pay attention to things most people ignore: eye contact that breaks too soon, smiles that don't reach the eyes, voices that shake when they lie, energy that drops when intentions turn dark. You stopped trusting what people say and started reading the truth they try to hide. Actions, micro-expressions, nervous shifts, energy spikes, emotional inconsistencies. That's your language now, and you're fluent in it. People hate when you read their energy because energy doesn't lie. They can fake kindness, they can script their words, they can rehearse their excuses, but their energy, never. And that's why they fear you. You're the one person they can't perform for, can't fool, can't manipulate. You feel what they hope stays invisible, and that alone makes you unstoppable. Number 5. The instinct they accidentally turned into a weapon. Every time they hurt you, they upgraded the very alarm system that now exposes them. Your instinct wasn't born sharp. It was carved, layer by layer, through every moment you doubted yourself and paid the price. Every time you ignored that tiny pull in your chest and got blindsided, something in you evolved. Every time you said, "Maybe I'm overthinking," and they betrayed you anyway, your inner radar recalibrated itself. Every scar refined the signal. Every disappointment tightened the wiring. Until eventually, your intuition didn't whisper anymore. It roared. Imagine this. A smoke detector that used to beep softly now blasts through walls because it's been set off so many times it learned the patterns of every fire. That's your instinct. It doesn't wait for proof. It doesn't wait for explanations. The second someone's energy tilts even slightly off, your system senses it before your mind can even put it into words. And the best part? You finally trust it. Because every single time, it's been the only part of you that refused to lie. Your intuition became dangerous the moment you stopped ignoring it. You feel the shift when someone's words don't match their energy. You notice the hesitation they hoped you'd overlook. You recognize the tone change that exposes their true intention. And once that alarm goes off, you're done. If your gut says run, you're gone before they even collect their next excuse. If your instinct says someone isn't right, you detach instantly. No speech, no drama, no negotiation, just silence. And manipulators can't handle silence. Silence is the one thing they can't twist. They're terrified because they know they can't manipulate someone who trusts themselves. They can't gaslight someone who remembers every contradiction word for word. They can't fool someone who's already met their type in 100 different bodies, wearing 100 different smiles. You've seen their behavior before. You've lived through their tricks. You've survived their games. You know their script better than they do. You became untouchable when you learned the difference between instinct and fear. Your instinct protects you, your fear protects them. And now they're the ones afraid, because your intuition isn't just a feeling anymore, it's a weapon they helped forge. Number 6, the one who sees the move before the player even touches the board. They call you scary, but what really scares them is how predictable they've always been. Here's the part that messes with their heads. You don't wait for the punch anymore. You see it coming from miles away. You don't react to behavior. You decode it like you're watching a trailer for a movie you've already memorized. When someone suddenly gets sweet, you already know they're about to slide in a request wrapped in fake kindness. When they get cold, you already know someone else is warming their ego. When they start defending themselves against accusations you never made, you already know they exposed themselves. Innocent people stay calm. Guilty people panic before the question even lands. Imagine watching a chess match where the opponent thinks they're being slick with their strategic moves, but you already predicted the checkmate 10 steps earlier. That's your life now. You've lived through this script too many times. You know the tone shifts, the mood changes, the sudden silence, the dramatic outbursts, the forced laughter, the recycled excuses. It's all a rerun to you. They freeze because nobody expects their manipulation to get intercepted mid-air. And when you calmly speak their next move out loud before they even try it, you break their entire system. You short-circuit the manipulation. You ruin the performance. You make them realize they're not mysterious geniuses. They're painfully predictable. You've studied enough fakes to see patterns the way detectives see motives. You're not guessing. You're analyzing. You're not paranoid. You're experienced. And deep down, they know it. That's why your calmness scares them more than anger ever could. People fear what they can't fool. You became the person they can't trick, can't distract, and can't emotionally detour. They hate that, because you don't just see the truth, you see it before it happens. Number 7. Their last-ditch trick. When exposed, people start screaming, "You're crazy." They don't attack your character because you're wrong. They attack your character because they're exposed. Here's the part where the fakes always show their true colors. When they can't outsmart you, when their little performance starts collapsing, when they realize you already decoded the entire situation. They panic. And their panic always sounds the same. You're paranoid. You're too negative. You're imagining things. It's the oldest trick in the book. When they can't hide the truth, they try to hide you. Imagine cornering a liar with nothing but calm observation, and they start screaming like a broken fire alarm. That's their gaslighting defense. They think that if they make you look unstable, nobody will listen to your accuracy. They'll frame you as bitter. They'll label you emotional. They'll twist your words, not because they're right, but because they're terrified people will believe you more than them. People call you crazy right before the truth proves you sane. What they forget is that you carry receipts like trophies, screenshots, timelines, patterns you mapped long before the mask slipped. You remember details they hoped you forgot. You recognized behaviors they hoped blended in. And every time someone doubted you, life backed you up, over and over, again and again. You predicted betrayal and the betrayal walked in right on schedule. You predicted shifts and they unfolded exactly how you said they would. That's why you stopped caring about being liked. Liking you never protected you. Accuracy did. Awareness did. Your ability to read patterns became survival, not ego. They don't ask, "How did you know?" out of respect. They ask it out of fear, because deep down they're not confused. They're worried. What they're really asking is, how do I hide from someone who sees everything? And the answer is simple. They can't. Number 8. The silence that exposes everything they tried to hide. They don't fear your voice. They fear what you figured out without ever opening your mouth. Here's what rattles them to their core. You don't explain yourself anymore. You don't justify. You don't warn. You don't break down the clues like you used to. You just go quiet. And that silence? It's louder than any accusation. It makes them spiral, replaying their own actions, trying to guess the exact moment you caught them. They're not asking, "How did you know?" because they respect your insight. They're asking because they're desperate to fix the leaks in their mask before someone else notices. Imagine a thief, terrified, not because the alarm went off, but because it didn't. Silence means uncertainty. Uncertainty means exposure. That's what you give them, the fear of not knowing how much you know. Your silence is the report card they never wanted to read. Most people cling to comforting lies. They'll rewrite an entire story just to avoid admitting someone they trusted was playing them. But you chose truth the moment you stopped letting people tell you who they were and started watching who they proved themselves to be. That decision made you immune to manipulation, untouchable, because truth is a power liars can never control. They want you to speak so they can adjust their performance. They want clues so they can hide better next time. They want explanations so they can shift blame and rewrite history. But you give them nothing. You let them drown in the tension they created. You let them feel the weight of their own actions echoing back at them. Silence isn't weakness. It's the moment the villain finally realizes the hero was never the fool. Your calm, collected quiet destroys them, because silence is the one thing they can't twist, can't argue with, and can't escape. Number 9. The quiet exit that destroys them more than any outburst ever could. They thought you'd fight for them. Instead, you vanished, and that silence hit harder than any revenge. Here's the part that always blindsides them. Your power isn't loud. It isn't dramatic. It isn't the kind of revenge that comes with fireworks and speeches. Your revenge is clean, surgical, silent. It's the kind of power that doesn't need an audience, because the impact is guaranteed. While they were busy trying to stay 3 steps ahead, you were already 10 steps beyond the entire game. They thought you weren't paying attention. They thought your calm meant confusion. They thought your silence meant surrender. Meanwhile, you were observing everything and wasting energy on nothing. People only call your silence weakness until it ruins them. You don't argue anymore because arguments require you to pretend their lies deserve a conversation. You don't defend yourself because the truth always shows up eventually, and when it does, it hits harder than anything you could have said. You don't expose them because exposure is mercy, and you don't owe them mercy. You let time unravel them. You let their own behavior betray them. You let karma do the talking while you sit back, untouched. Imagine someone pulling every trick they know, waiting for your outburst, and instead you simply walk away. No closure, no emotional scene, no warning shot, just absence. That's the kind of revenge their ego can't survive. They never realize how much stability your presence gave them until it disappears. They never understood how much you held together until you stopped holding anything at all. The deadliest move you make is the one that looks like nothing. Your silence is the final blow. Your exit is the consequence. Your peace is the punishment. They thought you were easy to replace. Now they're haunted by the space you left behind. Number 10. The disappearance that feels like a curse to everyone who lost you. They didn't realize you were the gravity holding their world together until you took the gravity with you. This is the part that hit them the hardest. You don't storm out, you fade out. Smooth, quiet, clean. No warning, no argument, no emotional explosion for them to feed off. You just vanish. And the silence you leave behind? That thing hits like a punishment they can't outrun. You slip out of their life the same way smoke escapes a room, effortlessly, without explanation, impossible to grasp once it's gone. Imagine this. They wake up one day and the energy they used to rely on, your presence, your clarity, your loyalty, is just missing. No goodbye message, no dramatic speech, no "we need to talk," just absence. And absence is the one thing their ego can't handle. Now they replay every conversation like detectives, trying to find the exact second you realize they weren't worth your time. They dissect your last words, your last look, your last silence. They think there must have been a clue. They think there must have been a sign. But the truth is simple. You saw enough. You didn't walk away because you hated them. You walked away because they no longer deserved access to you. They want to believe you're resentful. They want to believe you're angry. It comforts them to think emotion drove your exit. Because the truth terrifies them. You left with zero hate in your heart. You weren't seeking revenge. You weren't chasing closure. You weren't even trying to teach a lesson. You simply outgrew them. And no ego can survive knowing the person they tried to manipulate simply ascended. Imagine watching a movie and realizing halfway through that the main character is gone and the rest of the cast is suddenly exposed as irrelevant. That's what happened here. They were never villains in your story. They were background characters who accidentally believed they had speaking roles. The moment you went silent, their relevance died. You didn't erase them out of spite. You erased them because you recognized your value. You disappeared because your presence was a gift, not a guarantee. And now they're stuck in the emptiness you left behind, trying to understand how someone who never raised their voice ended up delivering the loudest goodbye of their life. Number 11. The final blow. When you stop caring and their world falls apart. Nothing destroys a manipulator faster than realizing they hold zero power over you. Here's the truth that shatters them. Indifference is lethal. Anger keeps them relevant. Sadness keeps them involved. Even arguments give them oxygen. But indifference, that's the death sentence. It means they don't matter. It means their tricks don't land. It means their presence doesn't register. And for someone who survives on attention, control, and emotional reaction, being irrelevant is the deepest cut you could ever deliver. Imagine this. They spent all that time crafting illusions, building fake personalities, switching masks, rehearsing excuses, only to discover you've moved on without a single backward glance. That's the moment their entire ego implodes. They'd rather be hated than forgotten, because hatred still gives them space in your mind. But you deleted that entire chapter without hesitation. Their biggest punishment wasn't your rage, it was your absence. Manipulators don't make mistakes. Manipulation is the choice. So when they sit there asking, "What did I do wrong?" the answer is painfully simple. Everything they thought they got away with finally caught up to them. They didn't think lying was wrong. They didn't think using you was wrong. They didn't think shifting blame was wrong. They thought they were brilliant. But you saw the pattern. You saw the intention behind every accident. You saw the ego behind every apology. And once you recognized that none of it was a mistake, you stopped giving them access. That's when you used the two weapons they can't fight, silence and distance. They can guilt-trip emotion, but not silence. They can twist a conversation, but not distance. They can manipulate confusion, but not clarity. You became unreachable, and unreachable is undefeatable. Your indifference is your evolution, your calm is your armor, your distance is your revenge, and your peace, that's the ultimate proof you won. because now you live surrounded by people who don't drain you, don't play you, don't project on you while they drown in the emptiness they created. You've become the one thing every manipulator fears, a person they can't control, can't predict, and can't impress. Number 12. The upgrade they never saw coming. They didn't lose access to you. They fell out of range. Something in you didn't just sharpen, it transformed. This wasn't a small adjustment or a minor upgrade. This was a full-blown frequency shift. One day you woke up and realized you weren't operating on the same emotional Wi-Fi as everybody else. You weren't stuck in their shallow conversations, their surface-level motives, their predictable games. You rose to a wavelength only the real can reach. Imagine this. You used to hear people's words. Now you hear their truth. You used to see their smiles. Now you see their intentions hiding behind them. You used to trust what they showed you. Now you trust what you feel. And once that switch flipped, everything fake became painfully obvious. Small talk started feeling like static noise. Forced kindness felt like cheap perfume trying to cover a bad smell. Pretend loyalty sounded like an off-key note in a song you know by heart. You didn't become sensitive. You became accurate. And that accuracy scares them, because while they're still living in the shallow end, you're operating at the deep end where masks dissolve and energy exposes everything. You feel dishonesty before it's spoken. You sense hidden motives like you've got a radar built into your bones. You pick up on jealousy, insecurity, resentment, every shade of emotion they thought they were hiding. Imagine everyone else reading people in 2D while you're reading them in 4K with surround sound. That's the difference. That's the evolution. That's the shift. You didn't outgrow people. You outgrew the frequency where their lies could survive. And that's exactly why they fear you now, because they can't fake it around you anymore. They can't charm you. They can't confuse you. They can't blend in the way they used to. You've evolved past the game, past the players, past the scripts. They didn't just lose control. They lost the ability to even reach you. And nothing terrifies them more than realizing they no longer exist on your level. And now that the whole truth is out, everything connects. The patterns, the instincts, the evolution, the fear you inspire just by existing on a higher level. You didn't become this version of yourself by accident. You were sharpened, trained, upgraded by every lie you survived. And now you stand untouchable. If this hit home, chosen one, press like, subscribe, drop 77 in the comments, and share this with someone who needs to wake up to their own power. Your story isn't ending. It's just beginning. Funny how they thought you were weak, but you're the one walking away while they're still recovering from what they tried to do to you. That line alone hits them right where it burns, because it exposes the truth they hoped no one would ever say out loud, and it matches the title perfectly. You're about to shock people, not because you fought back, but because you made it through things that should have destroyed you. You survived storms that weren't meant for regular people. You survived situations that would have ended most. And the wild part is that the same people who pushed you toward the edge are about to be stunned by the fact that you didn't fall. Think about it like this. Imagine someone trying to bury a seed, believing it'll stay hidden forever. They forget that pressure and darkness are literally the things that make a seed explode into life. That's what happened to you. They buried you to silence you, to hide you, to break you. But instead, you used that pressure as fuel. You grew roots, you grew strength, and now you're rising in a way they never prepared for. That's the kind of plot twist the universe loves. The one where the underestimated one becomes the one they fear. And here's a fact your enemies can't escape. The universe doesn't choose someone based on comfort. It chooses them based on capability. People forget that the universe is not sentimental. It's strategic. It gives the toughest battles to those who can transform them into victories. The universe put weight on your shoulders because it already saw the strength in your spine. It put you in rooms where you felt alone because it knew you could handle silence. It placed you around people who betrayed you because it knew you could survive poison without losing your heart. That isn't weakness. That's evidence of a type of resilience most people will never experience within themselves. Before we go deeper into this message, thank you, Chosen One. And don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, because it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. Thank you for being part of this mission. You're part of a force stronger than anything that tried to break you. Now, let's get back to what matters. The truth is simple. You're about to shock a lot of people because they believed their attacks would define you. But instead of breaking you, every hit just reshaped you into someone sharper, smarter, harder to fool, and impossible to stop. They thought your silence meant defeat. They thought your distance meant weakness. They thought the pain they caused would swallow you whole. But pain didn't swallow you. Pain trained you. Pain educated you. Pain stripped away the illusions so you could see who people really were. You didn't survive by luck. You survived because you were built for this. Your spirit adapted. Your instincts sharpened. Your mindset matured. You learned to stand alone when others needed a crowd. You learned to keep moving when others froze. You learned to rebuild yourself without waiting for an apology, validation, or support. That's why you're about to shock people, because they thought they knew what you were made of, but they only ever saw the surface. Let's talk about that for a second. People judge you based on the version of you they created in their heads. They never expected you to outgrow that version. They never expected you to evolve past the limits they placed on you. But evolution is messy, silent, and invisible. You grew in places they couldn't see. You healed in ways they didn't track. You elevated in dimensions they didn't even know existed. And now, your glow is about to expose how wrong they were. And you know what's even more shocking to them? You didn't become cold. You didn't become cruel. You didn't turn into them. People expected the universe to break you, but instead, it built you. That's the twist they can't handle. Because most people only survive by becoming bitter. You survived by becoming wiser. You survived by becoming more aligned. You survived by becoming someone who can no longer be manipulated, guilt-tripped, controlled, or underestimated. Let's be honest, if the universe showed you what you were going to go through, you might have said, no thanks. But it didn't show you the pain, it showed you the purpose. That's why you kept going, even when you didn't know how. That's why you made it through moments that made no sense at the time. The universe was shaping you into someone with backbone, direction, and clarity. Someone who doesn't break in the same places twice. Someone who becomes the storm instead of running from it. This is why people will be shocked when the truth comes out. Not because you survived, but because you survived quietly. You didn't broadcast your suffering. You didn't ask for sympathy. You didn't parade your wounds around for attention. You healed privately. You rebuilt privately. You learned privately. And now your results are about to speak publicly. Your strength is about to speak publicly. Your transformation is about to speak publicly. The same people who whispered about you will have no choice but to watch you rise. And the crazy part, they will act surprised, even though they're the ones who taught you how strong you had to become. They're the reason your skin is thicker. They're the reason your mind is sharper. They're the reason your heart is selective. They're the reason your boundaries are solid. They created the version of you they can no longer access. Being chosen isn't about being loved by everyone. It's about being targeted by the wrong ones and still choosing to rise anyway. It's about being thrown into the fire and realizing you don't burn like they thought. It's about being underestimated to the point where your comeback feels like a plot twist. Drop 77 in the comments if you've ever had to heal alone, stay silent while people lied about you, or rebuild yourself while pretending everything was okay. Because if you felt that, you're about to feel this next part in your bones. And trust me, chosen one, the shockwave you're about to create is not accidental. It's overdue. Let's continue. Number 1. Their mask is melting and your survival is the fire. Wild how they tried to destroy you in silence, and now they're the ones hiding from the truth you walked out with. That line alone punches straight into the ribs of every person who hoped you would never rise again. And it fits the purpose of this section perfectly. This is the moment where the truth stops whispering and starts dragging every fake smile into the light. This is where the mask rips itself off because your survival is too loud to ignore. You're not exposing them out of revenge. You're exposing them by simply existing, healed, alive, and unbreakable. Nothing terrifies an enemy more than seeing the person they tried to bury, still breathing, still standing, and still carrying a power they can't copy. You ever notice how some people tense up when you walk in the room? How they avoid eye contact, switch up their tone, or suddenly act like they weren't talking about you behind your back? That reaction isn't random. That's fear leaking out. That's guilt glitching through their mask. They didn't think you would survive long enough to remember what they did. They thought the damage would shut your mouth forever. They wanted you confused, desperate, and lost, so their lies would stand. But chosen ones don't stay lost. You walked out of the same darkness they dragged you into, and now your presence alone makes their stories fall apart. Let's make one thing clear. They never broke you. They only exposed themselves. The universe let their masks slip right in front of you, not to hurt you, but to prepare you. Because you can't be chosen and blind at the same time. You had to see who was real and who was rotting behind a friendly face. You had to see the people who clapped when you fell. You had to see the people who smiled in your face, but chewed your name like it was currency behind closed doors. You didn't lose people, you lost illusions, and that's the kind of loss that becomes fuel. Picture this, someone lighting a match to burn your reputation, expecting flames to consume you, but the fire ends up exposing their fingerprints instead. That's what this season is for you. Their attempts to break you became the spotlight that exposes them. Their betrayal became your awakening. Their sabotage became your elevation. Isn't it crazy how the same people who said you were too much or too sensitive are now tripping over their own lies because you survived long enough to see everything clearly? Some of you might be wondering, but why did they go so hard against me? Why did their jealousy turn into obsession? Simple. Your strength made them insecure. Your resilience made them nervous. Your energy poked holes in the versions of themselves they pretend to be. People with masks hate being around people who can see. The universe didn't give you intuition for decoration. It gave it to you to protect you. And every time your spirit sensed something was off, you were right. They weren't acting weird for no reason. They were reacting to the truth inside you. And here's the part the enemy can't stand. You didn't need to expose them. Life is doing that for you. Their stories are falling apart because your truth exists. Your silence is louder than their gossip. Your growth is louder than their jealousy. Your peace is louder than their performance. You didn't need revenge. You just needed time, and the universe handled the rest. Let's address the question some chosen ones silently ask. Why did the universe let me stay around fake people for so long? Because exposure requires experience. You can't understand someone's mask until you've seen how they behave in different seasons. You had to watch how they treated you when you had nothing, when you were healing, when you were hurting, and when you were rising. Every version of you revealed a different version of them. That's not punishment. That's training. You learn the truth about people not by listening to what they say, but by surviving what they do. Another question you might be asking, why didn't the universe warn me earlier? It did. You just weren't ready to believe it. The red flags were there, but you needed the strength you have now to understand them. You needed the maturity you developed. You needed the clarity that pain carved into you. The universe doesn't waste pain. It converts it. Let's talk about isolation for a moment, because that's where the mask ripping started. You weren't isolated because you were weak. You were isolated because the universe was removing distractions. You were isolated so the noise would stop. You were isolated so every lie would echo loud enough for you to recognize it. Isolation wasn't empty, it was surgical. It cut out the voices that wanted to drown you. It removed the hands that pretended to help you while pushing you down. It separated you from people who can't go where you're going next. And now, you're stepping out of that isolation with a new level of perception. You see everything differently. You feel everything differently. You read people with one conversation. You catch intentions with one glance. You sense motives before words are spoken. That's why the enemy panics. You're not who you were. You're sharper, you're stronger, you're wiser, and worst of all for them, you're awake. Your transformation is their exposure. Your glow reveals their shadows. Your peace exposes their chaos. Your growth makes their jealousy crack. Your clarity makes their manipulation useless. You're not fighting them anymore. You outgrew the battlefield. They lost access to your energy, and that is the one thing they never planned for. They wanted to drain you. They didn't expect you to unplug. Let them panic, let them scramble, let them rewrite stories to make themselves look innocent. Your truth doesn't need editing. It stands on its own. Their lies need makeup, angles, excuses, and retakes. Your truth needs none of that. Your existence is the evidence. Your survival is the proof. Your rise is the verdict. And now the universe is handing you something they can't control: visibility. Your name is coming up in rooms they never wanted you to enter. Your strength is being recognized by people they hoped would never notice you. Your transformation is drawing attention in ways your enemies cannot filter or block. The same people who doubted you will have no choice but to explain how you became everything they swore you never would. This is why the mask is ripping off. Because you're not hiding anymore, you're not dimming yourself, you're not apologizing for your sensitivity, your intuition, your power, or your presence. You're stepping in as the version of yourself that your enemies prayed you would never become. And if you've ever wondered whether the universe saw what they did to you, here's your answer. It did, and it handed you something better than revenge. It handed you revelation, clarity, strength, growth, protection, and a rise that will speak for itself. The mask is gone, the truth is out, and the shockwave is just beginning. Number 2. They wanted the fire to finish you, but you walked out carrying it. Funny how they prayed for your downfall, and now they're the ones choking on the smoke from the fire you walked through. That's the kind of truth that hits your enemies right in the throat, because it reminds them that the same flames they lit for your destruction ended up becoming the flames that reshaped you. They bet against you like you were fragile. They counted you out like you were predictable. But survival wasn't your final form. They just didn't know you were built for pressure, heat, and transformation. They never expected you to walk out of the chaos holding your power like a torch. Imagine someone watching you fall apart, assuming that's your ending scene. They don't realize that breakdowns are often blueprints. They saw you shattered, exhausted, crying, doubting yourself. They thought the story stopped there. But what they missed was the rebuilding. The nights where you held yourself together with a thread of hope. The days where you moved forward, even when everything felt heavy. The moments where you rebuilt your mind one thought at a time. You were never losing. You were loading. And here's a quote those enemies deserve to feel deep in their chest. They misread your silence as defeat, not realizing silence is where chosen ones reload. Let's break something down, because chosen ones always wonder this at some point. Why did they bet against me so confidently? It's because they judged you based on your pain, not your potential. People who have never carried real weight assume everyone else will collapse under the slightest pressure. They couldn't imagine you rising because they can't imagine themselves rising. They thought the fire would melt you, not realizing it was molding you. Here's another metaphor to picture. Imagine someone throwing stones at a diamond underground, thinking the pressure will destroy it. But diamonds don't break under pressure. Diamonds become under pressure. That's you. Every weight they placed on you didn't crush you. It compacted you, refined you, sharpened you. It made you someone they never predicted. Let's hit them with another quote, since they deserve every burn. They gambled with your downfall like amateurs, not knowing the universe had already rigged the game in your favor. And that's what bothers them the most. Your rise was never supposed to happen in their mind. They expected you to fold. They expected you to disappear. They expected you to drown in the storms they either created or cheered for. But storms don't drown chosen ones. Storms teach them how to breathe underwater. Imagine this, a fire spreading through a forest. Most trees burn, but some seeds only crack open because of fire. Their life begins where others end. That's you again. Your beginning started at your breaking point. They thought the fire was punishment. The universe used it as initiation. Now let's answer the next question chosen ones usually ask. Why did the universe let me go through all of that? Because power requires proof. Anyone can pretend to be strong until life tests them. You weren't given easy battles because you're not built for small things. You're built for impact. You're built for endurance. You're built for stages your enemies don't even have access to. You were put in places that required backbone, not comfort. Let's drop another quote right here. Pain built you quietly while they watched loudly. Now your strength speaks while their lies crumble. They saw your scars. They saw your heartbreak. They saw your dark nights. And instead of helping you, they mocked, doubted, whispered, and waited. They wanted the fire to take you out, not understanding the fire was shaping you into someone they would no longer be able to approach. Fire gives chosen ones clarity. It burns illusions, attachments, fake connections, and weak mindsets. When you walked through the flames, you walked out lighter. What they don't get is this. Every time you didn't clap back, you were building discipline. Every time you didn't expose them, you were building wisdom. Every time you kept your mouth shut, you were building power. They thought they were winning. They were just training you. They were teaching you endurance without meaning to. They were sharpening your instincts. They were teaching you who you can trust and who you can't. They were building a version of you that no lie, no betrayal, no jealousy, and no gossip can shake anymore. Imagine you're in a burning building and everyone expects you to panic. But instead, you learn the exits, you memorize the structure, you study the flames, and when you walk out, you know more than they ever wanted you to know. You saw their real face. You saw their intentions. You saw their patterns. You walked through the fire with more knowledge than you had before. And now the irony. They want back into a life they tried to burn. They want access to a version of you that no longer exists. They want to understand the glow they didn't help build. They want to explain themselves without actually apologizing. They want the privilege of your presence after disrespecting your name. But the universe didn't just help you survive, it helped you outgrow. They said you were too emotional, but your emotions were your compass. They said you were too sensitive, but your sensitivity is why you can read a person in seconds now. They called you too much, but only because they couldn't match your depth, your spirit, your strength, or your soul. Everything they weaponized against you became the very thing that saved you. And now they're panicking. They're looking at you like, how did you get here? How did you recover? How did you glow after everything we put you through? They'll never admit it. But you becoming stronger scares them. You becoming wiser exposes them. You becoming calmer humiliates them. Your growth is a mirror they never wanted to look into. Let's drop one more quote because they deserve the sting. The fire didn't change you. It revealed you. Chosen one, hear this clearly. You didn't just walk through the fire, you walked out with the fire. You carry it now. It's in your voice, your eyes, your energy, your decisions. Nobody can manipulate the new you. Nobody can lie to the new you. Nobody can fake their way into your space anymore. You earned every ounce of strength you have. You're about to shock people because you made it through things they were sure would destroy you. They bet against you because they never understood you. They thought your scars were wounds. They're not. They are proof. Proof that you survived what was meant to end you. Proof that you're built different. Proof that your story isn't controlled by anyone but you. And now they have to watch the rise they swore would never happen. The fire didn't finish you, it crowned you, and they can't stand it. Let's continue. Number 3. When a door slams, it's because you outgrew the room. Wild how they cheered when a door closed on you, not realizing it was the universe locking you out of places that were never worthy of you. That line alone slices straight into the pride of anyone who thought your setbacks were entertainment. They thought every closed door meant you were failing. They didn't know closed doors can be shields. They didn't know rejection can be protection. They didn't know the universe reroutes chosen ones the moment a room becomes too small for their future. Here's the truth they were never smart enough to figure out. Not every opportunity is a blessing. Some are traps wrapped in promises. Imagine standing in front of a door that looks perfect until the universe slams it shut so hard it startles you. It hurts, it confuses you, it makes you question your worth. But imagine what was behind that door. A crowd that would drain you, a path that would shrink you, a future that would cage you. A closed door isn't failure, it's filtration. Some of you still wonder, why did everything fall apart right when I needed it to work? Because the universe saw what you couldn't. It saw people who would have betrayed you worse down the line. It saw environments that would have suffocated your voice. It saw futures that didn't match the strength growing inside you. Your no's weren't rejection. They were rerouting. Your delays weren't punishment. They were alignment. Imagine a GPS blocking a wrong turn, even when you think it's the fastest route. That's what happened to you. And the people who mocked your bad luck, they only proved they never understood your journey. Their opinions were tiny because their minds were tiny. Meanwhile, the universe was preparing rooms built for your magnitude. Closed doors aren't endings, they're exits you didn't realize you needed. Every friendship that collapsed, protection. Every opportunity that slipped away, protection. Every detour that frustrated you, protection. You didn't lose anything. You were quietly moved toward everything that fits you better, and now the same doors that once slammed in your face will unlock without you knocking, because you're not the same person who stood in front of them. You weren't rejected. You were upgraded. Number 4. Your truth is a match they can't let you strike. They didn't fear your voice. They feared the day you'd finally stop protecting their lies. That's the punch that makes their masks crack, because deep down they always knew your truth had the power to set whole narratives on fire. They didn't try to quiet you because you were unstable. They tried because your clarity could collapse the little kingdoms they built on manipulation, gossip, and half-truths. Your truth isn't gentle. It's explosive. And they knew one spark from you could turn their whole facade into ash. Imagine this. A tower built out of paper. Looks impressive from far away, right? But the moment someone with fire in their hands walks near it, the whole structure starts shaking. That's you, your experiences, your wounds, your wisdom. They're the fire. They knew it. That's why they scrambled to paint you as dramatic, sensitive, confused, or emotional. When someone can't kill your truth, they attack your character instead. It's the oldest trick of the threatened. Some chosen ones still wonder, why did they try so hard to silence me? Because they knew your version of the story wasn't a story. It was evidence. And evidence ruins the people who depend on illusions to survive socially. You carry the kind of truth that exposes patterns, not moments. The kind that reveals who someone really is when no one's watching. The kind that forces accountability. That's dangerous to people who hide behind masks. Your truth is pressure they can't breathe under. Every panic attack you had, every night you felt heaviness in your chest, every moment you wanted to scream, that was your truth trying to fight its way to the surface. You weren't breaking down, you were breaking open. People think truth arrives peacefully. It doesn't. It arrives like thunder. Imagine a locked vault inside you filled with lessons you earned in betrayal, nights of silence, and moments where you had no one but yourself. When you speak now, it's not just your voice, it's everything you survived speaking through you. That's why your words hit different. That's why your story frees people. That's why liars fear you. Your truth doesn't just expose them, it awakens everyone watching. You weren't chosen to keep their secrets safe. You were chosen to shake foundations, and now your truth isn't whispering anymore. It's ready to roar. Number 5. They cast you as the monster, but you became their plot twist. They didn't hate you. They hated the way your existence exposed the parts of themselves they ran from. That truth hits like a punch because it cracks open the entire illusion they built around your name. They needed a villain, someone to dump their guilt on, someone to carry the pieces of themselves they refused to face. And you were the easiest target. Not because you were weak, but because you were real. Real people threaten fake stories. Imagine this, someone standing in front of a cracked mirror. Instead of fixing their reflection, they smash the mirror and blame the shards. That's what they did to you. They didn't attack you because of who you were. They attacked you because of what you reflected. Your honesty made their lies tremble. Your consistency made their chaos obvious. Your strength made their insecurity loud. You weren't the villain. You were the flashlight they never asked for. People who fear accountability always search for someone to sacrifice. And they picked you. They edited scenes to make themselves look innocent. They twisted your reactions and cropped out their triggers. They turned their betrayals into your attitude and their manipulation into your overreacting. Gaslighting became their shield and confusion became their weapon. You questioned your memory, your intentions, your heart. But the universe kept nudging you, reminding you that your clarity wasn't wrong. It was just inconvenient for them. And imagine someone writing a story where they're the hero and you're the threat. But halfway through, the audience starts realizing the hero has a guilty conscience. The plot twist isn't you turning evil. The plot twist is everyone finally seeing the truth. Here's the part they never planned for. The villain they created grew into the version of you they can't control, rewrite, or discredit anymore. Your presence unmasks their performances. Your silence ruins their narratives. Your growth makes their story look childish. You were never dangerous. You were just impossible to manipulate, and that's what terrified them. Now the pen is in your hands, not to rewrite the past, but to reclaim your freedom. You don't need revenge. You don't need applause. Your truth is louder than their fiction, and their storyline is collapsing under its own lies. You weren't the villain. You were the plot twist they never saw coming. Number 6. You didn't come back to fight, you came back to collect. They keep calling you bitter because they're terrified you finally see clearly. That line alone stings them because it exposes the real fear behind their whispers. They want people to think you're back for revenge, that you're fueled by anger, that you're here to cause chaos. But the truth is way simpler and way more threatening. You're not here to destroy anything. You're here to reclaim everything that was always yours. Imagine someone stealing your seat, breaking it, repainting it, and then acting shocked when you quietly walk back and take it again. That's you. You're not storming in with rage. You're not forcing anything. You're just stepping back into alignment, and alignment naturally removes whatever was built on lies, gossip, and manipulation. Truth has gravity, and gravity pulls fake structures apart. People always panic when someone they lied about returns with clarity. Suddenly the stories don't fit, the timelines crack, the versions of you they spread around start sounding suspicious. And here's the best part. You don't have to expose them. Your presence does it for you. Some chosen ones ask, why don't I feel angry anymore? Why am I calm when I should be furious? Because you're aligned now. Revenge burns energy. Restoration creates it. Anger needs force. Clarity needs none. You're calm because you finally understand the difference between what was stolen, what was never yours, and what's returning in a better form. Imagine a puzzle piece being bent, twisted, and forced into the wrong spot. It doesn't fit. It was never meant to fit. But the moment you lift it out and put it where it truly belongs, everything clicks. That's the season you're in. You're not going backward, you're going back upward, reclaiming identity, reclaiming peace, reclaiming your narrative. And here's another truth they can choke on. You don't need their apology to rise. Your growth is already correcting the story. People will start questioning the rumors they once swallowed. They'll revisit conversations that never made sense. They'll connect dots they ignored. Not because you're forcing the truth, but because truth rearranges everything it touches. It exposes without effort. They called you petty because they hoped the label would scare you into silence. They called you bitter because they feared your clarity. They called you cold because they don't understand peace. But you're not cold. You're centered, you're focused, you're unshakable. You're not here to settle the score. You're here to reclaim the story. You're here to reclaim the space that was always yours. You're here to reclaim yourself. And nothing, absolutely nothing, scares them more. Number 7. You didn't escape. You were strategically pulled out. They thought you vanished because you were scared, not realizing you disappeared because the universe dragged you out before the explosion hit. That's the punch they deserve, because it exposes the truth they refuse to accept. You didn't run, you didn't fold, you didn't tap out. You were removed with precision because staying any longer would have killed the version of you the universe was trying to build. Imagine a building wiring itself to explode while everyone else keeps dancing inside, pretending nothing's wrong. You're the one the universe pulled by the collar and said, "Move now." That sudden urge to cut ties, delete numbers, block access, and go silent wasn't panic. It was protection. It was extraction, and the timing was too perfect to ignore. Leaving isn't weakness. Staying in chaos is. You didn't stay, and that's why you're alive in ways they'll never be. Some of you still ask, why did I leave so fast? Why did everything force me out at once? Because healing can't happen in the same atmosphere that injured you. You weren't meant to grow roots in poisoned soil. Silence became your oxygen. Distance became your medicine. Solitude became your reset button. Imagine being stuck in a room with no air and suddenly a hidden door swings open. Only you see it. Only you feel it. That's what that pull was. The universe doesn't ask for permission when it's saving you. It removes you before you argue, before you second guess, before you go back. Extraction feels like loss until clarity kicks in. You weren't escaping people. You were escaping patterns, cycles, energies that kept you small. You were pulled out because what's meant for you requires a different environment, a different mindset, a different version of you. And here's the twist they never saw coming. The path you walked alone is about to become the blueprint for people who are drowning where you once stood. You weren't the coward. You were the one chosen to get out first. Number 8. Your rise became the blueprint they never knew they needed. They thought your breakthrough was about you winning. They didn't realize it was about showing everyone else that escape is possible. That truth slices deep because your rise wasn't selfish. It was signal flare energy. Your survival lit up the sky for people still stuck in the same darkness you crawled out of. What you healed wasn't just wounds, it was pathways. What you learned wasn't just wisdom, it was instruction. You didn't just make it out, you made the blueprint. Imagine someone trapped in a maze with no map, no light, no guidance. They're wandering, hurting, confused, repeating the same loops. Then, far away, they see someone climb out. They watch the direction you take. They follow the trail you didn't even know you were leaving behind. That's your breakthrough, not an ending, a signal, a way out. Your survival became proof that the walls weren't real, they were just fear. Some of you still wonder, why did I go through all that pain alone? Because you were the one strong enough to decode it. You were the one who could turn suffering into understanding. You were the one who could see through illusions, break patterns, and rebuild from ashes. Others will use your story as their compass. They'll find courage in your healing. They'll discover themselves in your clarity. Nothing that happened to you was random. Every closed door, every betrayal, every delay, all of it was alignment, shifting your life away from the people who would have dimmed you and toward the people who need the light you carry now. You weren't being punished, you were being positioned. Imagine a field after a wildfire. Most people see destruction, but chosen ones, they see the soil turning rich, the land turning fertile, the future turning brighter. Your breakthrough wasn't a reward, it was a reset, a recalibration, a new beginning, pulling everything good right back to you. You're not attracting luck, you're attracting what finally matches your healed self. Aligned friendships, aligned opportunities, aligned paths, aligned life. The universe isn't replacing what you lost, it's upgrading it. And that overflow you're stepping into, it's your blueprint shining through you. It's your glow guiding others home. Number 9, your voice isn't just heard, it's immortalized. They tried to silence you, not knowing your words were built to outlive them. That punch lands right where it should, because your voice isn't the same voice you once had. It carries weight now, it carries frequency. It carries an energy that doesn't ask for permission. It shifts the room the moment you speak. They thought you were just telling a story. They didn't realize you were engraving your truth into the timeline. Imagine someone carving initials into stone while everyone else is scribbling with chalk. That's you. Their noise fades with the wind. Your words leave dents. Your truth doesn't evaporate. It imprints. You're not here to be loud. You're here to be unforgettable. And when chosen ones speak from alignment, the world doesn't stay the same. Illusions crack. People wake up. Narratives collapse. One sentence from your healed self does more than a lifetime of someone else's pretending. Some of you wonder, why does my voice feel different now? Why do people react more intensely? Because your words aren't just sounds anymore. They're signals, transmission, activation. Every time you speak, someone out there feels understood for the first time. Someone feels braver. Someone feels less alone. That's impact, the kind that can't be manufactured. Your truth isn't testimony, it's a frequency that calls people out of darkness. Imagine a lighthouse standing on the edge of a violent ocean. Ships miles away can't see you, but they feel you. Your voice works the same way. It reaches people you'll never meet, in places you'll never go, at moments you'll never witness. And that's why it's legacy. Not the fame kind, not the spotlight kind, the impact kind. The kind that reshapes someone's destiny because you dared to speak. Your voice carries scars that healed, lessons that cost you everything, wisdom that was earned through fire. And now, everything you say hits deeper because it's real. Truth spoken from alignment becomes history. You're not here to stay quiet anymore, not here to water down your story. Not here to protect the feelings of people who hurt you. You're here to speak boldly, speak clearly, speak finally. This is the moment where your words stop echoing and start engraving themselves into history. Number 10, they threw dirt on you and you grew roots they can't uproot. They buried you to kill you, not knowing you were the kind of seed that wakes up stronger underground. That truth stings them because it exposes the stupidity behind their attacks. Every rumor they spread, every lie they whispered, every attempt to cover your name in dirt, it all became fertilizer. They didn't realize that throwing dirt on a chosen one doesn't bury them, it plants them. Imagine someone kicking soil over a seed with confidence, bragging about how they ended it. Then weeks later, they see a tree breaking through the ground. Tall, unshakable, impossible to ignore. That's you. Their sabotage didn't stunt you. It gave you depth. Their disrespect didn't shrink you. It forced you to develop roots that reach places they'll never understand. What they meant as damage became your foundation. Some chosen ones still ask, why did they hate me so much when I didn't do anything to them? Because your existence exposed their insecurity. People who are shallow panic when they meet someone with depth. Your strength made their weakness obvious. Your honesty made their lies sweat. So they threw dirt. Not to end you, they're not that intentional, but to hide what they couldn't destroy. Imagine a storm ripping branches off every tree except one. That one tree, it stands because its roots are deep. That's your story. Life shook you, people attacked you, situations tested you, and instead of breaking, you dug deeper. Your roots were learning resilience, while your enemies were celebrating too early. They can mock the branches, but they can't reach the roots. Every smear campaign, every betrayal, every attempt to isolate you, all of it pushed you inward, forced you to grow quietly, taught you who was real and who was rotten. And now your rise isn't fragile, it's grounded. They can't uproot what they didn't plant. They can't destroy what they never built. They can't block what is rooted in purpose, not approval. You didn't just survive their dirt, you turned it into soil. And now your growth is towering over everything they tried to bury. Number 11. They wanted you silent. Now your existence is the loudest part of the room. They tried to mute your voice, and now your silence is louder than their entire reputation. That line alone makes their stomach drop, because your rise didn't require noise. You didn't scream, you didn't beg, you didn't perform. You simply became undeniable. And there's nothing more terrifying to an enemy than someone they can't control, can't discredit, and can't quiet down. Imagine this. They spent years trying to dim your presence, convinced that if you stayed small, they'd look bigger. They underestimated the universe's favorite trick, elevation through elimination. You lost people, places, connections, and every loss made you quieter on the outside, but louder on the inside. Now when you walk in a room, everything shifts. The air changes, eyes move, energy rearranges. They feel you before they see you. When a chosen one stops chasing approval, their aura does the talking. Some of you still wonder, why do people react so intensely around me now? Why do they avoid eye contact? Why does my presence bother them? Because your alignment exposes their imbalance. Your clarity makes their excuses shake. Your calm makes their chaos obvious. People who once dismissed you now flinch when you speak, not because you're aggressive, but because you finally carry truth without apologizing for it. Imagine standing in a room full of people who once laughed at you, and now they can't even maintain eye contact. That's not ego. That's impact. That's what happens when someone who was underestimated becomes someone who can't be overlooked. Your growth became the microphone they spent years trying to steal. They wanted you invisible, but healing made you luminous. They wanted you quiet, but transformation made you unforgettable. They wanted you easy to ignore, but evolution made you impossible to erase. And the best part? You're not even trying. Your existence, your peace, your glow, your confidence, your truth is louder than any rumor, any lie, any story they ever used to shrink you. You didn't need to shout. You became the volume, and now the whole room hears you without a single word. Number 12. They counted you out, but you were the one holding the final chapter. They wrote your ending without realizing you were the one holding the pen. That truth hits them like a brick because they really believed they had the power to decide your fate. They predicted your downfall. They celebrated your setbacks. They whispered about how finished you were. Meanwhile, the universe was quietly flipping the script behind their backs. Imagine someone tossing your book aside, bragging that they already know how it ends, then finding out you were still writing. Every plot twist, every comeback, every shift, all of it came from you. They counted you out because they never expected you to stand back up. They assumed the version of you they broke was the final version. They didn't understand that chosen ones don't stay stuck in old chapters. They rewrite themselves. Their miscalculation became your motivation. Some of you wonder, why did they try so hard to end my story? Because your existence threatened theirs. Your strength exposed their weakness. Your resilience challenged their assumptions. People who depend on your downfall always underestimate your return. They thought your silence meant surrender. They thought your pain meant paralysis. They thought their betrayal was your finale. Imagine this metaphor: a movie everyone walks out on because they think it's over, only for the real plot twist to start the moment they leave. That's your life. The part they thought was the ending was actually the transformation scene. The one where the character stops surviving and starts becoming. They forgot the first rule of destiny: the chosen one always outlives the narrative written against them. Your comeback isn't revenge, it's reclamation. You're taking back identity they tried to twist, purpose they tried to dilute, confidence they tried to damage. You're not resurrecting old chapters, you're closing them for good. And the same people who counted you out will now have to watch you rise into a future they swore you'd never reach. They don't get to decide your ending. They never did. You were the author the whole time, and now the final chapter, it belongs entirely to you. So, chosen one, listen. Your entire journey has been one long warning to anyone who ever doubted you. You survived what was designed to break you, and you rose into someone they can't predict, control, or silence. This new chapter isn't about proving anything. It's about living in a strength they never expected you to reach. And chosen one, if this message hit your spirit, press the like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure you press subscribe. Your rise is just beginning, and you're not walking it alone. A liar's biggest nightmare isn't the truth coming out. It's the truth reaching the one person they swore would never hear it. That's exactly where this immature liar is standing right now, choking on the mess they created. Their big secret isn't just slipping out, it's blasting into daylight. They're panicking, begging people not to tell you, acting like the truth is some kind of poison that can ruin them forever. And honestly, it is. Picture someone trying to hide dirt under a white rug, thinking nobody will ever notice. But the second you lift it even an inch, the whole pile spills out in the open. That's what just happened. Their entire act cracked wide open because one tiny piece of truth finally slipped through their fingers. Studies show that people who lie a lot live in a constant state of fear. Their brain has to work extra hard to remember every lie, every fake detail, every story they patch together. Their stress hormones stay high, their sleep gets worse, and they start stumbling over simple things. That's your enemy right now. Their mouth is dry, their hands shake. They can't pretend everything is fine because their own body is betraying them more than anyone else could. And here's the irony. They thought lying made them powerful. Now the same lies are chewing through their confidence like termites in a rotten wall. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, because it's all of our responsibility to spread the light. Thank you again, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You are part of a force, a wave, something bigger than what these small-minded liars can even imagine. Now let's glide right back into the real situation. What's happening here isn't gossip, it's exposure. It's the universe flipping the lights on in a room someone thought would stay dark forever. This immature liar who used to act bold, loud, and untouchable is now whispering behind closed doors and begging people to keep quiet. They're sending desperate texts, promising fake loyalty, even trying to guilt-trip people into silence. But every favor they beg for only exposes how scared they are. Because when someone is terrified of you finding out the truth, that tells you everything you need to know about the truth itself. Think of their lies like a cheap costume. From far away, it looks real, but get close enough and the seams start to show. The stitching is uneven, the fabric is thin. One wrong pull and the entire outfit unravels. That's exactly what's happening to them right now. Their whole image is falling apart, thread by thread, because the truth doesn't care about their performance. The truth doesn't care how long they rehearsed their lines. The truth is louder, heavier, and more honest than anything they can fake. Psychologists say that liars always face three major problems. They forget the details, they repeat themselves, and they eventually contradict the stories they fought so hard to defend. And that's what this person is dealing with now. Their perfect story is full of cracks. Their memory is failing. They slip up, say too much, then panic when they realize someone else might run straight to you with the info. They're not scared of the truth getting out. They're scared of you getting it. Because they know once you know, their entire control system collapses. Chosen one, this is not random. This is timing. This is alignment. Their mask didn't just slip, it shattered. And the funny part, you didn't have to do anything. Their own choices dragged them into this chaos. The universe is giving you the clarity they tried so hard to hide. Their fear right now isn't just fear of being caught. It's fear of you waking up, seeing the real them, and walking away with your dignity still intact. They know you don't chase lies. You don't beg for honesty. You don't cling to people who crumble under pressure. And that terrifies them more than any rumor ever could. That's why they're rushing around like someone trying to plug leaks in a sinking boat, using their bare hands. Every time they cover one hole, two more open behind them. They're exhausted, they're paranoid, they're losing control of the narrative they once felt so proud of. And the truth is moving faster than they can block it. Because the truth doesn't need permission to travel. It doesn't need approval. It doesn't need protection. It moves like air through cracks, slipping into the places they prayed it would never reach. Chosen one, this is justice unfolding in real time. Their meltdown is the result of their own behavior. Their panic is their confession. You don't need to confront them. You don't need to threaten them. You don't need to argue. Their downfall is self-made. Their own lies are dragging them down, piece by piece, and every person they beg to stay silent only gets more suspicious. People talk, people whisper, people notice when someone is desperate. And desperate is exactly what they are. They thought they could hide forever. They thought they could play you. They thought you'd stay blind. But secrets have an expiration date, and theirs just hit zero. What's happening now is the moment where everything they buried starts rising to the surface. You'll see how fake their confidence was. You'll see how weak their plan really is. And you'll understand why the universe waited for the perfect moment to let this truth fall into place. So chosen one, before we dive deeper, drop a comment with the number 777 if you already feel this truth unfolding around you. Support the team behind this message with a super thanks if you want to keep this mission alive, because bringing light into dark places takes energy, time, and heart. Every share, every like, every message keeps this movement strong. Remember this. The immature liar may be begging others to stay quiet, but here, we're not quiet, we're not scared, we're not fooled. Their secret is out, the truth is rising, and the story is finally shifting in your favor. Stay with me till the end, chosen one. The deeper we go, the more their entire illusion falls apart right in front of you. And chosen one, thank you for sticking with this message so far. This is where things start heating up, so stay close. We're about to break this immature liar's entire act apart, piece by piece, and you don't want to miss a single detail. Trust me, If you click away now, you'll end up wondering what truth was waiting for you right around the corner. Before we go deeper, drop a comment with the number 777 if you can already feel the shift happening, because that number isn't just a symbol. It shows you're locked in, alert, and ready for the truth they tried so hard to hide from you. And if you can, bless the team behind this message with a super thanks. It takes energy and time to expose situations like this, and every gift, whether it's tiny or huge, pushes this mission forward and helps reach the people who need it most. Now, chosen one, take a breath. This is where we peel the layers back, slow and steady. If you're truly tapped in, you'll feel that instinct telling you to stay to the very end. The deeper we go, the more their secret falls apart, right in front of you. Let's get started. Number 1. They used your kindness as ammo, and now it's backfiring so hard they can't even breathe. Using someone's kindness as a weapon is like pulling the pin on a grenade and forgetting you're still holding it. That's exactly what this immature liar did. They thought twisting your kindness would make you weak, easy to control, easy to play with. They thought your empathy meant you were blind, but all they did was set up their own destruction. And now the explosion is happening in slow motion while they beg people not to tell you the truth. They tried to turn your heart into a trap, but the only person falling into that trap now is them. And deep down, chosen one, you felt this moment coming. You just didn't know the universe would make the reveal this brutal. They misread you from day one. They saw your softness and assumed it meant stupidity. They saw your patience and assumed it meant obedience. They saw your forgiveness and assumed it meant they could keep using you without consequences. But here's something they never understood. People like you don't break. You evolve. Every time they lied, you learned. Every time they twisted your compassion, you sharpened your intuition. Every time they made you carry their emotional junk, you developed the strength they never had. And now, that strength is the very thing tearing their fake image apart. Think about it like this. Imagine handing someone your phone charger because their battery is low. Instead of saying thanks, they steal it, drain it dry, then blame you when their phone dies again. That's the level of entitlement this liar carried. They took your emotional energy, sucked it down, then acted like you owed them more. But when your energy pulled back, when you stopped handing out endless compassion for free, they panicked. They didn't panic because they cared. They panicked because you were their fuel source. And once you stepped away, the lights in their little fake world started flickering. You might be wondering right now, why would someone treat my kindness like that? Why would they twist something good into something harmful? Simple. People who lack real value survive by feeding off people who have it. They saw your kindness as a resource they could exploit. They saw your empathy as something they could reshape into guilt. To them, your heart wasn't a gift, it was a tool. And manipulators love tools because tools don't talk back. Except you weren't a tool. You were the key to their stability, and once you figured out the game, their entire setup fell apart. Science backs this up too. Psychologists say manipulators live in constant fear of losing the people they exploit, because without someone to drain, they fall apart fast. They lie to stay relevant. They twist stories to stay in control, and they cling to people who give them emotional energy because they can't generate their own. That's the truth behind their behavior. They didn't care about you. They cared about what you provided. And once the supply stopped, their panic went into overdrive. Look at what's happening now. They're pacing, they're sweating, they're paranoid about who knows what. They're terrified you'll finally hear the truth. They're begging people to keep quiet because they know that once their secret reaches you, they lose everything. Power, control, influence, access. They know you're not the same person they manipulated before. You're calmer, you're clearer, you're stronger. And that version of you scares them more than anything. They tried turning your kindness into a weakness, but they forgot something life always proves. Kindness isn't soft, it's a mirror, and when a manipulator stands in front of that mirror, they see their true self, and they hate it. That's why they fought so hard to twist your compassion, not because they misunderstood it, but because they feared it. Kindness exposes liars faster than anger ever could. When you stayed gentle, patient and real, their lies looked uglier by comparison. They couldn't stand next to you without being revealed. Picture a person trying to hide a stain on their shirt while standing in front of a spotlight. That's them. You were the spotlight. Your sincerity, your purity, your intentions. They spotlighted their selfishness, their immaturity, their fraud. That's why they fought you. That's why they twisted your empathy. That's why they tried to make you feel guilty for pulling away. They were never fighting you. They were fighting their reflection in your presence and losing. And chosen one, look at where that brought them. Their lies are cracking. Their secret is spreading. The people they once manipulated are slipping away. The ones they once bragged to are now whispering about them behind their back. And the universe made sure the truth snaked its way toward you, piece by piece, until the whole picture finally clicked. You didn't chase it. You didn't force it. You didn't dig for revenge. The truth simply rose, because that's what truth does around someone like you. Let's answer another question that might be chewing at your mind. Why do I feel guilty even though I know they were wrong? Because chosen ones always wrestle with guilt when they withdraw kindness. But here's the raw reality. You didn't hurt them. You protected yourself. And the moment you did, the mask fell right off. Their real face showed. And it wasn't your compassion that caused all this drama. It was their reaction to losing access to it. They're dealing with consequences they earned. You aren't punishing them. You're simply no longer saving them. And that by itself is enough to collapse their entire fake world. Every time they misused your heart, you built armor. Every time they tried to guilt trip you, you became harder to manipulate. Every time they told a lie, your intuition sharpened. And now look at you, standing in your power while they're scrambling to hide what they did. Their desperation is proof that you won. Their fear is proof that your energy was valuable. Their downfall is proof that they were never on your level. They used your kindness as a weapon, but the weapon flipped. The same compassion they twisted is now exposing them. Because when someone mistreats a clean heart, the universe always turns the spotlight back on them. And this time, the spotlight is bright, unforgiving, and aimed directly at every lie they ever told. This isn't karma coming for them. This is cause and effect. They tried to drain you. They tried to weaken you. They tried to use your humanity against you. And all they succeeded in doing was revealing who they truly are. Chosen one, you're not soft. You're not weak. You're not naive. You're someone who gave more than they deserved, cared more than they valued, and stayed longer than they earned. But now the script has flipped. Now they're dealing with the fallout of their own decisions, and you're rising because of yours. Their secret is out. Their lies are collapsing. Their manipulation failed. And the truth is walking straight toward you with receipts in both hands. You don't need revenge. You don't need closure. You don't need explanations. Their fear is the confession. Their panic is the apology. Their downfall is the justice. And your kindness, that's the very thing that turned you into the force that destroys everything they built on lies. You've already won. Number 2, they thought your calm was cluelessness, and now they're getting hit with the bill. Underestimating someone who's quiet is the fastest way to get embarrassed in public. A calm mind isn't empty, it's loaded. Silence is not absence. Silence is analysis. The strongest people say the least and reveal the most when the time is right. That's the reality hitting this immature liar right now, like a truck they never saw coming. They confused your strength for stupidity, your patience for weakness, your silence for ignorance. They thought they were outsmarting you while you were 10 steps ahead the whole time, and now they're paying for that mistake with fear, panic, and the unraveling of every lie they ever used to feel superior. This is the moment where their ego finally meets the truth, and the truth hits harder than anything you could have said. Imagine this: someone's playing a board game with you, thinking you don't understand the rules. They laugh, brag, and move their pieces with fake confidence. What they don't realize is that you were never interested in winning the early moves. You were studying their strategy. And when the moment comes, you flip the board because you already saw the end game. That's exactly what's happening right now. They were celebrating in the first 5 minutes of a match that you silently mastered from the start. They looked at your patience and called it stupidity because they couldn't imagine someone being quiet by choice. People like them talk to feel powerful. People like you stay silent to stay aware. They thought your lack of reaction meant they had control. They thought your calm meant you were clueless. They thought your grace meant you were gullible. But all it meant was that you were watching the entire show unfold while keeping notes they didn't know you were writing. You might be asking yourself, did I let them play me? Did I stay too quiet for too long? No. Your silence wasn't surrender. It was strategy. It was you giving them the space to reveal who they really are. When someone underestimates you, they expose themselves naturally. They show their patterns, their fears, their weaknesses, their lies. You didn't need to confront them. They confronted themselves by thinking you weren't paying attention. Imagine handing a child a marker and telling them not to draw on the wall. Leave the room for 5 minutes. They'll do it anyway. And when you return, the evidence is everywhere. That's the level of immaturity you were dealing with. They thought you weren't watching, so they scribbled lies everywhere, thinking you'd never notice. But you saw it all. You analyzed it. You connected the dots. Your silence didn't protect them. It exposed them. They used your patience as a leash, hoping to keep you in place. But that leash has wrapped around their own lies now, tightening with every secret that slips out. The universe is pulling the rope they tied themselves with, and every tug exposes another false story, another fake performance, another detail they thought you'd never uncover. Their own actions are choking them, not your revenge. Psychologists say manipulators hate quiet people because quiet people see too much. They crave loud reactions because loud reactions make you easy to predict and manipulate. But you didn't give them that luxury. You stayed composed. You stayed still. You stayed unavailable, and your lack of reaction forced them into a paranoia spiral they're still drowning in. The quieter you became, the louder their lies sounded, even to them. Imagine someone throwing dirt on a clean floor. At first, it blends, but the more dirt they throw, the more obvious the mess becomes. Eventually, they can't hide it anymore. That's exactly what this liar did. Your peace made their chaos visible. Your stability made their insecurity impossible to hide. Your silence highlighted their noise. They thought they were burying the truth under manipulation, but all they were doing was building a mound of evidence that now stands taller than them. Another question you might be quietly wrestling with: did staying patient make me look weak? Not even close. Patience is a weapon, and yours was razor sharp. You used time as your ally. Time exposed their true intentions. Time revealed their secrets. Time turned their lies into contradictions. Time made them sloppy. Time made them desperate. And now, time is making them pay. Your silence wasn't an empty space. It was a mirror. Every lie they told bounced back at them. Every manipulation they tried reflected their true self. Every fake move they made exposed how little control they actually had. They thought you were clueless, when in reality you were cataloging every slip-up. You were the puppeteer in this situation, not them. They didn't realize they were tangling themselves in their own strings until it was too late. They danced around thinking they were pulling your emotions like marionette threads. But they never noticed how each lie tightened around their own ankles. Now they're stumbling, confused, choking on the very web they thought they could trap you in. Imagine someone trying to lock you in a room using a key they stole from you. But the whole time, you already had the master key in your pocket. That's how absurd their confidence was. They thought they were trapping you, guiding you, manipulating you. But the truth? They never had access to the real you, not the strong you, not the aware you, not the chosen one standing in front of them now. They only knew the version of you that allowed them to feel superior. And chosen one, let's address the thought that might be creeping in your mind. Why didn't I speak up? Because you didn't need to. Some battles are won by silence. Some victories don't require announcements. Some truths reveal themselves without your involvement. You saved your energy for when it mattered. They wasted theirs pretending to be clever. That's why they're panicking now. That's why they're begging people not to tell you what's being said behind their back. That's why they're scrambling to protect a reputation that was built on broken pieces. They know the truth is crawling toward you faster than they can hide it. They know you're not as naive as they once believed. They know the version of you they manipulated doesn't exist anymore. They're begging for access to a version of you that cannot be resurrected. And the hardest part for them, knowing it's their own fault. They confused strength for stupidity, patience for passivity, silence for surrender. And now, their punishment is watching the truth close in on them from every direction. This is the price they pay for misreading someone built on awareness, depth, and inner strength. Chosen one, your calm wasn't weakness, it was the warning they ignored. Your silence wasn't fear, it was observation. Your patience wasn't submission, it was strategy. And now the universe is amplifying the truth so loudly that even they can't pretend not to hear it. Their mask is cracked, their lies are leaking, their panic is showing. And the show, the little theatrical performance they tried to put on, it's over. You've already won, and now they know it too. Number 3. When the cowards linked up and still got destroyed. Snakes only form a circle when they're scared of the one standing outside it. That's exactly what happened to you, chosen one. These immature liars didn't just act alone. They grouped up like insects, huddling under a flipped rock, scrambling because your presence exposed their entire ecosystem of fakery. They weren't brave. They weren't strategic. They weren't smart. They were terrified. And terrified people always gather in packs because none of them has the spine to face you head-on. They thought they were building a secret alliance against you. In reality, they were building a cage for themselves. Imagine this, 5 people whispering the same lie in a corner, thinking it magically becomes the truth just because they said it together. But once one person slips up, the whole circle collapses like a group chat, falling apart after one screenshot. That's what you were up against. Not power, not intelligence, just insecure people who needed each other to feel tall. You might wonder, why did so many of them join in? Because weak minds cling to each other. They can't stand alone, so they stack their fears together and call it strength. Psychologists call this mobbing, when insecure, low-value people unite against someone who threatens their illusion of control. And chosen one, you were the threat. Your presence alone made them panic. Your honesty made their lies shake. Your stability made their chaos obvious. Another metaphor for you. Picture a bunch of snakes trying to wrap around a wildfire. The moment the flames get close, they panic and coil around each other instead. That's what they did, formed a circle not to strike, but to hide. And when the universe swung the spotlight onto them, every single one of them scattered. Their unity cracked, their group loyalty vanished. Fake alliances dissolved the moment pressure hit, because cowards always fold when truth enters the room. Here's your final answer to the question lingering in your mind. Why did they try so hard to break me? Because breaking you was the only way they could feel equal to you. They failed. Their circle collapsed, and now they're choking on the very lies they built together. You walked through their storm untouched. They walked through your truth and shattered. Number 4. When their smiles were surveillance cameras in disguise. Spies don't always wear black. They wear the smile they hope you won't question. That's the truth they never wanted you to see. Every "how have you been" wasn't care, it was intel gathering. Every "just checking on you" wasn't affection, it was a mission brief. These people weren't showing up out of love. They were stationed around you like silent microphones, feeding your life updates straight back to the immature liar who feared your truth more than anything. They weren't allies, they were antennas. Imagine this. Someone pretending to be your friend while mentally taking notes like a cheap undercover agent in a movie. Every detail you shared became ammunition for someone else. Every conversation was a report. Every reaction of yours was measured, studied, and handed over to the person orchestrating the scheme. Not because you were weak, but because they were terrified of your strength. They needed information because without it, your unpredictability scared them. And here's a question you might be asking yourself. How did I not see it? Because spies don't approach confident people with hostility. They approach with warmth. Manipulators don't walk in with fangs. They walk in with charm. The science behind it is simple. The easiest way to study someone is to stand close enough to smell their fear. Except you didn't have any. They did. Psychologists call this tactic social reconnaissance. When insecure people can't control you directly, they try to control the narrative around you. They collect data, twist it, exaggerate it, and ship it back to the commander of the drama. That's why these friendly faces popped up only when your name started echoing in the liar's panic-filled conversations. You were not dealing with concern. You were dealing with surveillance. Imagine a spider sending smaller insects to check if the prey is still alive. That's how pathetic their strategy was. They needed confirmation that you were still affected, still reachable, still manipulatable. But every time they watched, they learned something terrifying. You were slipping out of their control. And here's the twist. They stared so hard at your life that they exposed their own. Their obsession made them sloppy. Their reports contradicted each other. Their loyalty cracked under pressure. Their entire network is falling apart because spies always forget the golden rule. The longer you observe someone powerful, the more transparent you become. Chosen one, you were never their target. You were the trap. And now every spy they sent is a liability they can't clean up. The board has flipped, and they're the ones exposed under the spotlight. Number 5. When they aimed at your spirit and ended up breaking their own reflection. Try to dim a real light, and all you do is expose how dark you are. That's exactly what happened when they came for your spirit. They couldn't reach your level, couldn't match your energy, couldn't handle your inner strength, so they attacked the only place they thought you were vulnerable: your mind. Every fake compliment, every emotional tug, every guilt-soaked apology, they weren't gestures of love. They were levers of control. They didn't want connection, they wanted access. They didn't want partnership, they wanted ownership. Imagine this: someone standing next to a lamp, pretending they're the one making the room bright. They stand close, they hover, they smile, hoping you won't notice the bulb isn't coming from them. That's what they did. They dimmed you slowly, hoping you'd mistake their shadow for comfort. But light like yours doesn't disappear, it waits. And when you finally stepped back, their entire world went dark. You might be wondering, why did they fight my spirit so hard? Because insecure people don't attack where you're weak. They attack where you're powerful. Your spirit intimidated them. Your resilience irritated them. Your ability to rise after every hit made them feel small. They weren't trying to destroy you. They were trying to control the part of you they couldn't imitate. Psychology backs this one. Emotional parasites need a strong host. They feed on your empathy, your patience, your care. But the moment you disconnect, they collapse. And that's what you're seeing now: the collapse, the desperation, the scrambling, the guilt trips, the sudden "I miss yous." None of it is real. It's hunger, not love. Imagine a mirror cracking because the reflection is too bright. That's what your spirit did to them. They tried to break you, but every attempt only revealed their emptiness. Every doubt they planted grew into your strength. Every tear they caused became your clarity. Every moment they drained from you became the proof that they had nothing of their own to give. And chosen one, here's the truth they never wanted you to realize. Your spirit wasn't the one in danger. It was their ego, because once your light returned to full power, it didn't just shine, it exposed them. Now, they're shattered, stumbling, starved for the energy they once stole. You didn't lose anything. They did. You regained your spirit. They lost their mask. And the light they tried to steal, it's the same light that's blinding them now. Number 6. When they weaponized your values and forgot you're the one who forged them. Only a coward steals your principles because they don't have any of their own. That's exactly what these people did. They couldn't overpower you, so they hijacked the very values that made you powerful. They took your loyalty and twisted it into guilt. They grabbed your compassion and reshaped it into a trap. They used your belief in their potential as a leash, hoping you'd stay tied to a version of them that never existed. They didn't fight you with their own strength. They fought you with yours, because deep down, they knew they didn't have anything of value to bring to the table. Imagine giving someone your toolkit to help them build their life, only for them to use your tools to lock you inside your own house. That's the level of twisted logic you were dealing with. They borrowed your goodness and turned it against you like it was their personal property. And you might be wondering, how did I fall for that? You didn't fall for anything. Your values were used against you precisely because you had them, and they didn't. Psychology calls this value exploitation, when someone without integrity steals the moral compass of someone who has it. They weaponize your standards because without them, they have no influence. That's why they sabotaged opportunities, whispered poison into people's ears, and even tried targeting your stability. Independence terrifies manipulators. A strong person with clarity can't be controlled. Imagine a bird with its wings tied by someone who can't fly. They clipped at your potential because watching you rise reminded them of their own failure. But the second you woke up to their game, every knot loosened, every lie cracked, every chain they built from your values began snapping one by one. And here's the truth they never expected. Those values they twisted are now the very ones exposing them. Your loyalty revealed their disloyalty. Your compassion exposed their emptiness. Your belief in them highlighted how little they believed in themselves. They failed the test they forced you to take. Chosen one, your principles were never chains. They were the standards that separated you from them. And now those standards are snapping back with a vengeance, breaking every false hold they tried to put on you. They thought they trapped you, but all they did was build the cage they're now stuck inside. Number 7. When their mask hit the floor and the truth hit harder. Nothing exposes a liar faster than their own patterns. They always repeat what they think you're too blind to notice. That's exactly how the truth hit you, chosen one. Not slowly, not gently. It struck like a thunderbolt straight through the fog they wrapped around you. One moment of clarity was enough to burn through every excuse, every half-truth, every little contradiction they thought would slip by unnoticed. You didn't need proof. You didn't need screenshots. You didn't need a confrontation. Their behavior confessed long before their mouth ever could. Imagine someone juggling lies like glass balls. At first they look skilled, smooth, confident, but the moment one slips, all the others crash right after. That's what happened when their mask cracked. One inconsistency, one strange reaction, one weird shift in their energy. Suddenly the whole performance collapsed. You started seeing the repeated phrases, the recycled excuses, the copy-paste apologies. Your intuition lit up like a lightning storm, and once lightning hits, darkness has no place to hide. You might ask yourself, was it really that obvious? Yes. Your body knew before your mind did. Your spirit felt uneasy. Your peace vanished around them. Your energy drained every time they walked in. That wasn't paranoia. That was your internal alarm system screaming that you were standing inside a lie. Humans don't lose peace around honest people. Peace only disappears when deception is present. Imagine standing in a room where someone sprayed cheap perfume to cover up something rotten. You don't see the problem right away, but your body knows something's off. That's what their presence felt like. Their mask was leaking the truth long before it finally shattered. And now, they're terrified. Terrified of your vision. Terrified of your awareness. Terrified because you see them exactly as they are, not as the character they tried to force you to believe in. Nothing cuts a manipulator deeper than being fully seen. Your discernment is their worst nightmare because they can't twist it, guilt it, or talk their way out of it. Imagine thieves running from lightning because it exposes everything they swore would stay hidden. That's them now, scrambling, hiding, begging others to keep you in the dark. But the truth already struck. Chosen one, once lightning hits, the sky never goes back to pretending it was cloudy. And once you saw who they truly were, there's no going back. They can't fool you anymore. They can't control the narrative. They can't hide behind their mask. The thunder already rolled. The storm already spoke. And the truth, it chose you. Number 8. When their fire failed to kill you and turned you into something they can't handle. People who try to break you never expect you to come back forged. That's the part burning them the most right now. They wanted you fragile, confused, dependent, begging for crumbs. They wanted the flames to scare you, melt you, silence you. But instead of turning you into ashes, the fire tightened you, sharpened you, strengthened you. Everything they did to ruin you ended up sculpting the version of you they're terrified to face today. Imagine this. Someone throws metal into a furnace, hoping it disintegrates, not realizing heat is exactly what turns metal into a blade. That's what they did. Their betrayal wasn't your ending. It was the ignition of your transformation. Every hit they thought would break you became another strike of the hammer, molding your resilience. Every smear campaign, every lie, every emotional blow, they weren't destroying you, they were forging you. You might wonder, why does my strength bother them so much now? Because your rise exposes their weakness, your healing exposes their sickness, your clarity exposes their confusion. Manipulators can handle victims. They can handle silence. They can handle people who stay small. What they can't handle is someone who rises after they tried to bury them. Psychology nails this one. People who lack depth hate the ones who develop it. Your growth makes them uncomfortable because it reflects everything they'll never become. You didn't just recover, you evolved. You stopped trying to save people who set fires. You stopped explaining yourself to those committed to misunderstanding you. You stopped bleeding for people who wouldn't hand you a bandage. You stopped placing value on people who only valued your vulnerability. Imagine a phoenix, not the pretty fantasy version, but the real symbolism behind it. A creature that burns, screams, shatters, and then rises with wings made from the same flames that tried to kill it. That's you now. Not reborn politely, reborn powerfully. And, chosen one, here's the twist they never saw coming. Your strength isn't accidental. It's the direct consequence of their actions. They thought you'd crumble. You became unshakable. They thought you'd break. You became armored. They thought you'd vanish. You became undeniable. Your existence is the proof of their failure. Your resilience is the receipt of their downfall. You are the warrior they never intended to create, and the one they can never defeat. Number 9. When the smoke cleared, and their lies stood there naked. Lies run fast, but the truth doesn't need speed. It wins by endurance. That's exactly what unfolded when you finally pulled your energy back. Their whole structure, every illusion they engineered, every fake story they stitched together, depended on you staying present enough to hold it up. The moment you stepped away, their machine sputtered, choked, and collapsed. Because lies don't survive on their own. They need constant fuel, constant performance, constant patchwork. Truth? Truth just waits. It doesn't chase. It doesn't panic. It doesn't beg. It simply stands still and lets everything else fall apart. Imagine a circus performer spinning 10 plates at once, impressive from a distance, but the act only works as long as the performer never stops moving. The second they pause, every plate crashes. That's what happened when you went quiet. They weren't prepared for the stillness. They never expected you to stop feeding them reactions. And once the plates fell, everyone finally heard the sound they'd been trying so hard to muffle. You might ask yourself, did I cause their downfall? No, you revealed it. You stepping back didn't destroy their world. It exposed what was already rotting underneath. Their life was built on quicksand. Unstable, temporary, desperate. Yours was built on bedrock, grounding, solid, earned. When you walked away, the comparison became impossible to hide. Psychology nails this every time. People who live on lies require external validation to survive. They need chaos, attention, drama, witnesses. Without that, their narrative starves. You weren't their victim. You were their power source. And when you unplugged, darkness. Imagine a sand castle next to a mountain. Cute until the tide comes in. Their little empire washed away instantly because it was never built to last. Your foundation didn't budge, not even an inch, because real stability doesn't crumble when the dust settles. It becomes even more obvious. And chosen one, here's the quiet truth they're choking on. Your silence exposed their noise. Your distance exposed their desperation. Your truth outlived their entire performance. When the dust settles, only one thing stands tall, the reality they tried to bury. And that reality is standing on your side. Number 10. When they aimed to erase you and ended up proving you were built to rise. Burial only works on seeds, never on souls built to rise. That's the punchline of this entire story, chosen one. They thought you were the perfect target, an easy mark, someone they could drain, twist, silence and control. They thought burying you would end you. They never imagined it would activate you. But that's what happens when people confuse pressure for punishment. Pressure creates diamonds. Burials create rebirth. And everything they threw at you, every scheme, every lie, every attempt to break your spirit, became the heat that transformed you. Imagine this, someone tossing a seed into the dirt, thinking they're discarding it. Meanwhile, the seed splits, awakens, and starts pushing upward. What they meant as the end became your beginning. And now your growth is towering over the same people who tried to cover you with their insecurities. They didn't expect evolution. They expected collapse. But you didn't fall apart. You leveled up. You might wonder, why does my peace bother them now? Because your peace exposes their chaos. Your stability reveals their instability. Your healing proves they never had the power they pretended to have. Manipulators fear people who outgrow them. They fear people who stop reacting. They fear the ones who rise without asking for permission. And you rose quietly, gracefully, relentlessly. Psychology says this is the ultimate nightmare for controlling people, when the person they targeted becomes self-aware. Once you saw the truth, their influence evaporated. Once you healed, their access disappeared. Once you grew, their tactics stopped working. You didn't become cold. You became wise. You didn't become bitter. You became selective. You didn't seek revenge. You became living proof that revenge wasn't necessary. Imagine a butterfly returning to the same garden it once crawled through. Everything looks smaller, everything feels different, and the predators who once scared it now can't even reach its wings. That's you. You didn't just survive the flames, they refined you into someone they can't touch anymore. The liar's collapse is not the victory. Your evolution is. You are the testimony they never wanted the world to see, the light they tried to dim, the force they failed to destroy. Chosen one, you didn't just rise, you became the proof. So chosen one, they tried to twist your story. Chosen one, but the truth outlived every lie they built. You rose, you evolved, and now your clarity exposes everything they tried to hide. This journey wasn't just survival, it was transformation. And if this message hit you in the soul, make sure you press the like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of our family, hit that subscribe button so you never walk this path alone again. Your rise isn't accidental, it's who you were always meant to be. They thought karma was a myth until it started chewing on their conscience like it was starving. That's the funny thing about people who play dirty with a chosen one. They walk around acting bold, bragging about their lies, ignoring every warning life threw at them. But here's the slap in the face they never saw coming. The universe doesn't forget anything. The universe is patient, quiet, and frighteningly accurate. And the moment they thought they were safe was the exact moment the universe started taking notes. No. Imagine someone throwing trash into the wind, thinking it'll disappear. Then the wind shifts, and the trash hits them right back in the face. That's what's happening to your enemies right now. They ignored every sign. They ignored your worth. They ignored the truth. And because they thought nothing would happen, something finally did. Their bodies feel heavier. Their sleep feels shorter. Their mind feels foggy, and no doctor can diagnose karma exposure. Here's a cold fact that hits harder than anything. People who harm good souls end up harming themselves 10 times worse. Studies show guilt attacks the immune system. Stress shuts down the body from the inside. Lies create mental sickness. And when someone throws hate at the wrong person, their own energy loops back like a boomerang. That's not mystic, that's simple cause and effect. That's why their life is glitching while you're stepping into your prime. Before we go any deeper into this truth, Chosen One, this is your reminder. And thank you, Chosen One. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, as it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thanks, Chosen One, for being part of this mission. You're part of a force. Now let's get back to what matters, and let's stay on target, because your enemies didn't just mess with the wrong person. They messed with a universal rule they didn't even understand. Welcome, Chosen One. If you've ever wondered why people who mistreated you look drained now, why they keep running into problems they can't explain, or why their confidence suddenly vanished, it's because the universe finally flipped their script. You didn't curse them. You didn't wish anything on them. You simply existed with a clean heart, and that alone was enough to expose the fakes. You were the quiet alarm they didn't hear. You were the warning sign they ignored. They thought they could misuse your kindness and walk away untouched. They thought they could break you and stay whole. But they forgot the oldest law of life. Whatever you give out comes back. And they gave out poison. The universe saw them laugh at your pain. It saw them twist your words. It saw them try to embarrass you to make themselves feel bigger. They treated your loyalty like a joke. They treated your honesty like weakness. But the universe keeps receipts. Now they look in the mirror and feel sick, not because of a virus, not because of some illness, but because energy doesn't lie. Their reflection feels heavy because their conscience is choking them. Their shadow feels louder now because their own actions are catching up. The things they wished on you are circling around them like wolves. And while they sink in their own mess, look at you. You didn't chase revenge. You didn't try to get even. You just moved forward. You healed. You upgraded. And your glow became the very thing that burns them. They see your progress and feel their stomach drop. They hear your name and feel exposed. They watch your confidence rise, and it eats them from the inside. That's why their energy feels sick. That's why their peace disappeared. The universe isn't punishing them randomly. It's paying them back for everything they thought they got away with. Your power is natural, Chosen One. You don't force anything. You don't chase anything. Your presence alone makes people rethink their choices, and that scares your enemies more than any revenge ever could. They hoped you would break. Instead, you grew. They hoped you would stay stuck. Instead, you're leveling up. Meanwhile, they're trapped in the same loops they created. They're running from their own actions like there's somewhere to hide. But you can't outrun karma. You can only face what you made. What's hitting them now isn't random bad luck. It's the bill from every lie, every betrayal, every moment they tried to make you doubt yourself. They ignored the warnings. They ignored their conscience. They ignored the signs. And now the universe is correcting the imbalance. When the universe collects its debts, it doesn't take partial payments. It takes the full amount with interest. And here's something your enemies never understood. You didn't need to lift a finger. You didn't need to fight them. You didn't need to expose them. Life did that for you. Their own choices are haunting them. Their own words are turning against them. Their own actions are squeezing them until they have to confront what they tried to hide. The universe has simply mirrored back what they are. Thank you for being here. Yes, you, the chosen one. Your strength is rare, your heart is rare, and the fact that you survived everything thrown at you is not an accident. If you're ready to step fully into your power, hit that like button, subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments to connect with the energy of justice and alignment. Now that you're here, now that you're ready, let's take this deeper. Let's break down exactly why karma hit them this hard, why the warnings were ignored, and why the payback feels this personal. If you're truly chosen, you'll feel every word. Let's begin. Number 1. Time's up. Now, watch them crawl. Funny how they bragged while hurting you. But now they shake like paper every time karma whispers their name. That's the thing about people who think they're untouchable. They talk big, walk loud, and act like the universe is blind. They thought they could throw dirt at you forever and never get any on themselves. They forgot that clocks don't tick for fun. They count down, and theirs just slammed to 0. Now everything they built on lies, jealousy, and bad intentions is collapsing right under their feet. You ever notice how these people walk around like they're the main character? Fake confidence, fake victories, fake smiles. They actually believed every dirty trick was a win. They thought your silence meant weakness. They mistook your patience for fear. They thought your forgiveness was permission. They believed they could keep crossing lines and life would just shrug. But the universe wasn't shrugging, it was loading. Think about it like this. Imagine someone stacking blocks on top of a cracked table. It looks impressive for a second, right? Tall tower, shiny blocks, big ego. But the crack keeps spreading. Every lie is a crack. Every betrayal is another crack. Every time they ignored their conscience, another fracture. And eventually, the whole thing gives out. When that tower falls, it doesn't just fall, it smashes. That's their life right now. Chosen one, let's be honest, you're not shocked. You felt this shift coming. You saw the warnings they ignored. You watched them pretend they could rewrite the rules. But you knew deep down something was ticking behind them. You knew their wins didn't feel clean. You knew their victories had a smell. Now we're here, and everything you sensed is happening exactly the way you thought it would. They're not dealing with bad luck. They're dealing with consequences. Their reality is folding in on them. Their bodies feel tired for no reason. Their energy drops out of nowhere. Their confidence evaporates. Their luck goes missing. They're running around looking for someone to blame because it's easier than admitting the truth. They dug their own grave inch by inch. And notice how it started. Not loud, not dramatic, not some explosion. It began quietly. That's how karma works when you ignore the warnings. A missed call, a failed opportunity, a sudden problem. Someone who used to hype them up suddenly distancing themselves. One door shuts, then another, then another. They start wondering why nobody wants them around anymore, why things don't click like they used to, why every plan falls apart. Because the countdown ended. Time's up. They treated the universe like it was asleep. They thought life would never circle back. But now, life is screaming back every lie they ever told. Every curse they threw at you is sitting on their bed, waiting for them when they wake up. They said you were dramatic. They said you were weak. They said you were too sensitive. Yet now they're the ones who jump at shadows. They're the ones who can't sleep. They're the ones avoiding mirrors because their own eyes betray them. Here's a question you might be asking right now. Why does it look like everything is falling apart for them at the same time? Because karma isn't sloppy, it's surgical. The universe is not punishing them randomly, it's correcting their imbalance. They created a chain reaction of harm, and now the chain has swung back like a wrecking ball. They didn't value peace when they had it. They didn't value loyalty when they received it. They didn't value your presence when it was a blessing. So the universe removed everything they took for granted. And here comes the part that hits the enemy hardest. Their downfall is happening while you rise. Let that sink in for a second. You kept your heart clean. You stayed true. You healed. You changed. You grew. And while you were doing that, the universe was calculating everything they did. That's why your life is opening up while theirs is shutting down. That's why you're gaining clarity while they're drowning in confusion. That's why your spirit feels lighter while theirs feels sick. Their sickness isn't always physical, it's mental, emotional, energetic, financial. They can't focus, they can't fake confidence anymore, they can't lie without stumbling. Their money slips away, their plans glitch, their spirit is tired, their mind is loud. They feel haunted by everything they put out into the world because it's finally circling back home. Here's a truth they never thought they'd have to face. Karma doesn't care how loud they were. Karma cares how real they were, and they weren't real. Chosen one, you might wonder, why now? Why all at once? Because the universe waits until the perfect moment. It waits until you've leveled up enough to no longer want revenge. It waits until you no longer crave their apology. It waits until you've outgrown the need to prove anything. It waits until your glow exposes their fakeness naturally. And then it hits them. It hits when they think they're safe. It hits when they think they won. It hits when they least expect it. And the funniest part? They know exactly why it's happening. They won't admit it out loud, but they feel it. They know the energy is theirs. They know the consequences match their actions. They know they're facing the bill for everything they tried to hide. Their downfall doesn't feel like bad luck. It feels personal, because it is. Their mind is running circles now. Why is this happening to me? Why is everything going wrong? Why do I feel so drained? They ask these questions like they weren't warned, like they didn't see the signs, like they didn't feel the guilt crawling up their spine all this time. They ignored every sign life threw at them because arrogance makes people blind. But time doesn't forget, and the clock just rang. Meanwhile, look at you. You're still standing. You're still growing. You're still rising. Every time they tried to break you, you rebuilt. Every time they tried to dim your light, it came back brighter. Every time they laughed at your pain, the universe bookmarked the moment for later. Now you're in your later, and they're in their consequences. Your existence is their punishment. Let that sentence breathe for a moment. Your glow is the reminder of everything they aren't. Your strength is the mirror they can't look into. Your progress is the karma they can't escape. They're stuck watching you win while their world shrinks. That's why they avoid you. That's why they act strange. That's why they pretend they don't care. They care. They care so much it eats them alive. Chosen one, understand this clearly. You didn't destroy them. They destroyed themselves. You simply walked away. You healed. You moved on. And the universe handled the rest. Their downfall is the echo of their own actions, bouncing back. You didn't have to lift a finger. You didn't have to plot revenge. All you had to do was survive, and you did. They thought they were winning, but they were running out of time. Time's up, and now they pay the price. Here is the rewritten section, 1,200 words, brutal, clean, in healthy paragraphs, same tone and intensity as the previous one, fresh metaphors, multiple quotes, multiple examples, and fully aligned with the title. No religion, no fluff, and yes, this hits extremely hard. Number 2. Their sickness isn't physical, it's the rot they fed themselves. People don't fall apart because life hits them. They fall apart because their own lies finally refuse to hold them together. That's the truth your enemies are choking on right now. Their sickness didn't start in their body. It started in their intentions. It started the day they decided hurting you was entertainment. It started the moment they convinced themselves they would never face consequences. Now the same energy they played with is eating them from the inside out, and it's something no pill, no doctor, and no excuse can fix. They'll never admit it, but they feel it. At first, they wave it off. I'm just tired. I'm just stressed. I just need sleep. But deep down, they know something's wrong. Something's off. Something heavy is spreading inside them like a crack through glass. That's why their hands shake when they think no one's looking. That's why their smile collapses the second they're alone. That's why they keep distracting themselves, because silence exposes everything they've been running from. Energy doesn't disappear, it mutates, and right now it's mutating inside them. Imagine this. Someone keeps pouring poison into a well, laughing because the water still looks clear. Then one day, they bend down to drink from it. That's your enemies. They poisoned the same emotional space they now have to live in. They polluted their own peace. They destroyed their own sense of safety. And now everything tastes bitter to them, even victory. And chosen one, here's what you might be wondering. How can someone who looks fine on the outside be falling apart so badly on the inside? Because their sickness is internal collapse, not external injury. It starts in their mind. Their mind used to be their weapon. They used it to twist truths, manipulate people, and play games. Now that same mind rebels against them. They question everything. They distrust everyone. They can't tell the difference between intuition and paranoia anymore. They forget simple things. They lose track of conversations. Their confidence leaks like a broken faucet. And here's another truth that slices straight through them. Guilt ages the mind faster than time ever will. Imagine this. They're walking through a hallway with 1,000 doors, but every door they open leads them back to their mistakes. Every hallway looks the same. Every turn traps them deeper. They feel lost in a maze they built with their own choices. People who hurt others eventually get trapped inside the prison of their own personality. Their thoughts keep replaying the things they did to you, not because they care, but because their conscience is sick. Their mind keeps replaying the lies they told, the disrespect they showed, the things they tried to hide. Their demons don't let them sleep anymore. Nighttime used to be peaceful. Now it's payback time. Their thoughts hit harder at 2 a.m. than any karma ever could. They used to feel powerful. That power is gone now, not because they lost status, but because the universe ripped away the illusion. You can almost taste their panic from a distance. The people they once controlled now ignore their calls. The ones they once impressed now look at them with suspicion. Their influence is fading like cheap ink in the rain. Every mask eventually melts, and when it does, the real face underneath becomes impossible to hide. They pretended to be strong for so long that the act drained them. Now the mask cracks, piece by piece. The version of themselves they once sold to the world falls apart. The confident tone is shaky. The charming smile is forced. Their arrogance got replaced with anxiety. Their ego now feels like a cage instead of armor. Chosen one, you might ask, why does it feel like everything is hitting them at once? Because their sickness isn't random, it's layered. Their mind goes first, then their emotions, then their behavior, then their reputation, then their relationships, then their entire life starts to smell like decay. This is what happens when someone lives on the wrong side of the universe for too long. Imagine this. They're sitting at a table with a deck of cards they rigged. They cheated every game. They laughed at every win. Then suddenly the deck flips, and now every card they pick is a loss. It doesn't matter how hard they try. Every choice backfires. Every plan crumbles. Every path turns dark. They are finally playing a game they can't cheat their way out of. And here's another gut punch they'll never say out loud. They crave the peace they once mocked. They made fun of people who healed. They ridiculed anyone who tried to grow. They laughed at you for being loyal, but now they crave the same stability they used to dismiss. They want the peace they once named weak. They want the clarity they said didn't matter. They want the love they weren't able to give. Irony hurts, but it hurts them more. Their sickness isn't just mental, it's social. Their name used to open doors, now it closes them. People avoid them, not because they feel sorry, but because their energy is contaminated. Everyone can sense the desperation leaking through their words. Everyone can see how fake their confidence is. Everyone can feel the chaos surrounding them. Their relationships fall apart. Their alliances dissolve. Their reputation rots. Their influence turns into dust. Even the people who used to follow them realize staying close is dangerous. Nobody wants to be near someone whose karma is falling in real time. Their life becomes a warning sign. And here's what chosen ones often wonder. Why do they fall so much harder than the damage they tried to cause? Because the universe matches the depth of their intention, not the size of their actions. They hit you emotionally. They're hit spiritually. They try to ruin your peace. Their entire reality gets infected. They wanted to shake your confidence. Now all of theirs is gone. Their sickness is not a cold, a flu, or stress. It's a collapse of the identity they built on lies. Everything they pretended to be now suffocates them. They look around and nothing feels solid anymore. The world they manipulated refuses to bend for them. The people they controlled don't play along. Their own reflection feels hostile. They avoid mirrors because mirrors don't lie. And money fails them too. They try to buy distractions. They try to buy fake happiness. They try to buy comfort. But money can't mute a guilty mind. Money can't erase consequences. Money can't fix a rotting soul. No doctor can treat a sickness caused by someone's own character. Even professionals can't help them because their sickness isn't physical, it's karmic, it's psychological, it's self-created. They have to sit in every consequence like an uncomfortable chair they can't escape. Their empire falls the same way it was built, slowly, manipulatively, and then all at once. Lies crumble, connections dissolve, opportunities vanish. Their influence shrinks down to nothing. They wake up every day forced to face a reality they can't escape and a reflection they can't fix. And the worst part? They have to witness every loss. They see every crumble, every downfall, every disaster. Their sickness devours their peace, their relevance, their relationships, their identity, their confidence, their stability, their legacy. Everything they tried to protect with lies now slips through their hands. Chosen one, understand this clearly. They didn't get attacked, they got exposed. Their sickness is simply the universe holding up a mirror. They created the poison. Now they're living inside it, and they finally understand what you already knew. When you harm the right soul, the universe doesn't wait forever. It waits until the perfect moment. Then it collects. Every time. Number 3. When time finally bit back. Arrogance always thinks it's escaping right up until the door locks from the outside. They swear they were safe. They swear the silence meant they got away with everything. But here's the punchline to their whole tragic comedy. The delay was never protection. It was the universe letting them walk deeper into their own trap, so the fall would hit harder. They weren't slipping through cracks. They were crawling into a cage that was waiting to slam shut the second they ran out of luck. Imagine someone breaking into a house thinking the alarm isn't working. No sound, no flashing lights, no reaction. They smirk, they relax. They think they're untouchable. What they don't know is that the alarm sent the signal quietly, and the countdown already started. That's your enemies. They thought the quiet meant safety, but the quiet was simply the system loading their consequences. Chosen one, you might be wondering, didn't they feel anything? Didn't they see the signs? They did, and that's what makes this downfall taste even more like justice. They felt the tension in the air. They felt the heaviness in their chest at night. They felt that weird panic they kept pushing down. They felt the shift in the energy around them. But pride is loud, and pride convinced them they had time. Pride convinced them you'd never rise. Pride convinced them karma was optional. Ego told them there would always be another exit, but exits are only for people who want to change. They didn't. So every ignored warning became another brick in the cage. Every disrespect became another lock clicking shut. Every chance they rejected closed one more path they will never get back. Some cages don't need bars. The truth is, a prison all by itself. Now reality has finally snapped. The floor they stood on for years just vanished. One moment they were bragging, the next they're choking on consequences they pretended didn't exist. There's no more wiggle room, no more excuses, no more delays. Time isn't flexible for people who weaponize it. They weren't safe, they were blind, and patience was never permission. Patience was the countdown to the hit they couldn't dodge. Number 4. The curse they engineered is now eating them alive. People don't get destroyed by accidents. They get destroyed by the monsters they trained in their own basement. Your enemies aren't unlucky. They're not victims. They're not going through a rough patch. They're being eaten alive by the curse they stitched together with their own hands. Every lie they told, every truth they twisted, every moment they chose cruelty over decency, those weren't random choices. Those were seeds. And the harvest they're suffering right now is nothing more than their own energy coming home to devour them. Imagine someone building a house out of stolen wood, cracked glass, and rusted nails. It stands for a while. It even looks impressive from far away. But inside, termites chew through the beams, mold spreads across the walls, and the floorboards soften under every step. That's their life. It's not exploding, it's decaying, slow, silent, inevitable. They try to deny it at first. It's just stress. It's just life being hard. It's just bad timing. But denial doesn't stop collapse, and collapse is exactly what's happening. Their influence fades because nobody trusts the unstable. Their relationships rot because nobody wants to breathe in their toxic air. Their name turns sour because every mask they wore is cracking at the same time. Energy always returns to its creator, and theirs came back starving. Chosen one, here's the real question you might be asking. Why does it seem like everything is hitting them from all sides? Because the universe doesn't return energy piece by piece. It returns it multiplied. They sent out chaos, so chaos comes back amplified. They built their life with shortcuts, lies, and manipulation, so the entire structure caves in from the center. They traded short-term wins for long-term destruction. They had chances, so many chances, to shift, to correct, to grow, but arrogance convinced them they were untouchable. Now, even the tools they once used to rise are dragging them down. Their charm doesn't work. Their manipulation backfires. Their excuses collapse mid-sentence. Nothing haunts a person harder than the truth they tried to bury. Now everything they built is being stripped away, piece by miserable piece, not because of bad luck, not because someone attacked them, but because the sickness consuming them was born inside their own intentions. No one else is to blame. The curse they engineered is finally collecting. Number 5. They celebrated too early. Now life is laughing back. Mocking someone in their storm is easy until the same clouds follow you home. Your enemies made one fatal mistake. They laughed before the story was over. They acted like your pain was a comedy special made for their entertainment. They smirked at your setbacks. They clapped for your heartbreak. They treated your struggle like a punchline. But the universe doesn't laugh with people like that. It laughs at them later and harder. They celebrated too soon. They danced in the first chapter, forgetting there were 10 more waiting for them. They mistook a temporary advantage for a permanent crown. They believed their cheap victories meant they were winning. But early laughter is a curse, because it blinds people to the twist coming next. Imagine someone standing on a stage bragging, only to realize the mic wasn't even on. That's them. Their tricks don't land anymore. Their manipulation fails like a glitching app. Their charm feels fake even to themselves. They open their mouth and their words fall flat because nobody buys the act now. Their influence crumbles the same way a sandcastle crumbles when the tide finally hits. Life always gets the last laugh, especially when someone laughs at the wrong person. Chosen one, you might be wondering, why does their downfall feel so poetic? Because they mocked what they didn't understand. They laughed at your isolation. Now they sit alone with nobody checking on them. They laughed when you had nothing. Now they're learning how it feels to lose what they thought was guaranteed. They laughed at your sleepless nights. Now they're wide awake at 3 a.m., replaying every choice that led them here. People pull away from them like their energy is radioactive. Opportunities vanish. Doors slam shut before they even reach them. Misfortune stacks up faster than their excuses. The same universe they thought was on their side has turned the spotlight around and exposed every flaw they tried to hide. And meanwhile, look at you. You survived, you healed, you grew, you learned to walk through darkness without losing yourself. They wished storms on you, forgetting they were the ones built out of paper. You weren't destroyed by the shadows, they were. They were never built to survive the very chaos they cheered for. That is their undoing. Number 6. Their throne was rented. Now the landlord wants it back. Power borrowed without wisdom always returns with interest, and the interest is pain. They strutted around like royalty, acting as if their position was permanent, as if the universe carved their name into the throne. They confused access with ability and attention with authority. But what they carried wasn't real power. It was a loan, temporary, conditional, revocable. And now the debt they pretended didn't exist has arrived like a hammer. They thought their influence was natural. They thought people listened because they were special. But influence built on fear, lies, and manipulation doesn't last. It fades the moment the mask slips. And their mask is cracking so fast, even they can't keep up with the pieces. Power doesn't corrupt weak people. Weak people corrupt power. Chosen one, you might ask, why does everything they touch fall apart now? Because borrowed power only works when it's used with integrity. The moment they used it to harm, to mock, to dominate, the universe stamped an expiration date on every advantage they had. They thought they were turning everything into gold, but it was just glitter. And glitter doesn't stick when the truth starts blowing through their life. Imagine someone using a VIP pass they found on the ground. They walk past the line, acting superior, flashing a smile, pretending they belong. Then security finally checks the barcode, and suddenly that confidence evaporates. That's your enemies. They were enjoying privileges they didn't earn. And the moment accountability scanned their actions, everything got revoked. Their connections failed them. People who once answered their calls now silence the phone. The opportunities they bragged about dry up like a puddle in the sun. They keep insisting it's just temporary, but even they can feel the shift. They feel the cold air of reality creeping in. They feel the support beams collapsing under the weight of their own ego. Borrowed power vanishes the second it's misused. Now wealth slips away, status fades, relationships crumble, every shortcut they took becomes a roadblock. Every favor they collected turns to dust. They kept acting like they were on top, but the truth is simple. They were on borrowed time, and the clock finally ran out. Number 7. Their circle was plastic. Now it's melting around them. Anyone who builds loyalty out of fear eventually gets eaten by the same wolves they fed. They thought their circle was solid. They thought the people around them were loyal. They thought their influence meant something. But circles built on manipulation aren't circles, they're traps. And now that their downfall has started, every fake connection they relied on is peeling off like cheap stickers in the rain. They ruled through fear, not respect, through pressure, not trust, through convenience, not connection. So the moment their power dipped, the people who once stood beside them began backing away like they smelled smoke. And they did, because their entire life is on fire now, and nobody wants to get burned standing next to them. Fear creates followers, not loyalty, and followers run the second the wind changes. Chosen one, you might wonder, why does betrayal hit them so hard and so fast? Because deep down, they always knew their circle was built like a house made of straws. They knew their relationships had no foundation. They knew those people didn't admire them. They tolerated them. And tolerance dies the moment power fades. Imagine this, someone sitting on a throne made of ice, bragging about how it will never melt. Then the sun rises. That's your enemies right now. Their so-called allies only stayed because the throne looked shiny. But the second cracks appeared, everybody started running in different directions. It starts small. A delayed response, a missing call, a suspicious silence. Friends who once hyped them up suddenly go quiet. People who once needed them now keep their distance. At first, your enemies brush it off. They're just busy. They'll come back. But they won't, because the ice is melting fast. And then comes the real slap. The betrayals get loud. Secrets they trusted people with suddenly leak. people they confided in suddenly flip sides. The ones they thought would defend them start exposing them. Their allies become their rivals. Their loyal followers turn into opportunists who sprint towards safer ground. When your power dies, people show their true faces, and their faces were never on your side. Now they stand alone, surrounded by the ruins of a kingdom built on fear. Their circle wasn't real, their connections weren't genuine, and the wolves they fed are finally hungry. And this time, they're the meal. Number 8. Their screams hit empty walls, because they taught the world to ignore them. When you silence others long enough, life returns the favor by muting your own voice. They spent years pretending consequences were fiction. They walked past warnings like they were road signs meant for someone else. They dismissed every chance to grow, every moment life tried to nudge them onto a better path. Now, the universe is giving them the one experience they never saw coming. The feeling of screaming into a void that refuses to answer. And here's the part that hits them harder than any karma ever could. Nobody's listening. The same doors that once swung open for them now feel welded shut. Their calls, once returned in seconds, now sit ignored like unread junk mail. Conversations dry up. The people who used to orbit them suddenly drift away, as if their energy is radioactive. Everyone senses the downfall, even without knowing the details. People don't want to get caught in the blast radius of someone whose karma is crashing. Life doesn't leave you unheard. It leaves you unheard when you've earned the silence. Chosen one, maybe you're wondering, do they finally understand what they put you through? In their own twisted way, yes. They're feeling the same loneliness they once applauded, the same isolation they mocked, the same emptiness they laughed at you for experiencing. They used to walk past people crying for help. Now they're the ones standing in the dark, begging for support no one is willing to give. Imagine this, a person who spent their life throwing stones into a well. No thought, no care, just noise. But one day they lean over the edge and call out, expecting an echo, expecting something to answer back. And all they get is silence. Not because the well is empty, but because they emptied it themselves. They feel the panic rising at night. They feel the regret clawing at their chest. They feel the weight of choices they once brushed off. They want someone, anyone, to save them, defend them, comfort them. But the world isn't listening. Not out of cruelty, but out of balance. They created this silence with their own actions. And now the truth finally lands. Understanding always arrives. Just never in time to save the people who ignored every warning. Number 9. There's no antidote for a collapse you caused yourself. Some pain isn't an illness. It's the invoice for every wrong turn you swore would never catch you. They spent their whole life believing everything had a back door, every rule had a workaround, every mistake had a fixer, money patched their problems, power hid their mess, connections cleaned their tracks. They walked around thinking life was a system they could cheat forever. But now they've hit the one wall no privilege can break through, the inevitable. Their body glitches, their mind spirals, their peace evaporates, and suddenly they're sitting in front of professionals who can't even name what's happening to them. Doctors shrug, tests come back clean, specialists frown in confusion. Their whole identity crumbles when they realize nothing is wrong in the medical sense, because this isn't illness, it's consequence. Not every wound bleeds on the outside. Some bleed through reality itself. Chosen one, you might ask. Why can't anything help them? because they're dealing with a sentence, not a sickness. The universe is showing them the one loophole they forgot to consider. You cannot escape yourself. Every action they took, every lie they told, every intention they twisted is now living under their skin like a storm they can't outrun. Imagine someone trying to fix a cracked mirror by polishing it. No matter how hard they scrub, the cracks stay, because the problem wasn't dirt, it was the impact. That's them. They keep reaching for surface solutions to fix internal damage. Pills for guilt, therapy for shame, distractions for truth. But nothing sticks because the root isn't physical, it's who they became. There is a cure, but pride is poison, and they'd rather drink it than change. The real cure requires something they've never practiced: humility, accountability, ownership, truth. The kind of truth that forces someone to admit they were the villain, not the victim. And that's the one medicine they refuse. Their pride locks their healing behind a door they won't touch. So they sit there, suffering not because the wound is impossible to heal, but because healing requires them to be honest. And honesty is the one language they never learned. No doctor can save them. No status can shield them. No money can rewrite the sentence. They're not dying from sickness. They're drowning in the inevitable. Number 10. They'll drown in the same poison they poured. Life doesn't choose the punishment. It simply mirrors the crime. Everything they did to hurt others is now circling back with perfect aim, and there's no shield left for them to hide behind. They spent years sharpening weapons made of lies, manipulation, and deceit. Now those same weapons are turning on them with the same force they once used to damage you. Their suffering isn't random. It's a reflection, a perfect, painful reflection. The liar loses their voice, not literally, but spiritually. Their words no longer land. Their excuses don't work. Their stories contradict themselves. Every time they open their mouth, truth fights back, twisting their tongue until they choke on the lies they once threw so casually. Every sin eventually grows teeth, and it bites the one who fed it. Chosen one, you might be wondering, why does it feel so exact? Why does their downfall seem tailor-made? Because it is. The universe doesn't punish, it balances. Their manipulations now sit on their chest, like a weight they can't shake off. Their deceit eats at them like acid from the inside. The guilt they tried to bury now rises every time they close their eyes. They feel sick, but the sickness isn't physical. It's emotional corrosion. Imagine this: someone planting a garden of poison but expecting roses. Every seed they planted grows into something thorned, toxic, and unmanageable. Now they're trapped in the garden they designed. No exit, no shortcuts, no mercy. Their power evaporates because it was never real. It was performance, fueled by ego and fear. Their influence fades because people finally see through them. Their connections crumble because nobody trusts someone whose energy feels cursed. Their reputation collapses under the weight of their own actions. No doctor can treat a sickness made from guilt, ego, and denial. They'll try to seek help, but medicine can't cure a conscience rotting in real time. Therapy can't fix the identity they built on lies. Nothing external can save someone whose suffering is self-grown. They aren't victims of karma. They're victims of their own choices, of every moment they thought cruelty made them powerful. The universe isn't destroying them. They're simply being swallowed by the sins they thought they'd never pay for. Number 11. This truth was never meant to save them. It was meant to wake you up. When the universe speaks, the wrong people hear noise, the right ones feel fire. They never listened because they never cared. Every warning bounced off them like rubber, not because the message was unclear, but because it was never meant for their ears in the first place. They weren't built to understand truth. They weren't meant to rise. They weren't meant to evolve. They were meant to expose themselves so you could finally see who they really were. This message, the signs, the intuition, the uneasy feeling you couldn't shake, was always meant for you. You were the one paying attention when everyone else was asleep. You were the one who felt the shift before it happened. You were the one who sensed the darkness behind their smile. And while they laughed at warnings, you listened. While they ignored the signs, you followed them. While they doubled down on their arrogance, you grew sharper, stronger, wiser. Some people aren't lessons, they're proof. Proof of what happens when you choose the wrong path. Chosen one, you might wonder. Why did it feel like the universe was speaking directly to you? Because it was. You were the one strong enough to understand the message. You were the one meant to break the cycle. You were the one meant to rise while they collapsed in the trap they set for themselves. They weren't supposed to be saved. They were supposed to reveal themselves. Their downfall isn't an accident, it's an example. A blueprint of what happens when ego replaces wisdom, when cruelty replaces compassion, when pride replaces truth. Imagine this. Two people walking through the same storm. One sees danger, the other sees nothing. One finds shelter, the other walks straight into lightning. The storm wasn't unfair. It was a test, and only one of them passed. That was you. You were never the fool. They were. You were never blind. You were prepared. Their ignorance made them fall. Your awareness made you rise. If this message hits your chest the way truth always does, like the video, subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments. Share this with another chosen one who needs to wake up. The truth wasn't meant for them. It was meant for you.